Since Erik ten Hag left Ajax, things have gone downhill. And other clubs in the Netherlands have been winning the leagues and cups. So this is where I come in, because I'm going to take over as Ajax manager and use my youth to gold philosophy. A philosophy that means we can only sign players under the age of 20. And from season 2, we can't use any players 30 years of age or over, which in the current side would mean we can't use 6 players by season 2 because they will or be about to turn 30 and over. And this is an Ajax side who finished down in 5th place this season, remember, with a club that staff-wise has only myself and one chief doctor. But I'm confident despite all of these problems that Ajax currently have that we can achieve dominance again in the Eredivisie. Because we had 3 challenges, starting off with winning 3 Eredivisies in a row, with the second challenge to be domestic double winners, which means winning the league and cup in one season. Topped off with the ultimate goal and the final challenge of winning the Champions League. Something Ajax hasn't done since 1995. So lock yourself in for a journey. Smash the subscribe button now because Omega Luke, Youth to Gold with Ajax, is underway. So I guess we gotta start by bringing in the staff around me because this certainly can't be done as a one-man army. But obviously the main staff I need is decent scouts because these guys are the ones to find me the best players under 20 years old on the planet to sign for my Ajax side. Although I already knew who my first signing would be. Rooney Bargi from FC Copenhagen, an attacking midfielder who could turn world class for us. And within days we managed to pick up our guy. And I know you guys will be screaming at me to use the Ajax Youth Academy, and don't panic, I've got my eyes and ears on current future academy prospects, as well as some of the best youngsters already in the Ajax team. We had a bid come in for our goalkeeper Ruli, who is one of the players over 30, who eventually we need to get rid of, so I just accepted it now. And I went out and I bought the best young goalkeeper that I could find with the money in Dennis Seaman for 7.5 million. Development is important, and so is first team football for players like Sky Fink, which is why I've loaned him out as one of our best prospects for that first team football. And with all of my scouts in, I spent the time setting them up perfectly for Youth to Gold. I have one scout looking in about 2 to 4 different countries nearby, or for a maximum age of 19, with 4-star potential ability, and 1 scouting the whole of Asia until I sign up more scouts to cover more places. So to begin with, I'm setting up in a classic 4-3-3 for season 1, and my only change that I'm going to make sure I do is play Dennis Seaman in goal, because goalkeepers are the hardest position to buy for on Youth to Gold, so now that I've got my guy, we need to chuck him in early. And our first course of action is to make sure we qualify for the Europa League, which we are still trusting Seaman to do, but unfortunately without Rooney Bargi, who's injured for 2 months. But after getting through 2 rounds, we were eliminated by Victoria Paulsen and dropped down into the Europa Conference League. So let's see how we get on in season number 1 at Ajax before we really start implementing the Youth to Gold process. During the season, I managed to increase the amount of scouts I was allowed to from 10 to 13, and I also used my current scout recommendations to sign Naipan from Rosenborg, but I did loan him straight back to their club. As the season progressed, things were neck and neck going into the final few games with Feyenoord in the league as we were level on points. We also managed to get ourselves all the way to the semi-finals of the Conference League with Brighton to play then, as well as getting to the final of the Dutch Cup, so the domestic double is already on in season 1. And with just 1 game left in the league, we are only in second on goal difference to Feyenoord, who, would you believe it, are the team we have to travel away to in the final game of the season, and we have to win the league. But with us coming so close, the one thing I didn't expect was to go to Rotterdam and get battered 5-0. But that's exactly what happened for us, unfortunately. Feyenoord clearly deserved to win the Eredivisie this season after absolutely destroying us in that final game. They come away as champions, but of course, there was 2 other competitions that we could potentially win. However, in the Europa Conference League, Brighton defeated us across 2 legs 2-1, and they went on to face Cologne in the final and lost against them 3-1. But it's the Dutch Cup that I'm most annoyed with. We faced Feyenoord once again, and it was at Rotterdam, and we lost on penalties 3-4. They only missed 1 through David Hanko, but Burgess and Vindal both missed because Justin Bijlo had an unbelievable penalty shootout. And yeah, we've lost to Feyenoord in both the Cup and the League on the final day. and we go away from this season trophyless, while Feyenoord seem to have had an unbelievable time. In terms of team performance, Brian Brobby actually had a really good season, 35 goals in 55 games. Kenneth Taylor as well, a youth academy prospect from Ajax, got 16 and 17, so it was all good there. Burgess obviously did quite well, but he's 33 from season 2. We're not allowed to use him anymore. And there's a lot of players just like that. Jordan Henderson has played his last game for Ajax, as has Van den Boomen and Chuba Akpom. I'm going to have to get rid of both of those players as well, because they'll be turning 30 in season 2, and we cannot risk it. We are no longer allowed to use players 30 years or above. That's the rules of Youth to Go. So we've now got to rely on our scouting system and find the players that our scouts have been looking at from just the ages of 19 and below, and see if we can bring in somebody good. We kick off the summer transfer action, signing Jevon Simmons from rivals PSV on a free transfer. Might not ever start, but with the Youth to Gold, you also have to seek out players to sell for profit. We also had a bid for Bergwijn, who was transfer listed by request after he wanted to move to a bigger club, and that's fine by me, pal. I shall accept, and we shall not see you later. And there wasn't many options to replace him that are under 20 years old, but Joe Rego is certainly up there as one of the best. With certain players now being too old to use and over 30, we need to sign a new centre midfielder, and my scouts really rate Joe Bellingham, and he has an £18 million release clause that I'm very happy to activate. And as I say, players like Henderson is over 30, and the rules of Youth to Gold is that we can no longer use players over 30, so we've accepted a bid for him, and Joe Bellingham is needed because, as you can see, Henderson played 32 league games last year. But Jordan Henderson rejects the move back to Saudi. Clearly, he doesn't want the money, but his replacement Bellingham is joining either way. But in terms of other midfield options, we've brought up Silvano Voss up to the first team to see how he develops across the season. I might have to lock in Joe Rego, who signed before his 20th birthday, by the way. That also still counts, and it's a position that we need to make sure he gets as much game time in as possible for the long run. And of course, now we're in season 2, we can no longer play players 30 or above, and if you have a look at the first team, I have gotten rid of every single player who is anywhere close to 30 above. Our highest aged player is George Sanchez on 27. Where's Jordan Henderson, you ask? I've stuck him in the B team because literally nobody will actually buy him, even for £2 million. We started this season way better than we ended the last, beating Feyenoord 4-1 in the Super Cup. And we then battered them in an early league clash 3-1 away from home. So with a perfect start to our league campaign in season number 2, this could be the first Eredivisie win we pick up to get our 3 in a row. Well, with the football we've been playing, you'd like to think that we do it this season after getting so close in the last. Now, we kind of know that winning the Champions League is our ultimate goal, but we put in a good account for ourselves here. We beat the likes of AC Milan and Bayern Munich in the league phase, going through in 9th place, only losing to Bayer Leverkusen and Liverpool, missing out on those top spots and drawing to Monaco. But then we went into the knockout playoff round, and that's unfortunately where our season ended in the Champions League, because we come up against Barcelona and they knocked us out 4-2. But I can't believe how close we have come yet again from winning the Eredivisie. Just 1 point. We even lost the least amount in the league. We only lost 3, but unfortunately we drew 6, and Feyenoord are champions yet again. We feel kind of hard done by, but we did get revenge, because we went and won the Dutch Cup. We didn't face Feyenoord in the final, but at least we got our hands on a trophy. We knocked out PSV Eindhoven in the semi-final. Quarter-final is NEC, and that is where PSV actually knocked out Feyenoord in that run. So we got through to the final, beat FC20. It's our first trophy, big trophy, as the Ajax manager, using the Youth to Gold system, but no challenges ticked off because there was no domestic treble, unfortunately, thanks to Feyenoord winning the league. And at the end of the season as well, we had a great run. It was this go-ahead Eagles game down here, which is probably the game you look at and go, that's probably going to cost us the league title there. Outside of that, we had a great campaign. Goals-wise, 32 again for Brian Brobby, but Kenneth Taylor with 21 and 13. That is unbelievable. Rooney Baji, though, 20 goals and 23 assists from that right-hand side. The guy has developed incredibly, and that's why I knew I wanted him to be one of the first names in the door through the youth to gold system. Joe Rego still finding his feet, 11 goals and 14 assists across the season. He's done all right, and new boy Joe Bellingham has definitely stepped up. He played a good amount of games this season, developed quite nicely. It's exciting to see what he's going to do for us next year. With £60 million in the transfer budget, one name stands out at the top of my scouts' recommendations, and I just can't resist: Lamine Yamal. There may not be another chance to sign such a talented player, and I feel like I have to put a bid in for him, even though it will cost me the majority of my transfer budget. But even with installments added on to the transfer bid, Barcelona want more, and rightfully so, I guess. But eventually, we strike up a deal of up to £84 million. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but Lamine Yamal is going to be an Ajax player in season number 3. He's also going to miss the start of the season through an injury as well, so that's just great, isn't it? Spurs tried to tempt me into selling Kenneth Taylor to them, but I still felt like the player was worth a lot more to me than what they were willing to pay, so I rejected the bid. On the outs, though, it was just loans, with Voss and Naipan going out for first-team football, and I've even changed the tactic this season, adopting a weird formation, trying to get as many as my attacking and midfield players all in for first team football. But I know how bad we've been hit with injuries, as our front line have all been hit and decimated at the start of the season. And that's definitely cost us as well at the start, because we lost the Super Cup to Feyenoord and also lost a league game to PSV Eindhoven. But let's just hope that when the link up of Joe Rego, Rooney Bargi and Lamine Yamal can happen, we will start to see way better results. Because we need to start winning league titles soon so that we can kick on and get 3 in a row. Now, if you're thinking this is deja vu, it isn't. We once again finished in 9th place in the Champions League, losing 3 games. This time we lost to Bayern Munich 3-0, but we won 5, picking up some big wins as well, putting us into the knockout playoff round, where again we lost, this time to Fenerbahce 6-2. However, I am absolutely heartbroken at the loss to Feyenoord in the cup final. 2-1 they beat us, with Alexander Mitrovic scoring both goals and a winner in the 85th minute. That one really hurts. But it doesn't hurt as much as losing the title for the 3rd season in a row as Ajax manager, going down to the final day of the season. Feyenoord won by 3 points. We dominated the average rating. 5 out of 5 in the top 5 had the highest average rating this season. Brian Broby had 20 league goals. But Justin Bilo seemed to keep a lot of clean sheets, and they did not concede many goals at all. And unfortunately, there was a loss towards the end of the season against NEC and a draw to Feyenoord, which was our chance to potentially cause an upset. And it's another league title lost to Feyenoord. But anyway, next season we got £37 million, and I have been working quite hard during the January. I have found a couple of absolutely quality players to come in on free transfers before we had any type of budget. Samuel Ansong comes in, and look at that for a talent already from the Right to Dream Academy in Ghana. We've got a free transfer here in Mr. Randa. I mean, I just found him because I typed in of attributes of 16, finishing and composure. I found him just because of that, really. At 17, he joins in December, so we got a while to wait for that. And Junior Tanaka is another player who joins for such a limited budget of just 111k. He joins us from Japan, mainly because of how good those mentals are. So we've got some great players coming in, but the players that performed for us this season, Brian Broby with 28 league goals, or 28 goals across the season, was our top scorer. But the players behind him are the ones that really put the work in. Joe Rego with 16 goals and 13 assists. Rooney Bargi with 16 and 9. Lamine Yamal 14 and 14, and already we're starting to see some progression, especially from Lamine Yamal. Rooney Bargi there is also wanted, and he's developed quite nicely now at 21. Joe Rego, we need to keep ticking along, and we know he can get there as one of the best players. Joe Bellingham had a fantastic season yet again at the heart of our midfield. Kenneth Taylor seems to be our best player though every single time. He picked up an injury at the end of the season there, a bit of a broken foot. I would be willing to sell Kenneth Taylor if the bid of around £90 million come in, but with the age of only being 25 and a player from Ajax's youth academy, there's no rush right now. Usually I like to sell the players when they get towards that 28 mark. We've got a few players there which we won't see next season, including George Sanchez and Borna Souza, who will tick over into that 30 years old range. Both players about to turn 30 left the club right away in the summer as per the youth to go rules. And even Jordan Henderson left, going back to Saudi Arabia on $6,000 a week. Transfers in is where I think stage 3 of youth to go to start to happen, where we begin to sign a lot of young, cheap players for the future, now that we have 11 of 15 of already good youthful talent in the first team. That's not to say we won't be seeing some of these pop up with some minutes soon though. Tactically though, we've had to play around a bit because we started off quite bad at the start of the season. I'll show you that in a second. And I really feel like we only had one striker, which was obviously Brobby. We've got a couple of players who can play there, but I've yet to find a good striker from the youth to gold system to bring in, to challenge him and maybe even take over from him. So I'm actually going to try strikerless. Now, we're going to lock in Joe Bellingham and we're also going to lock in Mansverk into that right back role because he's actually could be a really good right back. I think I played him there a few times last season and he picked up an accomplished role there. And if you look at his attributes, a really good right back. And we're actually struggling to find another right back right now, so it might be a good idea to do so. But if I did pick, without restriction, our best 11, you can see that does change. Joe Bellingham does stay there, but a lot of the time, but at the start of the season, he wasn't going in there. But what I am really impressed with is the fact that Ansong is already going straight into the lineup ahead of Joe Rego. And to be honest, I'm not too mad at it. I think he could be a huge talent, and playing him this early might start really well from us. One thing I am a little bit concerned with, though, is Jurel Hato is not quite developing as much as what I thought. He's now 21, and he doesn't look like he's got much better compared to where we started with. So that might be something to consider. We definitely are struggling for defenders in the youth to gold system. Normally it's the goalkeeper. We've got Dennis Seaman, he's sorted. Midfield and going forward, we're all good. But our back line really needs some young talents to step up in the next couple of years. And as I mentioned, we started the season awfully, losing the first 3 games 2-0, including the Champions League qualifier and the league game. But after switching to the strikerless tactic right here, we began winning games and scoring goals and still qualified for the Champions League, overcoming Lyon and Besiktas. But once again, I'm going to say it, we need to win an Eredivisie soon to start marking off this challenge of 3 Eredivises in a row. This time round in the Champions League, we had a better league phase and finished within the top 8. We lost 1 to Manchester United at Old Trafford. We drew to Manchester City and Getafe, but we did win 5 games, including winning 3-1 at the Bernabeu, which I cannot underestimate. That is some achievement there. Now, we go straight into the round of 16. However, that's where it all came to an end again. Although we won the second leg 2-0, we were 4-0 down against Liverpool and we were chucked out of the Champions League. However, it gets worse for us in the Eredivisie. We don't even finish second, and in fact, we've dropped off massively compared to where Feyenoord finished last season, and maybe the strikerless tactic was not quite a good idea. It did start off well, and don't get me wrong, we did look great in spells, but we drew 8 games, and unfortunately that's because we just could not score enough goals, I guess because we didn't have a striker up there. We did lose 6 as well, and there's some big losses in there, 3-2, 3-2, and a 4-5 against PSV Eindhoven, which is really unfortunate. And Ansong actually had a good season, getting 18 goals. What I am pleased with, though, is the highest average rating is Sivert Mansverk, who is now natural at a right back, and a really good right back. He is 26, though, so he won't be there for too much longer. But how the hell are we staying in a job? Well, that is because we won the Dutch Cup again, 2-1 against RKC. And yes, we're not facing anybody big in the Dutch Cup finals, but we're still managing to win them, and we're still holding on to our job, I think, because of that. And we even knocked out FC Utrecht in the semi-final. Quarter-final was where we knocked out PSV Eindhoven, and even from there, we just looked like the best team in that competition still to go. So that's how we are still managing to keep our job. But I do think the strikerless formation might have to change because we need to do better in the league. And we have got a lot of players coming in, and there's a few strikers on their way as well, including Alessandro Granelli, who's £23 million. He could be a starting player for us next season. Alex Hall is a new goalkeeper coming in that we've got on a free transfer. He looks fantastic from AFC Wimbledon. We got Cody Hayes coming in. He probably won't start, but maybe it's a player that we can look to sell on a free transfer as well. And Scott Cater, who is also a striker from the Ivory Coast. Again, if he had a little bit more pace, he might be fantastic. But he's good at passing, good at technique, good off the ball. He could be a really good shadow striker. We need to look at maybe training him in a different position. But £47 million is a huge budget that we could bring in some more players to add to what we have already got. And Ustan actually joined us in the January. He's another right back just to give us a little bit more depth in there in behind Sivert Mansverk, because we didn't have anybody. So £2.4 million well spent in my opinion. But yeah, I really feel like this needs to change. The style of play was great, and some of the goals we were scoring from the likes of Lamine Yamal, who had a great season, Joe Rago again, who's developed quite well. Rooney Baji has also done well, a lot of time coming off the bench. But look at the development on Anson. Already, after one season, the development has come through. He is looking a phenomenal attacking talent. It's basically when Mohamed Kudus was at Ajax. We now have a new version of that from the Right to Dream Academy, which is exactly where he came from as well, Samuel Kudus. Now, 26 goals is phenomenal for a shadow striker. 15 from Yamal there with 12 assists. He missed quite a lot of games as well. As you can see, only played 31, but when he was available, he played a lot. Rooney Baji actually played more than what I anticipated. I thought he actually come off the bench a lot. It was only once, but he played 49 times with 13 goals and 17 assists, which is phenomenal again. Mansverk from right back got 13 goals and 16 assists. That's unbelievable numbers. Outside of that, though, not a lot of greens in the average rating, especially compared to previous seasons. I'd like to change that, really, into next season. There's no doubt about it, the Dutch Cup is keeping us employed at Ajax, and winning anything else seems way out of our reach right now. With interest coming in from the UAE, it was time to sell Vindal, who is also 28. And that's because Edgar Flores, who is a Colombian we signed a couple of seasons back, is ready for first team football after a fantastic season for the B team, in which he picked up 12 assists. We reverted back to a 4-2-3-1 tactic, but there's a few names in this team that I might need to introduce you to. And that's because we spent quite a lot of our transfer budget, and yet we still have loads left. But that's the beauty of youth to gold. The gold part is that you will make a lot of money and probably not be able to spend all of your transfer budget. We had £17 million going out in Vindal. There was another £5 million going out. A lot in loan deals too. We actually loaned out Brian Broby for £2.3 million to Rennes. We all know I hate them. But even Miranda, who went to Emmen for £1.6 million. This was a free transfer, and we've already loaned him out to get first team football. And he's made us loads of money. That's the beauty of youth to go. You just sign all of these players, get loan deals for them where they have to pay you, and you're making your money back already. But there we go. So we've got a lot of new guys coming in that I have spent money on. And this is where I'm starting to take gambles on players that will cost me a little bit more. All right, other than Yamal. But we've got the likes of Bruno Godoy for £10 million. He's gone straight into what I would say a bit of a development role. I've got him playing for the B team. Probably won't get any first team minutes, but £10 million for a 19-year-old. Very good with both feet. He looks decent. He just needs a bit of development and first team football before I decide to bring him in to the first team. I actually signed a player from Rennes because he's a really good right back. The 19-year-old right back who I think Sivert Mansverk can then be allowed to play elsewhere, because this guy would have the potential to be a better right back. So he comes in, Michael Karavordian. So he comes in as well. There's also some players like Jack Needham from Wellington Phoenix, who we might not see him play this season, but maybe a loan deal or two, and he could be quite decent. He's actually gone out on loan there, back to his former club. Granelli, of course, comes in. That was £23.5 million. That is a gamble. However, I have also brought in another striker in Kademar Tori from Palmeiras for £14 million. And I can't work out right now which one I want to play more, but they're both in the lineup either way. Ali Mohammedian is another centre-back that we've brought in. And then finally was Alex Hall that we seen earlier, who's finally turned 18. There's also another loss at the start of the season to Feyenoord in the Super Cup, and a loss of the opening day in the Eredivisie to AZ Alkmaar. But it's Europa League football as well this season, and it can't be any worse than the last. Surely. Or can it? Because we lost in the quarter-final of the Europa League to Valencia 3-2 on aggregate. After what seemed to be quite a promising start. We won 7 out of 8 games in the league phase, finishing top of that league, 7 wins, and we played amazingly well too. Only losing 1 game in total to Braga, going through to the round of 16 where we knocked out Sparta Prague. We were thinking it was all going to be good, and that's when Valencia knocked us out. And it still isn't getting any better in the Eredivisie. What are we now? Season 5, and we have yet to win a league title. Some would say that is absolutely disgraceful as Ajax manager. But with the youth to gold system, I promise you, we just need to be patient. And it will come. We finished quite far behind PSV Eindhoven, who won their first for a while. Feyenoord actually finished in second place there. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Thankfully, though, we've done it again. We won the Dutch Cup, and we beat Feyenoord in that final 2-0. So that is a huge positive. We are just Cup Kings, I guess. That's 2 in a row for the Dutch Cup. I don't know what really went wrong this season, but what I will say is I was trying to bed in 2 players into this first team that might not be ready yet, including the right back that we brought in. Sivert Mansverk did a fantastic job there last year, but I think in the long run I needed to play a young right back there for obviously to play better in the long run, whereas Sivert Mansverk is now going to be 28 this season. I can't really afford to keep playing him at right back when I'm going to have to sell him within 2 years. I need to find a better right back. So I'm hoping with another year under his belt, this man here can start putting in the performances that Mansverk did. But I guess a successful trial up front was Kadamar Toure, who I played more than I did Granelli. And he did very well. 29 games, he got 13 goals, which is okay. It's not bad for £14 million. That is a bonus. He got 8 assists as well, which is decent. So I think that is definitely a success story. I'm unsure about that shape, and I definitely think it will change in the season again. I'm turning to my dad with the Tinkerman, but again, the player of the season is Samuel Ansong. This man has been amazing once again. The goals, 15 just in the league, playing that shadow striker role, but 27 in total. He got 8 in 9 games in the Europa League. He was absolutely phenomenal, with being supported by Rooney Baji, who got 21 and 22 assists. Joe Rego, who got 14 and 7, mainly off the bench. And Lamine Yamal, as much as he played every single game, did get a high average rating, only got 10 goals and 13 assists. Not to mention, we had some bids coming in and some interest. And he is thinking about leaving and has requested to leave on by transfer list. So £119 million is the price that's set. That comes in, that's cool, but I don't think at this point we don't need the money. So we got £30 million with a really high wage budget. We're not going to be spending that much money again. There's no other Lamine Yamal. I don't really want to spend that much money. I want to grow our own now. And that's the trouble that we have going into season number 6. Although we keep winning the cups, we are still looking for that domestic double. And once one league title comes around, we have got to go for 3 on the bounce. But that's the beauty of youth to go. Once they are ready, you start to dominate the league. But keeping players like Yamal around is important because right now we have nobody coming through that is ready to replace him yet. However, with Shatalo now at 29, we have no choice but to sell him, and a big £48 million offer came in that we accepted. So I had to sign a youngster to slot into Shatalo's position, and that was 18-year-old Piccione, who my scouts rated with a very high potential, but he definitely isn't first team ready just yet. However, for £35 million, he might just have to be unfortunately stuck in there anyway. The only other option is that we signed Alex Humble just before he turned 20 years old, but he's even further from being ready, off of Hull City for £13 million. A lot of other new youngsters joined the ranks as well for some cheap prices, maybe they will develop, or maybe they will be sold on for a lot more money, and maybe they will get loaned out like Diego Arias, who we've risked loan into PSV, even though he seems a cracking player this season. I've tried to simplify the tactic a bit more and given my trust to these two guys to start every single game. And outside of the Super Cup, we've had a great month to open the season, including an 8-0 win in the Eredivisie. Will it continue though, and hopefully earn us our first league title as we go on into season number 6? Well, we won't be relying on the cup to keep our job this time round because Vitesse knocked us out in the second round. That's awful. Nor will winning a European trophy because we were out of the Europa League to Brighton yet again, this time in the round of 16, and we had to go through the playoff system. We knocked out Olympiacos, and that's because in the league phase, we lost 1 game to Nice, we drew 3 there, and finished in 9th position. This season's not looking good. Thankfully, it is saved because we won the Eredivisie for the first time as Ajax manager, which I can't believe I'm saying that in the 6th season, but you don't watch this because I'm good at the game. We finally won the league and we only finished 3 points above final, so a bit of taste of their own medicine. I guess the surprise package is Sparta Rotterdam actually finishing in 3rd place, but we don't need to worry about that. We're finally champions. We've lifted our first Eredivisie title on 80 points, only losing 4 games, and I'm quite surprised by the average ratings too. Lamine Yamal, Rooney Baji, and Song. Not really that surprised to be fair, but the goals, where did they come from? We need to have a look at that. Lamine Yamal, incredible. It's stupid to say, but he still wants it. He's 22. Rooney Baji's done really well. Look at those attributes. Really good now. He's 24 already. And Son is 21, and look how bloody good he still is. And he is turning into a quality player for us. Dennis Seaman, though, had the most clean sheets, and I think that's the reason why we won the league. His development has been very crucial to our success, I believe. But let's have a look more at the goals, because the highest goal scorer this season wasn't even at our club. It was at PSV in Diego Arias, and he has grown. I picked the wrong player when I was deciding to keep around Cadamartori, who scored 17 but didn't have a very good average rating. I played in almost every game, and he just hasn't really done it yet. Whereas Diego Arias, in a weaker side, has produced the goods, and he's developed quite well. I mean, pace-wise, he's fantastic. Maybe we need to give Diego Arias a run in our team next season because we can't rely on Ansong to keep scoring all of our goals. The likes of Kenneth Taylor, though, could be his last season, as well as Mansvik. They're both 28 now, in the prime time to sell them if you're going by youth to gold. As soon as they get to 28, that's when I'm looking to get rid of them. Don't really want to play a 29 going into the season because you definitely have to get rid of them, and then you're struggling in that final season that they have to play. So there's 4 players right there that we need to be offloading this summer. But coming in, we've got £40 million in our transfer budget. Built up with whatever we can get from player sales should give us enough to replace those guys with a lot in our youth system. Now, it's the first time I've clicked on this tab here, but you can see there are some players who are developing quite nicely in our B team and in our under 18s. In our B team, we have quite a lot of players with very high potential that we have brought in and played a lot of games. I mean, there's some guys in there that have even got into the first team, and we've got to be happy with that. Granelli is one of those guys who's been teetering on the edge of both. I wish I could give him more game time. Maybe I should have when I seen how bad Cadamartori has been doing. But still, there we go. He has been getting some game time. And in the under 18s, again, there's some players in there that have just been scoring a lot of goals, either on loan or in the B team, and growing quite nicely. So there is players ready to step up. There's no players that I would say are definitely guaranteed to be in our first team next season outside of Diego Arias. First league title won, going towards the 3 on the bounce, but typically we couldn't pick up that domestic double this season. But going into the summer, there weren't too many new signings, and Bad Boy was one of them. The striker with a badass last name joins us from South Africa for 400k after spending another season on loan at Kaizer Chiefs. I spent, and some would say wasted, most of my transfer budget on Bruno Costa, who I then loaned back to Passos de Ferreira for 30 million for first team football. I actually really struggled this transfer window finding the type of player that I wanted to bring in, decided against selling Mansverk and Kenneth Taylor this season in hopes of winning the title for the second time in a row for the challenge. A sacrifice I was willing to make, however there are huge changes in terms of tactic, and I don't think you are prepared to see this because even I don't know what this is, and there are some new players breaking into the first team, but it fits most of our best players getting into the squad, and it's been doing well. Because the first game we played against PSV in the Super Cup, this tactic slapped them 5-1, and outside of a draw that we actually dominated in the Eredivisie, we have been scoring so many goals it's scary, and I like being feared by our opponents. And the goals we have been scoring have been coming from all positions on the pitch, which I prefer over just relying on one guy scoring the goal and nobody else contributing. Not to mention, the build-up play has been sublime for some of these goals too. It's a gamble with us needing to win 2 more league titles in a row, but fingers crossed it pays off. It's our first time back in the Champions League after a couple of seasons just in Europa, and we've done really well. We finished in 5th place in the group stage, only losing 2 games to Frankfurt and Milan, winning 6 games, beating Arsenal, Bayern Munich, Galatasaray 7-3 in Galatasaray, all the way through to the round of 16 where we knocked out Liverpool 5-1 on aggregate, which tells me this tactic could also be quite good when we're underdogs, which is good to know as well. However, we go against Arsenal, who are the title holders of the Champions League, and they eliminated us 4-2. And they have still gone on to play in the final against Real Madrid to retain that Champions League. This summer window was open and we finally sold Taylor to Saudi Arabia, unfortunately for less than I'd hoped, getting £20 million for him. However, the big bucks came when we sold Sivert Mansverk to Al Ahly as midfielder, who we trained also at right back, went for 66 million. Silvano Vos also left the club to go to Spurs for 44 million, another good deal I felt at 26. But I've been very disappointed with Jurel Hato's development, and I've sold him now for just 13 million. With our new formation scrapping fullbacks, we also sold our French one to Arsenal and still managed to gain a profit, as well as Sky Vink, who never quite made it to the first team player that we hoped, to PSV. And with that extra cash, we accumulated a good £200 million extra on top of our already good transfer budget, which we never really will fully spend now, but we did manage to bring in a lot of players our scouts found this summer, and some targets I've been trying to bring in since they first appeared, and only now are they willing to move. Some future first team players in this list for sure that we've just signed. Attacking wise, we are pretty set and I feel comfortable with the players and replacements that we have for them on the bench. However, the defence is still developing and I don't think we have a player with the same calibre as Shatalo who we had to sell last season. Is it enough to win the last of the 3 Eredivises in a row this season though? Given that the start of the season has gone this great, we might even target the domestic double as well. We just need our attacking boys to dominate on the pitch and not rely too much on our weak defence. Well, we definitely won't be winning the domestic double because NEC knocked us out on penalties in just the 3rd round, so that is a disappointment. In the Champions League, it started off really well for us. We only lost 1 game to Real Madrid away from home. We drew 2 and we won 5. And again, despite us having this really attacking tactic, we beat the likes of Barcelona. We stuffed Leipzig 5-1 in Germany. We look really strong. That obviously puts us into the round of 16. And we lost to Porto. But then I thought, well, we can't be too harsh on Porto because they've made the final this year. They might not win it, but they've made the final against Real Madrid. They even knocked out Lille in the semi-final. Quarter-final, they knocked out Arsenal, who are the winners of last season and the season before that. So maybe I've been a bit too harsh on Porto. But did we win those 3 Eredivises in a row? We need to retain the title. Not only did we win it, we done it unbeaten. 0 losses across 34 games in the Eredivisie. We are invincibles in the Netherlands. Complete domination. NEC, by the way, don't understand how they've all of a sudden become a major factor in this. They finish on the 68 points, the same as Feyenoord. So I don't feel too bad now getting knocked out on penalties by them, because that means domestically we didn't technically lose within 90 minutes. That is an unbelievable season. We only drew 4 games as well, and to be honest, you look at those games that we did draw, we should be winning them. 30 wins in total, some big wins in there as well, 8-1, 5-1, and Anson got 29 goals. That is mental. Absolutely incredible. We dominated the average rating again. We had the most player of the matches. That is our 3rd title in a row, and one of the challenges ticked off. Okay, let's have a look at some of the goals and development-wise then. Obviously, Ansong, 35 goals, 18 assists is unreal. But Lamine Yamal also has 20 and 21. He's now 24. He's actually signed a new contract with us as well recently, which is great. Joe Rego had another good season. Edgar Flores, who is a left midfielder slash left back, has been doing really well for us. 15 goals and 12 assists from that left midfield spot. Is not bad at all. Rooney Bargi, I actually feel kind of bad for. He's dropped off a little bit in terms of performance-wise. He had a big injury, I think it was the season before this one, and he hasn't exactly been able to be starting as many games. He is wanted. It might be time to cash in on Rooney Bargi. It might not. We'll have to see. We've got some players that have gone out on loan and started developing quite nicely, including this 21-year-old Rodrigo Miguel. This man, though, is a new signing, and I am liking what I'm seeing so far. Jaime Runnerson, who looks pretty good with 20 flair, some really good mental attributes, and he's a 19-year-old centre midfielder. I wish he had better aggression. That's the only thing I wish he had at this point, but not to say that will develop a little bit more, get into the double figures hopefully. He looks like a talent. He's been playing for the young Ajax. We got him on a free transfer, in fact. 5 goals and 1 assist in 14 games for a centre mid is unbelievable. I'm really hoping that we can keep developing him and he turns out to be something beautiful, because that is impressive already. 13 assists from Bruno Godoy is also really good. That CDM that we've been sort of bedding into the team recently. Ricardo Picconi, who obviously replaced Shatalo, we were right to sign him. That was a good move, because that, thank you very much to our scouts. That was absolutely sublime. £9 still around. He's still knocking about. Not as amazing as what I've seen him in other saves, but still really good. And the other guy that I've been really trusting is my left-sided centre-back. We needed somebody in there, and he has really stepped up. That is Franatovic, who is from Croatia, 19 years of age. This is his 2nd season. He didn't play at all last year. For £10 million, we signed him. We gave him a lot of game times this year, and he's done really well. So I'm happy with that. Well, the youth to go completes the first challenge of winning 3 consecutive league titles. And you can see the Runarson deal here in January, but again, we aren't spending no money right now and just picking up bargain after bargain after bargain, and prospects that potentially could help us in the long run. We got 2 more coming in soon as well, and over £200 million of the transfer budget that we won't be spending anytime soon. And our development centre is stacked, full of great potential players, and our B team is also stacked with players who could fill in for the first team when needed. And I know this because the B team, by the way, who play in the 2nd division, has been destroying the league every single year, but obviously can't get promoted into our division. These other 2 guys aren't going to play as much as possible this season for their development, but the rest of the team is full of fantastic players now, and players that can also play in multiple positions. So our squad depth is probably 2 to 3 squad sizes in terms of balance, and it's good to see us still scoring a lot of goals in every single game at the start of the season. But we are in season number 9 now, and we really need to be thinking about that domestic double. Not to mention, we haven't even got past the Champions League quarter-final yet. Could this be the season we manage to step up to the last 2 challenges? Well, it wasn't an unbeaten season, but it's still complete domination. 18 points above Feyenoord will take another league win. Just the 2 losses, and it's only 2 1-0s. But in season 9, we finally get the domestic double done, and what a way of doing it. 7-2 in the final against Feyenoord. This tactic and these players are absolutely cooking. That's challenge number 2 down. Now it's just time for the ultimate goal, winning the Champions League. And we have got all the way to a Champions League final with only Liverpool in our way to lifting the glory. Porto, by the way, won it last year. That is mental. In the league phase, we only finished in 12th place. We didn't exactly do very well there, but that meant we went through to the knockout playoff round. We knocked out FC Copenhagen. Round of 16, we knocked out last season's winners, Porto. We got our revenge, 6-3 on aggregate as well. Quarter final, we knocked out Real Madrid. Everything is going our way right now. We're big. We're knocking out all the big boys. And in the semi-final, Barcelona, we destroyed them. 5-1 in the second leg. 6-3 on aggregate. And now it is just Liverpool to play in the final. Managed by Xabi Alonso with some unbelievable talents which would have worked for us in the youth to gold, including João Neves if we picked him up in Season 1. I mean, that is absolutely disgusting. Look at the state of that. But it's time for the Champions League final and to see if we can lift it in year number 9 of youth to gold. Lineups are in. Liverpool have gone for a 4-3-3. They've got the likes of Kvaratskhelia in there, Szoboszlai, Neves, Oscar Bob. But have they got Ansong? Our star man from Ghana has been playing absolutely insane. Of course, we've got the likes of Lamine Yamal as well. It's Omega Luke versus Xabi Alonso in this Champions League final. Come on, Ajax. We've caught them napping early as well. Within just a minute, Kalamaturi's in. Oh, that should be a goal. Chance wasted. Got another attack down the right, though, and it's Anson. Only 7 minutes in. Back to Yamal. He's got time and space. Oh, Verbruggen. It's another corner. Liverpool's keeper's having a blinder, but we've got a chance from a set piece. This could be a good opportunity not to lose it. Runarsson needs to be smart here. Okay, we found a guy. We found both our centre-backs. Let's not lose it. Oh, Yamal maybe on a run. Possibly. Godoy, he's found Yamal. Kalamaturi, he's offside. I did think he was off. The ball to Yamal was just a little too late. Offside, that ain't going to count. VAR's going to check. I could see that. Come on. Don't need VAR for that. Miles off. Oh, another set piece, though. Yamal. Headed out. Come on, don't lose it. They got what? We have them pinned in, by the way. Pinned in. Humble. Formerly of Hull City, may I remind you. Piccioni to Yamal. There's a ball to Ansong. He's a danger man. Oh, I think he's off again. It's a great goal, but he's off. That's 2 he's stuck in. Oh, don't tell me we're going to get sucker punch from a set piece. Don't tell me. Beraldo, get it out. Uh-oh. Hickey, Yamal, cleared. The danger isn't cleared, though. Yamal. Beraldo again. We're going to work this left-hand side to Hickey. Oh, Szoboszlai. This is dangerous. I don't like it when highlights take this long. I do not like it. Sabani. Look at this team. João Neves, one of the best midfielders, if not the best, in the world. Kvaratskhelia taps it in. Off the post. He was offside. But that's the danger that they can cause. Okay. Now it's time for us. Kalamaturi's already put the ball in the net twice. João Neves, that was risky. Joe Rego. Go on, get it in. Yamal. Godoy. Go. What's a deflection, but we'll take it. Second half on the way. Straight away, a highlight. I say straight away. 11 minutes gone. We have a highlight. Franatovic. Godoy. We've got good ball players. This formation allows you to be able to spread the ball nice and wide, but still compact the midfield. Ansong there. Yamal. There's a ball to Joe Rego. That's another great save. 66 minutes on the clock. I'm making 2 changes. I'm bringing off Joe Rego. I'm bringing off Runarsson. And I'm bringing on our first ever signing, Rooney Bargi and Job Bellingham. These guys have been with us from Season 1 and 2. Can they make a difference in this Champions League final and help us over the line to lift the trophy? Kalamaturi whips it in just over the bar. Verbruggen probably would have saved it, though. Only deflection can get past him right now. Oh, we're into injury time. 96th. Come on, we've done it. Champions League winners, and that is the 3rd challenge done. Using the youth to gold method, we have rebuilt Ajax to be champions of the Eredivisie, winning the title 3 times in a row, lifting the domestic double as well, and of course now we are Champions League winners. The save game file will be on Patreon and channel members for them to look over the save and even steal the tactic if you wish, but please make sure you're subscribed for more challenges and check out this video where my dad rebuilt Spurs across 10 seasons. Youth to Gold is a philosophy that only allows you to buy players 19 years of age or younger, while trying to sell players who are 30 and above, with the aim of developing young cheap talents and selling the older players for huge profits, to achieve the ultimate goal of building a side to win the Champions League. And this year, the club I've chosen is Mallorca. After my dad and I's amazing trip there recently, we just had to. But of course, Barcelona and Real Madrid are going to make this even harder to win trophies. However, with some of our players in their 30s just joining the club, it's going to take us a season to really install our philosophy, as well as the fact that we got a tiny transfer budget. So we may just breeze through this first transfer window without any money and get to the action. So to catch you up, my first task was the backroom staff. We had 0 scouts to begin with, so we need to find some with fantastic judging potential and adaptability. And once I got most of my backroom staff in, including all of the scouts, I could then start assigning the scouts through recruitment focuses. I know a lot of you are going to be doing Youth to Gold saves and want to know what is the best way of setting up your scouts, so let me show you. I've only got 6 scouts plus a chief scout, and as you can see, I've got 6 recruitment focuses done already, and I'm going to do one more. So this is how I would actually do it. Create recruitment focus, go down to this drop menu, press any, select any, because I don't really care about my formation yet. I just want to find all these players in the future. Select transfer. I'm going to keep going back until I get to a 5-star or 5 silver star, because that's going to be the youth rating. Then I'm going to be having a look at this one, and I want my potential to be roughly 4-star potential or more, because if I go 5-star, I'm not going to get as many players. Let's go 4-star for now. Of course, the maximum age is going to be 19. I don't want any more than 19. That's not allowed. Ongoing. Now, at the minute, because I haven't got that many scouts, I've got every single scout out other than one, which is William Santos. I'm going to bring him in. And I've got, and I'll show you the locations in a second where they're all dotted around. So I'm going to select the area for this guy. I want it to be 3 or 4 different nations. So I want Argentina. I want Brazil as well. And then let's take a look. I want to have a look also in Germany and probably Spain as well, because that's obviously, I've got them covered twice already, but getting Spanish players in is going to be quite crucial. I'm going to click confirm on that one. I'm going to untick this one so that he's going to find different people compared to the one that I've already got. And this one I'm going to name Best Nations, because these are the nations that I want to be finding the best players from. In fact, I'm actually going to add one more from Europe, and that is going to be the Netherlands, because they are always chucking out some really good players as well. So that's 5 nations from there that I've got to select confirm. Now the rest of them, you can see I've got one exactly identical setup for Spain. I've got one exactly identical setup for the whole of Europe. The same for Africa. Now cheap nations, you might like this one as well. I've got 9 different countries here that I usually find cheap wonder kids from. Denmark, Croatia, Austria, Norway, Romania, Serbia, Sweden, Switzerland, and Czech Republic. Those nations I always tend to find really good cheap wonder kids from, and they're European. That's basically what I've got set up, and I've got a UK one too, as well as a South America. Okay, that's as easy as that. For now, with only 6 scouts and a chief scout, that's all I'm setting up. I do welcome my first signing through the door from Real Madrid, the left-footed centre-back Montolio, who is just 16 years of age with 16 for passing and tackling for just under 300k. And tactically for Season 1, before we really find our identity, we're going to go for this 4-3-1-2 formation. And we brought in another signing from Locomotiva for 450k up front, with a deal that could amount to a few million with add-ons. The first game of the season swiftly came at us against Celta Vigo, and we find ourselves a goal down after just 11 minutes. Second half, and again, we were starting slow, and Celta doubled their lead 10 minutes from the break. Just 3 minutes later, after Mallorca went off injured, his replacement Abdon pulled a goal back. And in the 92nd minute, Maffeo sprayed the ball out wide to Raylo, who took a chance at the defender and squeezing the equaliser. And we followed that with a 3-1 home win against Getafe. And our striker Mallorca was back from injury to help us beat Granada 5-1. And that fantastic start to the season sees us sat in 6th place with a difficult month ahead. But the transfer window is now closed shut until January. But our recruitment focuses are already well underway, finding us future prospects to add to our shortlist we may have to call upon soon. And as I mentioned, I've just started a future prospect shortlist where any players I really like, such such as Justin Deal, I can keep a closer eye on. Our first loss came against Almeria at home, and Abdon probably had the best start for us, scoring in the win away to Real Betis. Real Madrid then came for a visit, and we started so well and took the lead through Giovanni Gonzalez. But in the second half, already on a yellow card, the same Gonzalez brought down Vinicius Jr. to receive his second yellow card, and he is off. Still, I am so proud of the team, despite Tchouaméni equalising not long after from a fantastic strike, and then the legend and former Ballon d'Or winner Luka Modric winning the game with an unbelievable free kick. Another loss to Real Sociedad, and the month doesn't look great, but I personally am quite satisfied with how the team performed. Then we went unbeaten throughout the whole of October by drawing all 4 games. Our own incompetence in defending and passing out from the back led to Barcelona taking the lead against us, but then they remembered they are Barcelona, and they started knocking the ball around a bit, and they battered us 4-0. We hosted Villarreal and had a horrendous first half, conceding to Real Albiol, but came out in the second half much more fired up, and Samu leveled the scoring before Kyle Larin opened up his body and smashed in the winner. But still, we drew 2 more games. It's our favourite thing to do. In December, possibly at the worst time though, we went on an incredible run, starting with a win against Alaves after going a goal down, followed by beating Bilbao with Maffeo and Muriqi really standing out, and once again coming from behind, this time just 2-0 after just 7 minutes, and then defeating Sevilla 1-0 from the penalty spot, and taking our only loss this month away to Atletico Madrid, followed by a win in the Copa del Rey first round. And I said it was at the wrong time because it was December, right before the transfer window just opened, and now we're getting bids for all of our players. Starting almost immediately, we received a bid which I rejected for Maffeo and Abdon, which the club rejected the negotiation. But just a day later, Manchester United activated Maffeo's release clause of £21 million. However, he turned them down, as well as Arsenal, to go to Saudi Arabia for absolutely ridiculous wages. While that was going on, we welcomed Nigerian 18-year-old goalkeeper Nwosu to the club on a free transfer. In my South American recruitment focus, however, I had already targeted my Maffeo replacement, penning the injury that he currently has from San Lorenzo. But we had to act fast as he turned 20 on the 16th of January, and he signs just 3 days before that. Muriqi was the other wanted star in our squad after 10 goals in the first 19 games, and many clubs were interested. And again, Manchester United activated his £29 million release clause. That's a lot of money that you can buy replacements with, and of course, a lot of other wonder kids though, right? It would have been if Lazio did not receive 45% of it. It's a shame to see these first teamers go, because even during January, both of them were playing outstanding for us, scoring all 3 goals between them in a win to Getafe. Muriqi also scored both goals for us against Celta Vigo. At least he got his final goodbye to the fans in his last game as we beat Granada 2-0. While looking for his replacement, we had £18 million, and I went for my #1 target this January in Rafael Luis of Benfica, managing to secure a deal that eventually could climb to £9 million. But I think the Portuguese 18-year-old will be worth every single penny for us and starts in our starting 11. And he banged in the winner on his debut for us against Girona in the Copa del Rey. Replacing Muriqi, however, was a lot more difficult than what I thought it would be. Despite us obviously having a very good recruitment focus, we didn't have any strikers that could come in the first team right away. So what I've had to do is I've loaned Nelson Viper, who is a very good German striker, in the same kind of stature as Muriqi. He's 6'4", he's a bit of a powerhouse, with good heading ability and good finishing. He's nowhere near the standard of Muriqi, but he's only 18. Now, the reason why I couldn't sign him outright was because he had just signed a new contract in December, meaning he didn't want to leave. However, we have loaned into the end of the season. We do have an optional future fee. We might even pay less than that optional future fee to bring him in on a permanent deal, should he play well. He wasn't the only signing though that we made. We did spend a little bit more money, £2.3 million on Zidane Sertdemir, 18-year-old Danish centre-attacking midfielder, who's not going to be playing first team football for us yet, but by next season I'm hoping we'll be able to bed into the side. Again, he's only 18, but good potential. £2.3 million is an absolute steal. He went to Nordsjælland, went to Bayer Leverkusen, back to Nordsjælland. Now we're at Mallorca. Maybe he will sign for Nordsjælland again after us. In the summer, we also have some free transfers. We're looking at Hugo Barrincha from Real Zaragoza, 17 years of age. Again, it's just a freebie. James De Bayo, centre-back from Leeds. Really good first touch and tackling and technique. Again, only 18 years of age. And finally, we have Arsene Diao, 18 years of age, winger or striker, who has fantastic physicals, maybe just needs to catch up elsewhere. But 5-star potential, and again a free transfer, can't really complain. Nor can we complain about our form. We've won every game in January. An incredible month for us despite losing our 2 best players arguably, and we now sit in 5th. But as you can see, both Mariki and Mafia was up there in the player statistics. And boy did we miss them as the season went on. We did beat Real Betis 1-0 during February. But that was our only win, as we then lost both to Barcelona and Real Madrid, who actually tonked us 7-0, as well as Sociedad and Almeria. Nelson Viper finally scored his first goal for us after 5 appearances in a win against Vallecano. And with 2 months of the season remaining, we still had hopes of European football next season. But an absolute drumming from Valencia made me think we are being quite naive. This draw at home to Las Palmas proved that we missed the attacking threat Mariki and Maffeo provided, and we already hit stage 2 of youth to go so soon in the project. Stage 2 is basically where you start to sell all of your already established players, maybe the best players in your squad like Maffeo and like Mariki, and start trying to embed the new young signings that you have brought in, try and replace them, which obviously is never going to help straight away. They need a little bit of development, and you're probably going to see a dip in your form. That's stage 2. And the step to stage 3 is always the hardest, because you're waiting for your young signings to develop to become better players. It's a scrappy and very frustrating time, but it's well worth it when it pays off eventually, and that's why I love Youth to Gold. We drew 3 more games in April, but Nelson scored 2 goals in 4 games. It's just a case of at the end of the season whether I'd see his price tag as being worth bringing him in on a permanent or not. Unfortunately, just 1 win and 4 draws in the last 2 months has harmed our push for European football this season, but that would have been an overachievement anyway. With the original plan for this season just to accomplish a mid-table finish, which we should definitely do. The youth intake give us a couple of new talents that have potential to grow into something. But that's not what Mallorca are known for, as they only have half a star for their youth recruitment, but it is something I'd like to improve every season. Our final run of fixtures is tough, with games against Barcelona, Sevilla, Atletico and Bilbao. And the first game against Alaves didn't start great, as Samuel Morodion assisted Alcain for the opening goal. But it only did take us 4 minutes to pull us back to 1-1, which is how it finished. We took the lead against Barcelona, but Robert Lewandowski. We also lost to Sevilla away from home, but we did manage to beat Atletico thanks to a Nelson Viper header at the back post. He also managed to score against Bilbao on the final day from Luis's assist. Unfortunately, we still lost that match, and our end of season puts us on 51 points in 11th position, but that's just where the fun begins. The highlighted 8 players are all running out of contract and to be released, including Danny Rodriguez, who has started 35 league games this season but is aged 35, and Abdon, who is also a fan favourite of the club. We have £20 million in our transfer budget for now, with a lot of players to analyse that we could potentially bring in, and a big decision as to whether or not we make Nelson Viper's transfer a permanent one to Mallorca this summer. With our first season over, we can now ask the board to supply us with some more scouts. While I'm here, I might as well ask for improved youth recruitment as well, with the aim to raise more transfer budget, and fringe players like Valgent, who has 1 year left, can be moved on. I think at the end of each season too, we should look at how our new signings are developing. After all, with this being Youth to Gold, it's important to track how a lot of our signings are doing and whether they can get into the first team or not. So starting from season 2, at the end of every season, we're going to do a development dive into all of these players. New budgets came in with £25 million in the transfer kitty. So with that in mind, I think we should try to make Viper a permanent sign-in and try and offer what he's actually valued with no add-ons. I'm also going through my current recruitment focuses and adding any player I like to my future prospect shortlist before deciding who else to sign. The board have agreed that we are lacking in the scouting department and have allowed us just 1 more scout. At least it wasn't a no, I guess, so I'll go out and hire another. New board culture excites me though, to sign players under 23 for the first team. 2 offers are coming in for Valgent, so I'm going to try and start a bidding war by upping one of them to see if they accept, which they did, and reject the other while offering him out for even more money. The board have also agreed to increase the youth recruitment network. Happy days. And we managed to confirm Nelson Viper as a permanent transfer before we've even hit June. My target for that centre attacking midfield position though is Anthony Melambo at Feyenoord, who my scouts rate very highly, so I'm going to try and negotiate a cheap price without feeling like we are overpaying, and instead for a cost that I know in years time we can create huge profit from. And we got the deal done. Happy days. But we also start to sell players as well, and for next season I want to maybe start using wingers, so I'm looking at Prestiani as a target who my scouts recommend very highly, and he's a very reasonable price too. We are slowly getting rid of all of our 30+ euros despite them being our best players like Dada, who we sold for 15 million, and centre-back Raylo, who is for a little bit less. Valjean might be staying as he just keeps rejecting clubs though. I need a couple of centre midfielders, and Dorgeles is perfect and is turning 20 in August, so I need to make a move quickly, so bringing him in now is sensible before I forget. Another really cheap talent in centre midfield is Fernando Neto at Salzburg, who I really like the look of too, and he's rather cheap, so I'm going to bring in both. There was not a lot of options for centre-back, so I went for the highest rated I could afford, and that's this Norwegian guy at Rosenborg called Håkon Rosten. Arguably, my best deal though was for Bayern's attacking midfielder Arjan Ibrahimovic for just 175k. That's a bargain. I had a job interview offer from Bilbao too, which was weird. Behind the scenes, I'm working on a couple of signings that I think you're really going to like, for a good price too. Another player over 30 left the club in Mascarell for 2.3 million, as well as Valjean, who finally left Real Sociedad for 7 million, meaning we were also quite short at centre-back. But my cheap nation recruitment focus came in clutch for strikers as we brought in 2 Serbians, with the first Popovic, who I'm looking to loan out straight away, as well as Alexic, who will challenge Viper for first team football. First game of the season is already here though, and it's Athletic Bilbao away, which leads into me explaining what our tactic is. We're going for a 1 striker formation with a shadow striker. I think Malambo is fantastic, especially in that role with that 15 composure. I really like that. I just wish he had better off the ball, but I really like the shadow striker role this year. We're sticking with like a 3-man midfield, but I want to push Luis a little bit further forward because he is more of a natural centre mid. I think we can benefit more out of him, especially in that centre midfield on attack, because then it will fill that void there, and he will sit in alongside Prestiani, who is going to be an inside forward on support. However, he is right-footed, so I am tempted to see what that's like as a winger, but other than that, it's very bog standard. The Volante on attack, on support, deep line playmaker, the usual back 4 with Lato given the license to go forward on attack duty because there's nobody in front of him. I think this might be a work in progress, but I'm excited to see how it plays out. And it was a very tight first half, with the deadlock being broken on the 71st minute, and Viper tapped in the rebound from Samu's shot. But we couldn't take all 3 points on this day, unfortunately, as Bilbao equalised just 2 minutes later. Brentford keep coming in for Sotacek, who we signed last season for pennies, and I'm happy just to accept the deal, which is up to 15.5 million. Nice bit of profit from the 1.5 billion we spent on him last summer. In the second fixture, I was enjoying the combination of Prestiani and Malambo, although we did draw the game 2-2. But once again, in the following match, our football was a joy to watch, and a very good first half goal was deserved. Unfortunately though, luck wasn't on our side, as Almeria scored a deflected shot. However, our captain Sammy was there to find the winner to give us our first 3 points of the season. I haven't mentioned him much, but he is a quality player for us, and just 23 years old. He scored 2 goals in the following match as well against Villarreal, although both were questionable from the goalkeeper. And that was another win for us though. 3-2 against a very good Villarreal side. Deadline day, and my final target is 19-year-old German centre-back or right-back at Salzburg that my scouts rate very highly. And we get a deal accepted for £11.75 million up front. Morgala joins us as a very versatile defender, as mentioned, can play centre-back and right-back with a model citizen personality. That's perfect. He better be ready though, because we've got a tough couple of months coming up. Starting with a loss to Real Sociedad after a 91st minute penalty. Following that, we've seen great link-up play from Prestiani and Nelson Viper straight from the kickoff, and Viper scores in the first minute of the match against Valencia. And it stayed that way too. Unfortunately, we couldn't take that into the Sevilla game, and now we host Real Madrid at home, who within 5 minutes tore us apart, playing through Rodrigo to open the scoring. However, we weathered the many waves of attacks and found Lato on the left, who found Malambo drifting into space for the equaliser. And in the 90th minute, Ibrahimovic dropped one high to the back post, and there was Capetti to nod in the winner. An unbelievable win, and that puts us 6th place currently after just 8 matches, and cost Real Madrid their 100% record so far. And how do we follow that performance? Did we push on and win some more games? No, we lost all 3 of the following matches, including a 5-0 loss to Alaves. We finally got back to winning ways against newly promoted Espanyol, where Prestiani was exceptional, assisting the first and scoring the second. However, man of the match was left-back Tony Lato, who assisted the last 2 goals. He even scored in the next game after stabbing home the second of 3 goals against Sporting, but we couldn't win through on the bounce as Atletico kept us to a 1-0 loss. December was a weird month as we lost at home to Celta Vigo from 2 late goals, and then drew 0-0 to Las Palmas, before beating Granada 4-0 at home. And then we travelled to Valencia to beat Levante 3-0 with a cracking goal from a young Serbian striker. We then won 7-1 in the first round of the Copa del Rey as we turn into the new year of 2025 We currently sit 9th place in La Liga. It's probably a good point now to have a look again at our scouting system, etc., because I have changed a little bit. We've got £8 million in our budget, so we can probably sign a couple of players should we want to. 20 recommendations just in the European one alone. The South America's got 19. This is the one I've added now. Portugal, Spain, and Italy, just 3 really good nations with one of the new scouts that I have brought in. But we're still picking up loads from the other ones. 15 recommendations there. 7 from the Spain just alone. The cheap nations, another 2. This guy here, 3-star current ability, 4-star potential. If I wanted a centre midfielder to bring in, that could be a really good one because, again, he's quite cheap. UK one tends to bring out some expensive ones. I'll probably avoid signing a lot of players from there. Best Nations has got one there. Leo Sauer and Africa. Very rare that you find one, but when you do, 9 times out of 10 it's worth a pickup because for 800k, yes, he's only got 2 strength and 2 jump and reach, but I could probably make a profit out of him. 2 new signings came through early doors, with the first being Dardé, a German midfielder from Hertha Berlin, just 18 years old, and then Edu Sanchez from Barcelona, a very talented left back for just 350k. January didn't start well on the pitch though, 2 losses. Honestly, I don't know what's happened from our December form because unlike last year, we've kept all of our players in January and we've just loaned a couple of players out, and yet teams are absolutely stuffing us. On deadline day, we had a bid from Saudi Arabia for Samu, who I really don't want to lose, so I rejected it. But I did loan a lot of squad players out this month to gain first team football. January's over, but the losses kept coming. Thought we had a win in the bag at home to Sociedad. That was until they scored an equaliser in the 92nd minute. Then we travelled to Valencia, where we were gifted the most hilarious goal to kick things off. Couldn't prevent a goal at the other end though, and another clean sheet was gone for a 1-1 draw. Losing to Sevilla in the next match before we travelled to the Bernabeu. And it only took 7 minutes before Real Madrid broke us down and Vinicius opened the scoring. But instead of bowing down and accepting defeat, we remembered we beat them last time. We hit them on the break as Sanchez smashes in a volley. An attack down the left is then pulled back to Luis and then to Morlanes, and we are ahead. Surely we can't beat Real Madrid both times this season. Well, Morgana got caught on the ball, and that mistake leads to Valverde making it 2-2. However, fantastic play leaves Luis in space, whose shot comes back off the post and Malambo taps it in, and it's 3-2. We've just beat Real Madrid both times this season. We've also lost to Barcelona both times right after though. But with a good run of games, now towards the end of the season, can we make a late push into those European spots? And yes, we are Real Madrid's only 2 losses this season. I am a genius manager.
Like the LeBron James of soccer?
Definitely.
We started strong after the Barcelona match by beating Alaves 1-0. But then we lost to Girona despite equalising when we were down to 10 men. And we actually lost that to a 97th minute goal as well. But thankfully we went back to winning ways and performing really well, with both Viper and Sanchez picking up goals against Espanyol. Dardé scored 2 goals in an away game to Sporting. This was a pretty scrappy one, but the second was even worse as he scored off the back of someone else's wayward shot, smacking him straight on the stars. We won that game 4-2 with Prestiani and Viper also scoring. But the rest of the month included a 1-1 draw Atletico Madrid after a late equaliser and a loss to Celta Vigo, meaning we only creep into 9th place with 4 games remaining. But that's when we really turned things up for a European push. First with a win against Las Palmas at home thanks to goals from Prestiani and Malambo, followed by an away 3-0 win to Granada and another 3-0 win at home to Levante, with Prestiani scoring yet another goal. So with our last game of the season being away to Real Betis, we have 1 game and an outside chance of finishing 7th place, which is a European spot. Small chance, but still. And it was another defensive mistake and Real Betis take the lead. However, it was that man Prestiani who once again scores to pull us level before half-time. And in the second half, Samu, despite rumours of leaving, scores the winner for us in one of the hardest grounds to travel to. So a fantastic run of 4 wins at the end of the season, but it wasn't quite enough and we miss out by a couple of points, finishing 9th once again. But let's take a look at the development of our young squad. Yes, it wouldn't be youth to gold if we didn't dive into the development of players. And starting off with a 9.7 training rating, Rafael Luis, who looks absolutely exceptional. There's a reason why I made this man one of my number 1 targets in season number 1. He's already wanted Southampton by a transfer. They're going to have to pay a lot more money than that. I don't want to let this guy go. He's only 20. We bought him for £6.75 million. That looks like a steal. He's had a great season for us and he keeps progressing really, really well. A lot of 15s in there now. Natural fitness is 17. Strength of 15. I'm buzzing with him. Nelson Viper. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Not necessarily done that well in actual games, but he is progressing. His attributes are getting better. We can see bravery's come back up. He had a big injury halfway through the season where he tore his quad, I think. He's got better. I'm also training to likes to beat the offside trap because he has good pace and good off-the-ball ability. That will really help his game if he manages to learn how to do that. Prestiani, he's got a very good core to him. He has developed really well considering where we bought him. But on the pitch, he's arguably been our best player out of the ones that we've looked at recently. Definitely been performing, especially at this back end of the season. Malambo, I don't know with Malambo whether it was a good decision to bring him in or not. He's had a good training rating for this season. I don't think he has developed as much as what I hoped he would after one season. He's 20 years of age now. I'd like to have seen a little bit of a better player. I think there's a reason why nobody wants him. Rostom was more of a squad player, but he's actually developed quite well. I mean, how many games is he actually? 26 games. He started 12 of them, so he's done quite well. That's not too bad. Let's have a look at Alexic, who was one of the Serbian strikers that I signed. Was a risk because he has really low natural fitness. I think I bought this player in the looking towards maybe being a bit more of a backup, but also so I can flip for more money. You can see he's worth a lot more than what we paid for him. £1.6 million. He only scored 1 goal out of 20 appearances, 8 from starting position, so not great. Sertdemir, that's worrying if you ask me. I'm not too pleased with that. He has a balanced personality. I'm wondering whether he is not very professional because that is quite worrying, and I think we might make a loss on him. £2.3 million. And we might be able to sell him actually because he is wanted by Brighton. Or we might try and flip him and see if we can make some money back. Morgala, there's a lot of great players that we have brought in recently. Morgala has made mistakes that you've seen, but I think he's been solid for us. 20 years of age, he can play in 2 different positions. His development's been quite good, and he's got a good average rating for where we are in the league, 6.89. We've relied on him a lot. 33 appearances, 1 goal, 2 assists. I'm more than happy with Morgala. I really like what he's brought to the table. Outside of the first team, we've got a few players who are first team candidates in the development centre now. The guys that we signed on a free at the end of last season, they're turning 18 or 19 now and could be pushing for a first team spot next season. 19-year-old goalkeeper in Wolsey, I'm unsure with. I need to speak to you about the goalkeeper situation though. And DeBayo looks okay, maybe nothing too special. Now the goalkeeper situation, as I mentioned, youth to gold, usually you don't play any players once they're past 30. We couldn't avoid that. We had too many players who are above 30 or above. We only have one left now who would be 30 during this season. That's the goalkeeper Rajkovic. Now, he is injured for a little bit, but not too long. He will turn 30 in October, on Halloween. That's going to be our only player next season who will be 30 or over. So, if we do look to sell him, which he is wanted, and we bring in a new goalkeeper, then we will be completely clean for youth to gold for the next 2 seasons. And I like that a lot. Despite seeing fantastic growth in a lot of our youngsters, our top scorers only having 12 goals across the season is rather worrying. And at this point, I'm still unsure whether it's the system or the players. However, the board have set a transfer budget for the next season at 16 million. Just like last season, I've also asked the board if I can have more scouts and improve the youth network and training facilities. The scouts that I do have continue to find fantastic players for me all across Europe though, and the rest of the world. So I've got to work adding some of my favourite talents to my shortlist, including some new gens as well. The board have accepted our request for more scouts and gave us 2 more. Our facilities have actually been downgraded due to technological advances, but thankfully the board have agreed to improve the youth recruitment and planned new training facility complex to go ahead. Brian have put in an offer for Sertdemir. However, I think we can get a little bit more out of them, and we push them up. And considering we only paid £2.3 million for him, profit is profit. Complications though, as he did have a work permit rejected originally. Still a bit of a work in progress with the tactic. I'm going to try this shape for the start of the season and see how it plays out. Losing that centre midfield spot has allowed me to try and sell Antonio Sanchez, and Genoa have made a good bid, as well as Sertdemir has a work permit and is now sold. Newcastle have put in a bid for our goalkeeper Rajkovic. However, I cannot find any decent replacements right now, so I'm going to really make them pay for it, and they aren't prepared to go that high. But this infuriated Rajkovic, and he is just up for leaving at the end of his contract, which runs out at the end of this season. I just really don't think the 19-year-old Nigerian goalkeeper is quite ready for first-team football yet. With the new scout coming in though, I've set up a recruitment focus to look out for first-team players. This is players who my scouts rate as at least 3-star, which is roughly what my starting position in my lineup would be. And I've got a new scout, Flavio Costa, who is absolutely exceptional and has 20 adaptability on that task. We also had 2 scouts poached from us, so hiring in a couple of more meant that we can add a new recruitment focusing in on Asia. We haven't got anybody there yet, so I'm going to send a few scouts out there to have a look at Japan and South Korea. And almost immediately, these scouts were finding some incredible talents. One of the first transfers I decided to try and make though was Dominik Babic, who is a striker, a Croatian 18-year-old from Ajax. They didn't want too much money, but eventually I managed to get them down just below £4 million with add-ons. Another player that kept showing up in my scout reports was Junior Krupi, who is a fantastic centre attacking midfielder or striker, and I'm very interested in trying to bring him in. Unfortunately though, Lorient are playing hard to get, and I might have to go up to £10 million. The scouts that I sent to Asia found an insane Japanese 16-year-old right back by Satoshi Kawasaki. Unfortunately for me though, as great as he looks, speaking to his agent, he has no interest in signing for Mallorca right now. A positive though is that our Krupi bid was accepted. Despite other clubs having bids rejected, we can offer him a new contract. I'm happy to give him what he wants, just as long as he makes that minimum fee release clause a much higher fee. But we've got to find ourselves a new goalkeeper, as we've just accepted a bid for Rajkovic for up to £13.5 million from Watford. And annoyingly, the obvious target in Dennis Seaman has just joined Leverkusen literally days before. But then Rajkovic rejected Watford. So I've begun to scout for a new goalkeeper just in case. However, I can't find one that actually wants to join me right now. Someone who has decided to join us though is Junior Krupi. He turns down a number of different clubs to join Mallorca because he believes in the Youth to Go project. But that transfer still leaves us with about £16 million in the bank. Atalanta this time are taking a bid at our goalkeeper Rajkovic, but I'm being very strict and I'm not letting him go for anything less than £15 million. We got some smart business done by selling Hugo Baracchina to Juventus just after getting him on a free transfer the season before for £2.5 million. But already it's that time for the first game of the season and we've got Girona away from home, and unfortunately we've got some injuries and suspensions. However, we powered through and started very well with Prestiani setting up Samu for the first goal. Samu then had another shot which deflected off Krupi to make it 2-0, and Samu played a big part in the next goal scored by new boy Krupi again, an unbelievable strike to make it 3. In the second half, the right back Giai was slightly injured, but he managed to find Ibrahimovic, who found Samu, and he got his second goal, curling one into the top corner. Girona did fight back slightly though, and they managed to pull a goal back through Vallejo, but it was still 4-1 and there was still 25 minutes left, and Junior Krupi took a free kick and substitute Labarra scored to make it 5. A cracking start to the season for the Mallorca boys. Back to transfers though, and I've decided to make a bid for Miguel Pons at Getafe, a young striker with not a lot of pace, but he does have a good potential and great promise, and I finally got a bid accepted for him for just over £1.5 million with add-ons. My number one target from now on though is the defender that I found myself, and I got my scouts to have a look and they backed it up. It's the Turkish centre-back Sarakaya of Trabzonspor. I got a bid accepted because of a release clause of £13.5 million. This guy looks amazing. However, he wasn't interested in talking with me because he has just signed a new contract rather recently. Our next opponents might not have been the best in the league, but we still put on a great performance, with Nelson Viper scoring the first goal and Ariane Ibrahimovic scoring our second. We weren't as clinical in the next match though against Espanyol, as the game finished 2-2. Back to winning ways against Sevilla though, with the first goal being scored by Nelson Viper at the near post, and a second came thanks to the returning Dardai, who just come back from injury, and now that he's up to fitness, he's scoring goals. He also got another one in the second half in this 3-1 win, brilliantly assisted by Rafael Luis. And that remarkably sees us go top of La Liga thanks to both Real Madrid and Barcelona drawing 2 games already. The transfer window is now closed. Miguel Pons has joined the club, 1.5 up to 1.7. He's got fantastic technicals, good mentals, but I'm worried a little bit about the physical, so I don't know whether he will ever make it into the first team, but it's so cheap that we can flip him anyway. That's not too worried about that. Angel Galan was another player for 175k. That again, fantastic mentals, but other aspects of his game needs work, but he's only 17, so there's time for that. I still have £19 million in my transfer kitty, and I've left it because I need to sign that FA Sarakaya before he turns 20. So right now, he is refusing to sign because of that new contract in July, but if I maybe wait until October, November, before he turns 20 on the 30th of November, I can officially sign him. He won't join until January when he actually is 20, but as long as I confirm the signing before then that's happy days. He's £13.5 million. Well worth it in my opinion. He'll be a starting centre-back. We took our first loss of the season, unfortunately, in the next game against Atletico Madrid. It was an away fixture, but a 4-2 defeat. Back to gaining 3 points against Getafe at home, though. 5-2 was the victory, with Nelson Viper scoring 2 goals, a fantastic header at the back post there, and another one from a set piece after a corner quite late on. My favourite goal in this fixture, though, was the second goal that put us 2-0 up. And that was thanks to Rafael Luiz, but the build-up play was absolutely exceptional, with both centre attacking midfielders getting involved. A wonderful team goal. We continue to play outstanding football in the next match away to Villarreal in a 4-3 victory, but once again our midfield was absolutely incredible and played Villarreal's midfield off the park. We scored some fantastic goals and had 4 different goal scorers. A 0-0 draw to end the month, though, wasn't too disappointing because we were still sat in 3rd place behind Barcelona and Real Madrid, who've caught us up, and we're only 3 points behind top of the table. And as soon as we got to the 1st of October, I made a bid for Efe Sarakaya, the Turkish centre-back I mentioned earlier, and this time he was willing to join us. We offered him a fantastic contract, hopefully that he will accept straight away and we can get the deal done before he turns 20. He accepted the deal, and I think that this is the perfect bit of business to get done to help us out in our European push towards the end of the season. On the pitch, though, for some reason we keep playing Real Madrid and Barcelona in back-to-back games, and that didn't help us in the league table, and we lost both fixtures 2-1. And in the Barcelona game, I felt like we were quite unlucky. We went 1-0 up early on, but they fired back with 2 second-half goals, with the second being scored very late on from Lamine Yamal. We didn't let it affect our confidence, though. In the next fixture away to Levante, we absolutely dominated the game, scoring 2 fantastic goals, with Prestiani getting the first and Dardai getting the second very late on. However, those 2 losses to Barcelona and Real Madrid do see us drop down in the 6th place in the league. November was a mixed bag of fixtures, with 1 win, 1 loss and 1 draw, and that does see us drop even further into 7th place. But I still think we have a very good chance of pushing for that European spot. Nelson Viper is very much in form, with 9 goals so far in 13 fixtures in the league. He's developed that player trait of likes to beat the offside trap, and overall his development is looking really good. The bad news is that Samu has damaged his cruciate ligament and will be out for up to 7 months. That's his season over. Morlanes can fill in next to Rafael Luiz, but maybe I'll have to look in January for some extra legs in midfield. Although we have some decent enough replacements right now, I still feel like it did affect our performances on the pitch, as we began to draw games that we really should be winning. A game we did win was a 2-0 home victory against Valencia. Nelson Viper with the penalty in the 17th minute, and Bent Dardai scored in the 49th minute with a wonderfully worked goal. He also scored a 3rd crucial goal away to Athletic Bilbao in a 3-1 victory, which really put the game to bed. And I've been very happy with his performances as well as his development. After a completely unbeaten December, we slipped back up the league table just behind the top 4. More talented prospects are there for us to approach with just 6 months left on their contracts, but we're really struggling because we have little to no budget. In January, we could finally put new signing Efe into the starting lineup as he completes his move from Turkey. Another fantastic performance all round, a 5-1 win, and again we are scoring some absolutely beautiful goals, just like our first when we opened the scoring through Malambo. He's had a nice run of games recently and he's really impressed me despite the lack of development. Nelson Viper fell ill just before a big game against Celta Vigo, who are right next to us in the league. However, Junior Krupi played up front and scored within 4 minutes. And we battered them 5-1, creating a nice little gap between us and Celta Vigo in 6th place and going level on points with Real Sociedad. So I think I can finally say we're going into stage 3 of Youth to Gold. Our players are now developing, adapting well to our tactic. Now we just need to wait and get better and better and fill in the positions in behind them so that when we do have to sell them and the inevitability happens and clubs come in for our best players, we have replacements in there ready to jump in. We could also have a good run in the Cup on our hands this season as we progress through to the 3rd round of the Copa del Rey against Levante. I'm constantly getting told about how good Prestiani is developing in training, and you can definitely see that in his attributes. Another 4-1 win in the league as well as a 5-0 win in the Cup. We're having a fantastic time towards the end of January. Of course, after winning every single match that month, you kind of expect results to not go our way soon, and we fell behind to Sevilla. But thanks to a very good attack down the right-hand side, it was that man Nelson Viper who used his head once again to equalise and win man of the match. I jinxed us as well when I said we'd have a good run in the Cup because we are now out of the Copa del Rey. Back to winning ways in La Liga though, as we defeated Getafe 4-0 with 2 goals from Nelson Viper And once again, both the goals came off his head. Honestly, you couldn't write what happened in the next match. He scored 2 more goals, again, both from headers. The man is absolutely exceptional in the air. And we just keep crossing the ball up to him, and he keeps finding the back of the net. Real Betis have clearly done their scouting on us though, because they prevented us from using that tactic and beat us 3-2 with a goal in the 95th minute. But with 2 games in hand over 4th place and on the same points, we were in prime position for finishing the top 4 this season. And Nelson Viper is currently the top scorer of La Liga, with 1 more goal than Robert Lewandowski. And we played Lewandowski's side next, and we even took the lead right on the stroke of half-time through Morlanes. And yet, despite Lewandowski being taken off on the 67th minute, Barcelona still found a way to equalise quite late on, but we will definitely take the point at Camp Nou. We also beat Atletico Madrid in March thanks to 2 amazing goals, the first one being scored by our new Turkish centre-back FA, with the second being scored on the 29th minute from Dardai, using the outside of his foot. Beating Levante in the league was great, but we unfortunately lost to Real Sociedad, who keep themselves above us in the league, although we do have a game in hand still. Kicking things off in April with a draw to Osasuna was not great preparation for our match that was coming up against Real Madrid. Before we faced them though, it was an away trip to Celta Vigo, where fortunately for us, Nelson Viper was on form to score a rare goal with his right foot. And although Celta Vigo did equalise in the second half, Dardai managed to score a winning goal and we take all 3 points. But the match against the current champions Real Madrid was such a tight game that only 1 goal separated the 2 teams, and that came from the unbelievable Prestiani, who scored for Mallorca. We followed that with another win against Alaves, with 2 more goals from Nelson Viper, and that led us to crack the top 4 behind Atletico Madrid, which also guarantees Europa League football next season, with Nelson Viper scoring 25 league goals now. But this might have been where the inexperience of our young team stopped us from continuing our amazing run, because we somehow drew the remaining 4 fixtures, which seen us drop down behind Real Sociedad in the league into 5th place, 4 points behind them. But Nelson Viper, only scoring 1 more goal this season, still picked up the golden boot. Still, I think we can be really happy with that performance, and let's dive into the development of these fantastic superstars that we have had this season. Starting off with Junior Krupi. It's his first season. He's played 40 games for us, 9 goals, 6 assists, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from the development of this player. A lot of green arrows. His attributes have definitely increased. I'm going to start looking at player traits a little bit more for this man, because I'm quite unsure whether I want him to stay as that shadow striker or maybe move him up, but Nelson Viper's just been way too good. Now, speaking of Nelson Viper, he of course was our top scorer. And as you can see, he just looks incredible. He's been fantastic for us. He is wanted, which does worry me. Aston Villa, Palace and Gladbach, the teams that are wanting him, don't worry me as much. I think we should be able to keep hold of him for now, but his valuation is very tasty indeed. Looking back at the age group then, Babic didn't play that much, unfortunately, and he's going to be a casualty of how good Nelson Viper played, with only 2 games this whole season and no goals. So I'm a little bit disappointed that we couldn't give him more game time, but we just played so well. Prestiani was absolutely incredible with 12 assists this season. He's really come into his own. Those physicals are beautiful. I think he's going to be a star player for us, and nobody wants him right now, which does surprise me. Dardai, I might actually cash in on him. I'm a little bit unsure because, I mean, his value's a little bit low, but 12 goals, 13 assists, absolutely insane. Ibrahimovic, unfortunately, hasn't played that much. He's been kicking off about it. Still quite decent. I'm really happy with our new signing, though, coming in and doing the business. He's been solid for us since he has come in. Downward arrows, but I don't worry about that too much because already he's a good La Liga player. He's only age 20. I don't know whether he has a lot of potential in the game, but still, I quite like him. Malambo's been a bit more of a squad player this season, but he has actually developed quite well, which I'm happy with. And I think bringing other players in has definitely helped him have a bit of a rest. Speaking of a rest, Rafael Luiz deserves one. Sammy's been out injured for the majority of the second half of the season, and Rafael Luiz has carried the ship in midfield with Morlanes. Absolutely incredible player. Morgala has been great for us. A bit of an unsung hero, I must admit, because we haven't conceded that many goals this season. Our defence has been solid, and when FA came in, those two have cracked up a lovely little partnership, and he has been great for us. A lot less mistakes than what he was getting last season. Clay and that right-hand side, he's solid. Maybe I can look for a better player in the future, but for right now, he's as good enough as what we need, and he's got us into European football. Now, what I need to look at, I mean, development centre, we've only got really Miguel Pons who's in there right now. This is what the next stage is going to be, is filling out our development centre. We need better players to be coming through in the future. Right now, this is going to be our first team squad for the next couple of years because there's not a lot of options to be replacing them. In our scouting shortlist that I have got for the future prospects, as we can see, I've only got 5 players in there, but interested is only 1. Luckily, it's the goalkeeper because we are losing Rajkovic on a free transfer. He is going to be the last old player that we have in the side, and David Medina looks to be the replacement that I can bring in right now. There are not a lot of good goalkeepers who are teenagers for us to bring in. That's the most solid position to find if in Youth to Gold completely. But just to give you a bit of an inkling, I mean, I was looking at this guy who's Indonesian. I found him absolutely fascinating. 2-star ability, but he's already moving to Liverpool. He never wanted to join us anyway, left back. But look how good Yannick Behrens is. Unreal player for 17. However, he doesn't want to join us, and Bayern Munich have been sniffing around him, as well as Premier League sides. And then it's the 2 Japanese players that my scouts found very early. Haven't found any others since, but that guy could be the Glay replacement at right back should he ever wants to join us, and Kenji Sakamoto as a goalkeeper, maybe in the future, could be somebody else that we bring in. After 26 league goals, Nelson Viper also won La Liga Player of the Year. He was the only Mallorca player to make the team of the season though. And despite us finishing in the European slots, the board have only given us £11 million. A bid from Saudi Arabia came in for Dardai, and I tried to push them a little further and asked for 20 million instead of 15, but they rejected. Of course, losing our goalkeeper Rajkovic put us in a tricky position, and we had to go for a youngster, David Medina, because there was simply no good goalkeepers under 20 years of age that would be interested in joining us. An offer came in for Capete, a centre-back that we sparsely used last season, but we have 3 very good young centre-backs coming through, so I'm willing to accept the offer. And at this rate, I'll be spending all of that transfer budget on Japanese players because my scouts keep finding insane talents in that country. Dardai has finally agreed to leave the club, as well as unfortunately for a lot less money than their original bid. However, I do think it's still worth selling him for this amount, and we try and bring somebody in who has better potential to become a better player in the long run. I did decide, however, to sign a second goalkeeper. Again, another talent from Japan called Sakamoto for just 2.1 million. I found my Dardai replacement in Danish winger Frank Jensen, who can play in that attacking midfield role, and I believe can be an instant improvement on Dardai that has a release clause that we activated. And again, another player from Denmark that's just way too good to resist bringing in. A quality centre-back option at Brøndby that has a £6 million release clause. And because of suspensions and injuries, we have to rely on that centre-back to actually start in the first match against Sevilla away from home. And we started very well after Nelson Viper scored after just 3 minutes. And just before half-time, the Sevilla ended up scoring a goal of their own, and in the second half, they continued to pile the pressure on, found a second goal, and we've got nothing to answer for, and we lost 2-1. We also had the disappointing news of losing Junior Creepy for up to 2 months. A rough start of the season continues. We also lost to Atletico Madrid at home, and the fans started to criticise my tactics, which is the same tactics that got us European football last season. There were no complaints in the next match though, as we absolutely decimated Levante away from home, 5-2. There was a lot of standout performers, but the man of the match, rightfully so, went to Prestiani as he scored himself a very good hat-trick. Unfortunately, the exact same starting 11 went out against Girona at home, putting in 20 shots on goal and couldn't score 1. Our 5th place finish last season was actually enough to gain us automatic qualification for the Champions League, and our fixtures are looking rather tough. Deadline day though, and Newcastle come in for Rafael Luiz for £39 million, which is nowhere near his value, so it's an instant reject. Of course though, he doesn't like this and wants to discuss leaving the club to go to Newcastle, and eventually we agree on a £69 million asking price. Naughty. Deadline day did close before that though, and we signed a Nigerian midfielder that our scouts found in Africa, who was so cheap I instantly just put a bid in. I thought September was going to be a difficult month when we faced Granada away from home, and they scored against a run of play, but thankfully we kept plugging and Nelson Viper scored an equaliser just 10 minutes later, and from that our performance really outshone Granada and Rafael Luiz scored a second. But the man of the match was our new signing Frank Jensen, who picked himself up his first goal for the club and getting our 3rd on the day. Our first game of the Champions League, and we're leading 2-1 against Copenhagen quite late on, and they scored through Emil Højlund. And they thought they got themselves an equaliser, but in the 93rd minute, our new Danish centre-back scored us the winner, which I bet that lad was buzzing with because he came from Copenhagen's fierce rivals, Brøndby. I was a little shocked in the next match when we faced Real Madrid because they had Danny Namasso up front, who I've just seen they have bought in from Porto last season for £49 million. The English striker absolutely tormented our defence, scoring a goal within the first 5 minutes. He was then poaching in the box when a second shot came in from a Madrid player, deflected off him and made it 2-0 after just 10 minutes. He was then given the duty of taking the penalty to score his hat-trick, and Medina saved it. Nelson Viper also took a penalty, but he made sure he scored it, and in the second half, Nelson Viper was in the box again when the ball was launched in, and his header crept into the top corner to make it 2-2. In the 91st minute as well. But we followed that high with a bad loss to Liverpool in the Champions League and a decent draw to Valencia. And those 2 goals from Viper puts him in the league's top scorer, despite us being 11th place in La Liga. Another goal in the league for Frank Jensen in the first match in October against Real Betis. But still, we could only draw the game 3-3. At home to Real Sociedad though, and more misery piled on when Oyarzabal opened up the scoring. However, in the second half, one man changed the course of this game, and that was Anthony Malambo. He scored 2 goals to put us back in front before securing his hat-trick from the penalty spot, and still had time to perfectly stay onside in his own half in the 91st minute, beat the keeper and score a 4th. But we were then pumped by the same scoreline by Bilbao, and 4-1 was unfortunately also the score when we faced Barcelona in the Champions League, who now have just signed Jack Grealish. We played Barcelona in the league just days after playing in the Champions League at home this time, but we still lost 3-2. Despite those 3 losses on the bounce, we started very well against Villarreal, and Krupi scored within 4 minutes. But a defensive mishap sees Gerard Moreno go through on goal and equalise. We weren't rocked by this though, picked ourselves up, and Jensen put us back in front. And 10 minutes later, Viper made it 3 and we were off. Finishing the game 5-2 rather comfortably, but after those earlier losses, we sit in 9th place, even though we've played 2 more games than the clubs around us. We looked incredibly out of our depth in the Champions League though, with our next fixture against Porto resulting in a 3-1 loss. They played us off the park and Gonzalo Borges scored 2 goals. Our league form improved, and we won the following match 2-0 away to Almeria, with both goals being assisted by that man Prestiani, taking that form into a 5-1 win, with 2 goals from Rafael Luiz, who looks better and better attribute-wise every time I see him. Biggest win of the season so far though, as we travelled to Munich and turned Bayern over 1-0, and then conceded 4 goals in a draw to Celta Vigo. But still, that good run of games sees us slowly climb the league table up to 7th place. Annoyingly, we were in a spell of drawing games this season, with another 0-0 against Sevilla and a 1-1 against Espanyol. And from 3 draws on the bounce, we face Ajax next in the Champions League and absolutely destroy them 4-0. Only 1 goal was scored in the first half through Junior Krupi right on the stroke of half-time, but after that, the floodgates open and Rafael Luiz scored a 2nd. Malambo scored a very good 3rd, but the goal of the evening was Samu as he brought the ball down and buried one into the bottom corner of his left foot, which then continued to run, now extending to 10 games unbeaten in all competitions with another 6-2 victory, and a 4-1 and a 3-0, which now sees us jump up to 5th place in the league and win 3 games from 6 in the Champions League. Bids started to come in from our players now, seeing as it's January, and with Arsenal trying to sign Prestiani. However, he has been exceptional for us, and there's no way I'm selling him for £50 million. I must say though, an unsung hero so far this season is David Medina. The 18-year-old Spanish goalkeeper is pulling some very good performances considering his ability and being chucked into first-team football at such a young age. We played Osasuna at the start of January and beat them 5-0 in a great performance, and it was topped off by one of my favourite goals I've seen this season, that header from Nelson Viper. Our unbeaten run finally ended at the hands of Atletico Madrid as they defeated us 2-1. After failing to sign Prestiani, Arsenal also tried to sign Rafael Luiz. We rejected though and played back-to-back games in the Champions League, starting off with a win against Celtic with Prestiani scoring a 91st minute winner, followed by a 2-0 win against Monaco away from home with an unbelievable volley from our centre-back, and topped off by that Nelson Viper goal, securing a 13th place spot in the league phase and into the playoff round. Either side of those Champions League games was a 5-1 win in the Copa del Rey 3rd round and a 4-0 win against Levante in the league. The January transfer window closed right there though, and there were some bids, but I rejected them and no transfers came in or out. We are still sitting in the league table comfortably just outside the top 4 though. And in the 4th round of the Copa del Rey, we face Espanyol at home, and thankfully for us, Junior Krupi was absolutely incredible. Scored himself a hat-trick in a 5-2 win with some fantastic goals. But then we lost in the quarter-final right after against Bilbao. Back to winning ways against Girona in the league, away from home with a 3-2 victory. And straight into a 5-3 win. We outscored scoring a lot of goals. After just beating them in the league phase the month before, we were drawn against Celtic in the Champions League, and the first leg was at Celtic Park in Glasgow. We fell behind to a wonderful Matt O'Reilly goal, but Nelson Viper equalised 3 minutes later and then scored a penalty to put us 2-1 up. But Celtic fought back just 5 minutes after that, and the game finished 2-2. Before the second leg, we headed to the Bernabeu against Real Madrid, who absolutely dominated the match despite us taking the lead on the 20th minute. And after that Prestiani goal, we held Real Madrid off to only one goal of their own, with the game finishing 1-1. We took some notes on how Real Madrid controlled the game against us and applied it in our second leg against Celtic, winning the game 3-0 with 2 goals from Junior Krupi. And then forgot all about that, and then we lost to 10 men Real Betis 1-0. Our first loss in the league for a while was then followed by a win at home to Napoli in the Champions League, but an incredibly difficult month ahead. We then held Napoli 1-0 on aggregate in the round of 16 second leg, all the way to the 95th minute when they finally broke us down to send the game into extra time. And we never recovered from that devastation, and they scored the winner in extra time first half. That one was an absolutely rough one to take. I also blame that on the reason why we were destroyed 4-1 by Barcelona in the next match. We were back to winning ways soon after, and back to scoring a lot of goals too. 6-2 home victory against Valencia, and then a cracking win away from home, one of the toughest places to go in La Liga, away to Villarreal, 91st minute from Junior Krupi. Absolutely phenomenal. Now, our run towards the end of the season, I dare say, is not as bad as what we were originally thinking, considering we are 5th in the league. We stand a very good chance of catching Real Sociedad ahead of us, and maybe even challenge that top 4, top 3. Who knows? Overtaking Sociedad, though, might have been much easier if it weren't for the fact that we lost against them 2-1 despite taking the lead on the 15th minute. We also lost 4-1 to Real Valladolid, however. After being incredibly inconsistent throughout April, winning the other 3 games and scoring a lot of goals, we sit in 5th place, 2 points behind 4th, but played a game more. It didn't really matter how good we were in the remaining fixtures, even as we went unbeaten in the last 3 games, because Real Sociedad went on a mad run and won their last 5 fixtures in the league, making our last few fixtures redundant in getting us into the top 4, but still we held off the other sides from leapfrogging us and keeping our 5th place. Could mean Champions League football next season, but what a season Nelson Viper has had. Golden Boot winner again, and Prestiani picks up the most assists and the most man of the matches. Now currently that still puts us in the Europa League spots as a guarantee, but we could potentially be bumped up to the Champions League like we was this season. But let's take a look at the development dive time, and we're going to start off with the loan players that have gone out. I'm a little bit worried about Miguel Pons. He's a striker who went on loan into La Liga 2 at Huesca, and he hasn't scored a goal this season in 19 games. I know a lot of the time he come off the bench, which I'm a little bit annoyed with. Attribute-wise, he looks great. I'm a little bit surprised that he didn't score at all. That does worry me a little bit, because Popovic got 17 goals in 44 appearances in the same league, and I don't think he looks nowhere near as good. So maybe we can look to possibly sell Popovic for a bit of profit. We only brought him in for £2.9 million, and he is worth a little bit more. That could be something we do. And Wolsey's been out on loan. He hasn't played that much either. I'm quite concerned. Diao, I probably will look to sell this season and bring in a profit. He came in on a freebie, so that's not too bad. Alexic scored 21 goals. Absolutely insane. I'll maybe look to bring him back into the rotation because we haven't really got a backup. We've been playing Junior Krupi up front. Possibly we could look to bring him in rotation, or we look to sell him. Ibrahimovic, I think it's time to sell. He keeps requesting to leave. That's the reason why he's out on loan to begin with. And he did do really well on loan. So that could be an option for us, absolutely. Dorgilis, I don't know about whether he's actually going to turn into anything good or not. He looks okay. On loan, he had a great time in the second division at Tenerife, so who knows? Let's have a look at some first team players, though. Nelson Viper is our top goal scorer, of course. He played insane. A lot of 14s in there. I don't know whether he's going to grow anymore. That's my only concern with Nelson Viper, but he is scoring the goals for us right now. West Ham and Roma are in for him, and like I said, we haven't really got a replacement for him yet, so for now, he's got one more goal in one extra game than what he did the season before. We can't complain too much. We just keep on doing what he's doing, really. Junior Krupi, though, has really stepped up, and I'm absolutely buzzing with his development, not to mention his performances on the pitch as well. Just 20 years of age. The guy's been insane for us this season. 11 goals, 9 assists with a very good average rating. Absolutely over the moon with our number 10. Jensen's come in and just bedded into the team perfectly. Frank Jensen, the Danish 18-year-old. How good is he for an 18-year-old? Like, that is a bargain player that we've picked up there for 6.7 million. 13 goals and 10 assists. Absolutely signing of the season. One of probably the best signing that we have made so far in Youth to Gold. Because Prestiani I knew would be good. And 27 assists is absolutely disgusting. A current ability of only 3 is worrying. He is also unhappy. He wants a new deal. I'm more than happy to give you a new deal. 13 goals, 21 assists. A vast improvement to last season. Unbelievable performance from Prestiani. So happy with that one. Melambo has played a bit more of a squad role, but he's still done very well. His development's kind of hampered by that. Rafael Luiz, I'd be surprised if we managed to keep him for a couple of more seasons because some big clubs are coming in and he has strapped a £69 million valuation to him. Inter Milan are now wanted, but I will be obviously looking to see if we can bring in a replacement for Rafael Luiz because that's the whole point of Youth to Gold. Now's the time that we need to look to bring in the players that will replace Samu and Rafael Luiz. Samu, by the way, is 26 and he is also wanted by Norwich 2 seasons in a row. I think I could potentially find a player that's better than Samu. I haven't found any yet, but I think I could in the future. The backup, well, our centre-back that's come into the side has become from a backup to a starting player in power up from Brøndby. Of course, he scored that fantastic goal against his former rivals, Copenhagen. Development-wise, he hasn't developed too much, but I'm still happy with his performance, and he's still only 18. So can't really complain again. He's been next to Effie most of the season. And Effie's done really well. He's come in absolutely solid, really good. Happy with him. Don't need to improve him. And Morgala has gone to the right-hand side. So that's been what the dynamic has looked like at the back. And the dynamic of Morgala going to right back is quite fluid, really, because he can play there quite well. Jai, who is usually there, still played 26 games, so he's not unhappy. We've got a good rotation there at the back. I'm more than happy with that. Tony Lato, majority of the time, plays left back. But David Medina, I mean, he has done wonders for us this season for a guy that I thought would be really, really out of his depth. Not at all. He's got a couple of man of the matches as well. He got 2 man of the matches. 9 clean sheets. Yes, he conceded 61 goals, and maybe if we had Rajkovic in goal this season, we would have finished in the top 4. But I don't think we can complain about a player who was just 18 years of age and keeping out a lot of other goalkeepers that we have signed. The rest of the signings, I'm not too sure about. Morlanes, I might look to offload at the end of this season. 28 now. That's time for him to go, in my opinion. And in the development centre, we've got Sakamoto, who is the other goalkeeper that I brought in. Hasn't played any games for either my youth side or my B team, and I don't know why, so I'm going to have to look at that and see if I can get him some game time next season. Galan is another one that's done quite well in Mallorca B team. 3 goals, 1 assist. Might be somebody that we look to bring into the rotation. And Felicimo actually is another player that I brought in at the end of last season on a free transfer that's done really well in Mallorca B team. Might be somebody I'll offload for a bit of profit because I don't think he's good enough to go into our starting 11. The players that we have brought in the youth intakes are not very good. We don't have very good structure or anything like that right now. We're still building that. That's still to come in the Youth to Go. Maybe stage 4, stage 5. We're still in stage 3 right now. We're looking at who we can bring in from our shortlist. There's a couple of players here. But unfortunately, only one of them is actually interested, and that's Lucien Toma. That could be a player that I bring in to replace for Samu. So we'll have to see whether that happens or not.
Prestiani was second only to Lamine Yamal for the Player of the Year in La Liga. And yet only Nelson Viper made it into the Team of the Season. Once again, the board are giving us minimal budgets for the summer. But I'm making moves early for Lucien Toma as well, as the real only CM prospect that I like the look of for the budget I have. And eventually we get a deal done for around £2.5 million accepted. My scouts have been very busy though and found me so many players to add to my shortlist, including this Colombian 18-year-old striker with outrageous attributes. He needs to work on some mentals, but how incredible does he look? And I got a £2 million offer accepted for him. I just couldn't resist. There's also a Turkish one, a kid at Trabzonspor, that is fantastic but a little bit pricey right now at 17 million and has a player trait of come deep to get the ball, which I'm not too keen on. The last player I'm going to try and bring in for now is a South African player that my scouts have found at Orlando Pirates, who could be a future star but is so cheap I might as well bring him in, eventually getting a deal accepted for less than 500k. And even his wages are really cheap. Well, he was going to be the last player in until I found this Hungarian centre-back who had a 400k release clause. He's 6'6" as well, with 50 in agility and 16 balance. But he ain't interested in joining though. So instead, I put in a bid for Neil Sau, and I'm not quite sure what type of player I want to mould him into just yet. Good news is, we are once again in the Champions League. And I'm also glad I went for Neil Sau, because Otto Vero decided to reject us and choosing to move to PSG instead, which is frustrating, but that's what happens, I guess. Finally though, after multiple attempts, Satoshi Kawasaki, the Japanese right back we've had on our radar for the last couple of seasons, is finally interested in talking to us. Shout out to Montolio, by the way, who we are bumping up to the first team after some good development. And with the new signings coming in, I'm open to accepting some bids for our backup right back Gia, with a view to start a bidding war on Samu, who Norwich has also put a bid in for. I also noticed that Tony Lato was turning 30 this season, and it's time to cash in and look for another left back. But we do have some bad news, as FA, our Turkish centre-back, broke his ankle and is out for a long time. With Tony Lato leaving, we need to bring in our new left-back, Cesar Torres, for just £1.6 million. And following Tony is both Morlanes and Samu. I'm not messing around this summer. With FA's ankle break, I went back for the Hungarian centre-back, and this time he was interested, and we get a deal done. Another request to upgrade the training facilities was accepted, as well as the youth facilities. Thank you. We also sold Anthony Malambo to Leverkusen for £10 million, which suggests we are entering stage 4. Stage 4 is when you start to sell that first bunch of players that you brought in youth to gold, and then you start bedding in either newer talent or improved talent because you develop them well in your youth side and you start to build up a nice big transfer budget. In Malambo's case, I'm intrigued to see how Miguel Pons as a shadow striker backup next season can do. He certainly has the attributes for it. My other option is to bring in Lovisi at Inter Milan, but he want first team football over Krupi and Jensen. I can't give that right now. I also had a big offer in for Babic, which I still managed to negotiate higher. Not bad for a player we picked up for just 2.7 million. I feel like all we're doing right now is transfers, but it's my biggest window yet, and we have another Japanese wonder kid here with fantastic base attributes for just 3.6 million. And here we go, we finally have our first match of the season. With just 2 injuries, we field a very new looking team from the midfield down. And yet, even though we were fielding half of a new side, we took the lead early through the usual suspects Prestiani. And after half-time, Krupi doubled our lead. But right after, Ocampos scored a penalty, and just our luck, En-Nesyri scored an equaliser. Straight into a game away to Valencia, and Krupi scores from kickoff. We absolutely dominated this fixture, and before long, Frank Jensen doubles our lead. Learning from our mistake in the last game, after half-time, an attack down the left provided a perfect cross, but Nelson Viper. Before our next match, we picked up an Argentine midfielder, Stambazi, from River Plate for just 4.5 million. Although he didn't start, I gave a couple of starts to some new players, and it almost cost us as we had to come from 2-0 down to win 3-2 with a 90th minute penalty. But then we took our first loss of the season next against Girona. We completed a signing 2 years in the making as Okachukwu finally turns 18 and can move from his Nigerian home side. And that sees the transfer window draw to a close, and it's definitely been our busiest summer, but we come out of it with a lot of young talent either signed or moving up to the first team with a lot of experience leaving the side. And with our transfer budget still at £46 million for more signings in January. Our next match, we faced the champions Barcelona, and they took the lead very early on through Jack Grealish. However, you would have thought that they were just the champions because we completely dominated the match and pulled ourselves back level just 10 minutes later, then went on to take the lead through Frank Jensen. And Gavi was sent off on the 22nd minute, and against 10 men, we took advantage of the numbers game and we made it 3-1 in the second half. Jack Grealish could only pull back a second for Barcelona. We beat them 3-2 quite comfortably though. But from playing amazing against the Spanish champions in the Champions League, we were battered by Liverpool 2-0 with no sign of the performance that we put up against Barcelona. A draw to Alaves followed, and we finally got back on track with 2 1-0 wins, one in the Champions League, one in La Liga. We fell behind from the very first kickoff against Levante away from home, but thankfully we did pull one back quite quickly, and we turned the game back on its head when Nelson Viper scored a penalty, winning the game eventually 4-1. Straight into back-to-back losses at home. That's not good. This month was a poor one though, with 2 draws after those losses, and we have a very difficult November ahead of us, ending against Real Madrid, who are currently running away with the league, already 9 points ahead from second place Sevilla. Back to the Champions League, and we have to face another Spanish team, Atletico Madrid, away from home as well, but Nelson Viper was absolutely insane in this match, and he picked up 3 goals in total in a 5-2 victory, but he didn't even get man of the match. That was Frank Jensen, the Danish midfielder, who got 3 assists and 4 key passes. Overall though, perfect performance in the Champions League. And then we lose 2 games in a row again, just before facing Real Madrid. A very close affair at the Bernabeu, where the deadlock was broken by Nelson Viper from the penalty spot. In the second half though, they worked the throw in very well and gave Pedro Neto an opportunity that he took, smashing the ball into the top corner. But we still had one good opportunity ourselves when the ball was played to Krupi, and we had an amazing done down the right hand side and paid a perfect cross for Nelson Viper to score the winner. That loss gave Real Madrid their first loss of the season, and look at Sevilla, they dropped from 2nd to 11th in 1 month. But of course, in the match right after beating top of the division, we lose against Danish side Midtjylland at home 3-0. Outside of that Champions League loss, we put in some good performances. Viper got 4 goals against Tenerife and a 5-1 win. And it was good to see some supporting acts such as Takata scoring from midfield and attacking midfielder Jensen getting in on the action too. Who, by the way, could be the next best attacking midfielder in the world. Just 19 years old, and he is outstanding. But a good ending to the winter break, and lots of goals. Despite that freak loss, we sit in the top 4 of La Liga. One signing came through the door early in January, Andorran left-back from FC Andorra by the name of Victor Arce, who, just 16 years old, looks incredible already. Not bad for just £4.6 million either. We kicked off the new year with a great win against Atletico Madrid with a goal from the spot by Nelson Viper, and a cracking header from Frank Jensen in the second half. However, more bad results in January with a draw to Betis and a loss to Bilbao. And the end of the month also seen a draw to Valencia, followed by a drumming by Sevilla. In the Champions League, we needed to get some results against AC Milan, but we could only grab a 1-1 draw at the San Siro, meaning we definitely needed to win against Newcastle at home and Prestiani sent us on our way there. Thomas scored a beautiful second before the Nigerian striker Okachukwu made it 3. Trincao did get a goal back from Newcastle, but it was too late. And that helped us just qualify for the playoff round in 20th place. And when the draw came around, we got pulled against AC Milan again. Our bad form in the league has seen us drop into 6th place, but it's all still very close between 8th and 2nd. Annoyingly, we've also been drawn against Barcelona in the Copa del Rey, and they knocked us out in the 4th round, 1-0 with a good goal from Gavi. And we cannot shake off the bad results either this season. In the Champions League though, we go pull off another incredible win against a very good AC Milan side, with goals from Rafael Luiz, Jensen and Viper. The second goal from Jensen was a calamity of errors by the Milan defence, but we still controlled the game and we deserved the win. Retegui scored Milan's only goal as we take a 3-1 lead back to the San Siro. And despite them scoring early, we still held them to a 2-2 draw, qualifying for the next round. Barcelona did also defeat us in the league during February, but outside of that, we picked up 3 La Liga wins, including a 4-1 win at home to Girona after conceding just 5 minutes into the match. And ending the month of February against Tottenham in the round of 16 of the Champions League, and in the first leg, only managing to salvage a 1-1 draw thanks to Junior Krupi's goal, who quite honestly has been phenomenal for us this last couple of seasons, and the development is beautiful to see. What wasn't beautiful to see was the beating Spurs gave us, knocking us out of the Champions League round of 16. In fact, the whole of this month was a write-off with only 1 win and 3 league draws, which created a 6-point gap between us and Sevilla in 4th place. The only upside was it was great to see Okachukwu scoring a couple of fantastic goals. At under-19s level, he scored 22 goals with 12 assists in just 19 games. April started with a home loss, and my top 4 hopes were starting to become worries of missing out of Champions League football. But a much needed win against Real Betis was exactly the response we were looking for. Even with a couple of key players missing from the lineup such as Nelson Viper, the lads still got a 3-0 win though, with Junior Krupi scoring 2 goals. Unfortunately for us, league leaders Real Madrid was what followed, giving us a 4-1 loss. A crucial win against an Almeria side pushing to steal our European spot though was good, and a dominant performance at home the Saturday after against Tenerife, and slowly we started to look ourselves again. My particular highlight for this match was the combination of our 2 Japanese players, Takata and Kawasaki, who linked up beautifully for both the 3rd and the 4th goals down that right hand side. Still, after that result, top 4 looked out of our reach and we looked destined for a 3rd, 5th place finish in a row. That was until Junior Krupi's 94th minute equaliser against Atletico Madrid, because we had already beaten Real Valladolid 3-1, and the extra point against Atletico kept us just 2 points behind Sevilla with 1 game remaining, and that's because they are on a losing streak right now and have Almeria to play on the final day of the season. And for some really odd reason, they played the day before everyone else and lost 3-1, so we just have to win to jump above them. Our opponents Bilbao had a good season, but within 6 minutes we had already scored 2 goals and looked to control the game and claim that 4th place. And that's exactly what we did, winning 5-2 in the end, just the performance we needed to overtake Sevilla to gain that 4th spot. But we are still some way off even 3rd place Villarreal at this point. Development dive time, and I think I really need to spend this next summer bedding out my under-19s. There's not enough players in here. We've got Neil Sau, obviously, who we've just brought in. A little bit of development there with him. Victor, who's come in as that left back. He is definitely nearly ready for first-team football already. So we need to, obviously, bed him in, maybe even loan him out. This guy here, he looks phenomenal, but I don't remember buying him. Like, I spent 33k on him, so really cheap price, but he looks fantastic already. Some fantastic mental attributes in there, and with 15 passing, he looks really good. He's only 17 years of age. Joaquin Delgado. We've obviously got the 6'6" centre-back that we brought in from Hungary. A little bit of development in there, but not too much, if I'm honest. I think we really need to work on this guy being that ball-playing defender and get that passing up just a little bit, because the physicals there are phenomenal for a 6'6" guy. Kenji Sakamoto, I'm a little bit worried about his development. He's not getting enough game time, and I maybe need to start loaning him out or maybe look to offload him. He's already worth more than what I bought him for anyway. And then Carbo comes in again as a player that I don't recognize buying, but I did for 1.1 million from Las Palmas. Good player, to be fair. Okay, let's have a look, though, at the Mallorca B team. There's a couple of players in here that we might feature within the next couple of seasons. David Sikahakane. Probably didn't nail that. That's the South African player that we signed at the start of the season. Not much development at all on the 19-year-old. I think a loan deal next season is going to be needed to a La Liga 2 side. That's probably where I'm going to aim for that. Popovic, players like this, I'm going to try and look to offload. That's a lot of them are actually running out of contract, and look to just start bedding in new talent and just really bulk out the youth teams. And Wozu's another one that I might look to sell off now. He's going to be worth a lot more than what I actually bought him for, and I'm never really going to use him because, to be frank, David Medina has been great. So there he is, David Medina. Straight away, 19 years of age. I think for now, he is going to be my number one goalkeeper for the next couple of years until I find the next goalkeeper, if you know what I mean. That goalkeeper that I found at a young age, he's going to be way better than what he is. I just need to find him. That's the thing. I need to find him. Rafael Luiz is doing everything he can to just be one of the best midfielders in the game right now. Same as Junior Krupi. They both picked up injuries, annoyingly, but not too long. Junior Krupi looks incredible at 21. Frank Jensen, I mean, my scout's picking him up for, how cheap was it again in the Danish league? £6.75 million. Unreal. Absolutely unreal talent. Both-footed as well, pretty much. Moves into channels. Oh, very grateful for finding him. And his Danish counterpart, Gabriel Parup, centre-back, he's been stonewall for me in that defence. 36 games, 1 assist. I don't remember him really getting injured that much. Really fantastic player. Nelson Viper, of course, 30 goals this season. Still fantastic. And he's one of the ones that I'm like, eventually I'm going to find somebody better. Because obviously there's some alarming attributes that you look and go, you're not going to win the Champions League with this guy, and he is wanted, and it's like, when do I cash in? Because he's £48 million. I need to wait until I find somebody who will obviously take the reins up front and score as many goals as Nelson. But for now, I can't find anybody who is that good. Cesar Torres, very good left back for us this season at 20 years of age for £1.6 million in playing 33 games and getting 10 assists. I can't knock that. That's unbelievable, really. Prestiani, of course, really good player for us. Not as good as what previous seasons have been, though, because last season he was phenomenal. This season, he has dropped off a little bit. It could be time to look at maybe a Prestiani replacement. Who knows? We'll have to have a look. Leandro Morgala, fantastic centre-back or right-back. He's been playing for us. I think he's just a solid squad player for us right now. We cannot knock how good, how valuable he is to the side in both of those positions. Definitely not looking to offload him. Takata was one that I thought I'd bring in and not play that much because of Lucien Toma. And then Takata started playing and playing very well. Now, he doesn't look that good there, but he's still been phenomenal for me. Satoshi Kawasaki, I mean, those two linking up was beautiful. We've seen that quite often, especially in that one game where they were part of the 2 goals, the 3rd and the 4th goal. Satoshi Kawasaki, it took a while to get him, but I'm really glad I've got him now. He hasn't played as many games as what I hoped. 26 with 7 off the bench. Maybe actually I'm being a little bit harsh there. He has played quite a lot with 4 assists. Then we looked at FA. Obviously, he had broken ankle at the start of the season, recovered well, and still played quite a lot of games, 26 in total. Will we look to maybe sell him on? He is wanted by Sevilla. I won't be selling him to a team in the same division, but I ain't going to sell him unless, obviously, I find a good replacement. Lucien Toma come in as more of a squad player. I thought he was going to be a starting player, but he hasn't complained too much. For £2.5 million, some of these are steals. Miguel Pons had a little bit more game time, of course, playing that shadow striker, coming off the bench a little bit more. I think it's definitely suited him instead of playing a striker role. Maybe he needs a little bit more game time, though, possibly a loan. That might be what I look at next season. Okachukwu, though, this was a surprise package for me because when I signed him as a 16-year-old, turning 18, I thought I'll sign him just because he's so cheap, 300k. But he's come in and he's been such a good replacement when Nelson Viper needs a rest. He's scoring so many goals. His pace is unbelievable. He might be the guy that takes over Nelson Viper. But I need to see whether he can do it as a first-team starter because 11 times he's played for me, but only 6 starts. And he's got 5 goals. So I don't know. That could be one that we look at, to be fair. So there's a few other players in there that we've obviously already looked at. But that's what I'm thinking. And right now, my scouts are still out, obviously, looking around. And I've added a couple of more to the recruitment to be a bit more widespread because we have a few more scouts. And that's exactly what I'm going to look at. But there's some fantastic players. I've noticed him on there a few times, to be fair, that I'm going to go through and see who I can bring in at the start of this season. There's Lovisi, who we looked at the start of the season. Could we look to bring him in because his value is actually lower than what it was previously? That could be the Prestiani replacement. We'll have to find out next time. I know we only have £43 million in our transfer budget, but I'm willing to blow it all on potentially a generational talent who has already been described as world class. He's been on my shortlist for a couple of years now and is finally willing to talk and has a £40 million release clause. My thinking is that Jensen then switches from the middle of the pitch to the left-hand side where he is already better than Prestiani. What will happen to Prestiani? I'm not quite sure. As of right now, there is no interest in him while he's injured. Yannick Behrens, though, luckily doesn't want an extortionate contract, and with other interests, I don't want to mess him around too much, so I just lowered the yearly wage rise, which he accepted. I don't know why he wouldn't want to join either. We are one of the league's feel-good stories of the season. It was also the first season that one of our players won the Next Gen award, with both of our Danish wonderkids making the top 3 and Jensen winning the award. Great news, Yannick Behrens joins the club and we have just signed the best player under 20 years of age in the world. With this going through, it's important that I also keep on top of asking for improve the training and youth facilities every single season, as well as the youth recruitment network. As slowly, this is now up to 3.5 stars for training facilities. Take the wins when you can. The board are set to spend nearly £4 million on a new training complex, but rejected the youth facilities and the youth recruitment. A couple of weeks later, though, we receive a big offer for FA, and I have planned a replacement, so I'm going to accept. The replacement is this man, Masarika from FC Nordsjælland, who is, however, wanted by many bigger clubs, which could be a problem. A member of the very famous FC Nordsjælland Youth Academy. But a release clause of just £4.6 million, an absolute bargain if we can get him. So with the contract, he obviously prefers to move to other clubs, so I'm thinking we just offer way over what he actually wants, and pray he chooses us or the other clubs just don't bid for him. My scouts also found an Iranian goalkeeper who looks incredible for a very cheap cost, so again, let's bring him in. But we couldn't even get to the bit about how much wages he wants before he just rejected us. Manchester United came in for Rafael Luiz, £34 million up front with £77 million in total, but I'm rejecting that. And good news is Masarika has no other offers and accepted our contract to join Mallorca, and I am buzzing with this FA replacement, because the rest of my money has allowed me to start filling out the under-19 squad with potential talents that my scouts have found. Some might never be great players, but it's important that we bring them in to increase our future profits. Another wild bid came in for Medina from Udinese, an offer of over £24 million, but again, we don't have any replacements ready, so I'm not accepting a bid for the 20-year-old goalkeeper. First game of the season is here, and I feel like it's been Sevilla the first game for the last few seasons. But anyway, here we go. As mentioned, I want to try Jensen on the left. Behrens comes into the number 10 role, and Masarika starts in the backline too. And to say it started perfectly would be an understatement, as Jensen sets up Behrens within 20 minutes. Nelson Viper made it 2 with the best penalty you'll probably ever see, and it was 3-0 when Takata shot a fluky first-time effort into the corner. 6 days later, we played Barcelona at the Nou Camp, lost 3-1. But again, Bilbao in the following match, and it was once again 3-0 win, and Behrens was back on the score sheet. Against Tenerife, I rotated the team a lot more, and one of the fringe players that really made a statement was the defensive midfielder Stambazi, who scored 2 goals in a 4-1 win away from home. Speaking of statements though, when I put my first team back in a few days later, they got a 7-1 win. Transfer window closed, and some deals will just be completed in the future, like this Chilean striker striker from Colo-Colo who joins us in December when he turns 18. Just like this left back from Zimbabwe who joins next year. We loaned out a few players for the first team football and signed a few more players to fill out our youth teams with a couple of bargains here and there. We continued our good start in the league, defeating Girona 3-1. And that's when our adventure in the Champions League began and a trip to Rome to face Lazio. They very early put themselves 1-0 up, but we got one back through Junior Krupi. However, in the second half, they held possession very well and Cataldi scored a beauty to win the game 2-1 for the Italian. We were straight back to winning ways though as we faced Rayo Vallecano, defeating them 5-0 with Behrens getting man of the match. Ending the month with another 2 wins in both the league and the Champions League, which now puts us joint top with Barcelona and Real Madrid. And that's exactly when we decided to enter a bad run of form. Starting with a loss to Real Sociedad, and then losing at home to Bayern Munich in the Champions League. We didn't even win a game in October until the 28th of the month when we travelled to Villarreal and beat them 2-0 after another Behrens man of the match. Drawing 2 games we should be winning before our trip to Leipzig, which was a complete 180 on our performances. We controlled possession, defensively holding them to 0 shots on target while getting 6 ourselves and scoring 3 of them. Krupi got man of the match for his 2 goals, but again, Yannick Behrens was outstanding. Masarika scoring the only goal of the game next against Real Betis, but I was more worried about the injury to Yannick Behrens. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad and he played in the next match. A match we were dreadful in, losing 3-0 at home to Celtic. And our inconsistent form has seen us drop 7 points behind Real Madrid, still in 3rd place. Back to winning ways against Celta Vigo though, when Rafael Luis scored a goal from long range, and with just 6 minutes on the clock, Junior Krupi was making it 2-0. Celta Vigo did have some fight in the match though and pulled themselves back to 2-1, but that's when last season's top scorer Nelson Viper stepped up and scored 2 goals either side of half-time to secure the win and 3 points for Mallorca. But then we dropped 2 points as Las Palmas scored in the 95th minute to prevent us from winning the game. In the Champions League, we played Copenhagen just before a match against Real Madrid, and just like last season, our Danish players really stole the headlines, scoring against the former club's rivals, with both Parup and Jensen scoring to make it 2-0. Copenhagen fired back, scoring 2 goals of their own, all within the first 20 minutes of the match. But the winner was scored once again by Frank Jensen, who scored his 2nd goal on the 26th minute. So Real Madrid came to Mallorca, and we weren't letting them have an easy day, scoring the only goal of the game in a 1-0 win. We beat Levante just before the new year, and that continued our unbeaten run in the league since Real Sociedad all the way back at the start of October. Still sat in 3rd place in the league though, and still 6 points behind Real Madrid. However, we do have the league's 2 top scorers, and Nelson Viper and Junior Krupi, who's got 14. We started off in January signing 2 Romanian talents for a combined total of just £7.8 million. And then we lost the first league game of the year, typically at home to Barcelona 3-1. But we did have some serious injuries to a lot of our first team players, and went from losing no matches in the league for months to 2 on the bounce. We did, however, put in an incredible performance in the Champions League though, when we went to the Etihad and beat them 2-1, with both goals being scored by man of the match, Yannick Behrens, securing our place in the playoff round with a final win in the league phase against Napoli. It was still a rough month though, with a draw to Bilbao, meaning we went through January without a league win because of those earlier injuries. But we have got to the quarter-final of the Copa del Rey and drew against Inter Milan in the Champions League. And we breezed through to the semi-final of the Cup with a 1-0 win. In the Champions League though, we travelled away to Inter Milan first, and unfortunately we fell behind quite early in the game. Just after the half-time break though, we conceded another with Inter Milan scoring through David Fratese. We still fought back and got ourselves a bit of a chance going into the second leg when Nelson Viper scored a consolation goal. But we couldn't do anything in the home leg. That finished 0-0 and we are out of the Champions League. Our league form did improve however, and new players such as Neil Sau came into the lineup, taking a chance and scoring some goals. Although we drew a game to Girona, we won a couple of more, and we have Real Madrid to face next month in the Copa del Rey semi-final to look forward to, and yet we're still only 3 points off of 3rd place despite our bad run of form. The Copa del Rey was an extremely tight match, but we snatched the lead on the stroke of half-time. However, with a bad bit of defending and players like Vinicius Jr. and Endrick on the field, Real Madrid equalised. But in the 82nd minute, an unlikely hero gave us a first leg advantage, and Kawasaki scored the winner. And we well and truly carried this form forward in La Liga too. winning every single game, including against third place Sociedad, and reclaiming that position in the league table. But it's second leg time and a chance to reach our first cup final since becoming Mallorca manager. And even though we were already 1 goal ahead, we got the only goal of the game, scored by Frank Jensen in the 39th minute. We take ourselves into the cup final, where of course we will be facing the other powerhouse in the league, Barcelona, just 2 games time. Form never stopped though, and we continued to win the game in between the 2 cup games, 3-1 against Real Betis, fielding a very good team to face the Catalan Giants. The final stayed 0-0 until the 30th minute, when Amar Dedic found some space down the right hand side, had the ball played back to him, and nobody closed him down and somehow squeezed the ball past Medina. We stayed in the game though, and Nelson Viper put home a penalty in the 60th minute before a throw was worked through the middle of the pitch, sprayed out to the left hand side where Prestiani had some space and smashed it in to make it 2-1. I'm glad I didn't sell him now. We held on, and Mallorca are the Copa del Rey champions, the first time in 26 years since their 2003 victory. But I'm hoping as we raise the trophy aloft, this won't be the last time we hold this trophy, and this is just the beginning of the legacy at this club. Not too much time to celebrate though, because 5 days later we host Atletico Madrid. And despite their recent decline as of late, it's still a tricky fixture, which we won 3-2. A 2-2 against Valencia followed, but I'm not too mad. We've won the home games against Tenerife and Celta Vigo, and our unbeaten run goes all the way back to February against Inter Milan, and even to the start of the year to Sevilla if you go just by La Liga. And that cements our position as the 3rd best team in the league. There was only one last game that could have ended our unbeaten run before the end of the season, away to the newly crowned champions Real Madrid. So you might say we have caught them at the perfect time, and we completely dominated the game, putting ourselves 3-0 up by the 69th minute when Prestiani scored, and they were left with just a consolation goal in injury time. We did draw to Las Palmas thanks to another late goal from them, but Levante 5-1 on the final day sees us comfortably into 3rd place, only 5 points behind Barcelona in 2nd. Can we close the gap next season? Well, I guess if we keep this man across the summer, then maybe we stand a very good chance. Honestly, what a player. He's absolutely transformed us this season. I think has took us to that next level that we could potentially start fighting for titles. Yannick Behrens, I know his £40 million is a lot of money in a youth to goal. Usually you're trying to pick up these players for less than 10 million. But I've been tracking this guy for ages, and I think he is definitely worth it. Thankfully, he chose to come to us, and I mean, look at his attributes. Absolutely phenomenal. He's 20 years of age. Hopefully we can keep him for the long run, and he can take us all the way to the Champions League. Let's have a look at the rest of the development dive though. We started by ability. Frank Jensen apparently is the 2nd best player in our side now. And again, I'm not going to argue against that. I'm trying to train him to be likes to beat the offside trap. I think from that left-hand side, that could be really good. He lacks the initial acceleration, but everything else he definitely has. And we can see it. Everything is starting to rise up. Is picking up a few different injuries. I noticed that across the season, like this is just 2028-29 there. Picked up quite a few different ones in there. I'm hoping it doesn't continue anyway. You don't seem to be missing too many games. Power up the other Danish player. Absolutely exceptional. Our best centre-back now has come into the side. I don't know why we keep playing Copenhagen and both of these guys keep scoring. But both of them obviously play for Copenhagen's rivals. So it's interesting that just keeps happening. Junior Creepy, once again, fantastic season. I think he played quite a lot of the games up front as well this season. A lot of the time it was Shadow Striker. But there was a period of time when Nelson Viper wasn't necessarily scoring. And he came into the lineup and got 26 goals and 10 assists. That's phenomenal stuff. Rafael Luiz, I don't know whether it's time to maybe look to see how much we can get for Rafael Luiz. £97 million is what he's worth. If clubs start coming in for that, that's the perfect time for youth to go. 24, 25, when they're at their peak price, we can look to sell him because he's not going to get any better now, and we can start using the likes of Stan Bazzi, who's come into the lineup every now and then, 11 starts, 16 appearances off the bench, and I have been impressed by him. I'm not going to lie, the 20-year-old Argentinian would be even better if he got more game time. because he's 20 and he's got perfectionist personality. He just needs that game time. Could he be better than Rafael Luis with that game time? Not quite sure. Outside of that, Nelson Viper, yes, it could be time once we find a striker. Every single season I've been saying that. I just can't find anybody that's as good. Masarika that we brought in at centre-back, he's come into the lineup. He looks phenomenal. Like, really good development now on the 19-year-old. The left-back, Cesar Torres, is he unhappy because he wants a new contract? Probably. Wants a new contract. I'm not surprised. He's only on 13k a week. But look how good his mentals and his physical attributes are. Phenomenal stuff. Really good. And you notice quite a lot of the highlights, we played down that left-hand side. He's involved a lot of the time. So, absolutely buzzing with him. Morgala is solid. Like, both times, I don't want to sell him because I'm using him every other game in two different positions. He is wanted by Udinese. For some reason, just have a lot of money. But I have no intentions of selling him, I don't think. So, yeah. I skipped over Prestiani. I was looking to sell him at the end of the season. I don't know whether I've changed my mind yet. I don't have anybody. Neil Sal's okay. I don't have anybody who can fill that Prestiani role, who can just come in and just play amazing despite not looking as good as what possibly he should. Lucien Toma, I think he's doing okay. Like, he's played quite a lot. Fairly professional personality. Good La Liga player. 20. We've got a good bunch of Romanians now because, again, I always scout Romania. They are very cheap players. He's had a better season this year than what he did last season. And his development, certainly, in the mental attributes is exactly where I want to see. And he has very good pace and agility, which for centre midfielders, I actually think is quite an underrated couple of attributes there. Because Takata doesn't have that. And I notice that a lot when I'm watching the game highlights, that Takata potentially sometimes loses the ball, whereas Lucien Toma is in the key in the middle of the park, gets the ball and spreads it out wide. But Takata's better on the ball in regards to passing and vision. There's a catch-22. I need amalgamation of both of them, really. Kawasaki, very solid down that right-hand side when he plays. I mean, he still played 39 starts, to be fair. And Medina, he's getting better and better. I'm not saying he's going to be the best goalie in the world. I don't think he will be, but we still yet to find anybody, any goalies who's going to come in and be the goalie to take his position right now. And I don't see anybody coming in to do that. So Okachukwu unfortunately didn't play as much this season, and maybe that suffered, but he's still looking quite good. Dimitri, who came in, has played very well. I'm being quite fond of him, but the rest of the players haven't really played that much this season, and I could look to offload. In the development centre, though, we've got a couple of players. Nicolas Jimenez, joined us halfway through the season. His development already is looking quite good, and if you take a look at how he's been playing, 6 appearances in the under-29s, or 6 starts and 6 goals. Yeah, he could be maybe somebody we look to in the future. There's a couple of really good players down here that I don't think ever are going to see the light of first-team football, and that does worry me slightly. But that is youth to gold. Like, you bring these players in and you just unfortunately offload them. Sometimes making a loss, sometimes making a huge profit. I mean, like this guy here, Delgado, he's worth £49 million. If somebody wants to bring him in now and offers me $50 million, I could be tempted. However, he's only 18, good, like, great potential. He's not playing, I mean, 34 under-19 appearances, 17 goals and 12 assists from centre mid. If we do sell Rafael Luis, that's a big if. This is the guy that I think will step up and take that position. I think a season in the first team will do him wonders, and he could become one of the world's best midfielders. We'll have to wait and find out, I guess. Victor Ross hasn't been quite as convincing. I tried to loan him out. 12 goals in 34 appearances and 11 off the bench. 11 assists, for the under-19s. I was tempted to bring him into the first team this season, but I could not find any clubs to loan him, and I don't know why that is. It worries me when that happens. Don't know whether it's like a fault in the game or something like that. They're saying that Drajan is ready for the first team. They're not wrong, to be honest. As a centre attacking midfielder, we're just overloaded in that position right now. But yeah, we've got so many players who have been out on loan as well. So, like Benz Ferenczi, and I mean, there's loads of them. If you go by average rating, none of them have actually put in very good performances. That's slightly worrying, isn't it? But still, I think it's been good. And I've managed to get Sakamoto out, and he's made 41 appearances, so he's finally actually getting first-team football, and looks like it's been helping. That's really good. Maybe a couple of more loan deals for him. He could be a better goalkeeper than the one that we got. Ferenczi is the Hungarian 19-year-old 6'6" centre-back. I think another season out on loan, maybe in La Liga, would really help him. And then I could look to bed him into the first team lineup. But right now, I don't think he's quite ready. The rest of the players, though, I mean, there's some that I might look to offload. Miguel Pons, I've given him so many chances. Once again, he's gone out on loan and hasn't scored a single bloody goal. So, I don't know. But I guess we'll have to see what I do across the summer. I'm starting this summer picking up more potential wonder kids from Japan for a really cheap cost. As important as it may be to keep buying players from the nation you're in, I'm enjoying signing players from all over the globe. And once again, the board are prepared to improve the training facilities, which will help players like Rene Pedersen, who is another player that we've snapped up, and another Danish player. Plays as a striker right now, but lacks the pace. Still, for £3.5 million, I'm not complaining. I think I've decided on my Nelson Viper replacement. From Inter Milan, Matteo Turin, and for only £19.75 million as well. He's happy to be a squad player this season, but I'm genuinely tempted to find out if any clubs want to come in for Viper, seeing as Turin is happy to sign for such a cheap wage. Look out defenders, because a couple of players including Jensen has just learnt to beat the offside trap for a player trait as well. The good thing about signing all of these players so young is that in a couple of seasons they are qualified as homegrown talents, which is perfect for registration purposes. Rumours are starting to come in about Nelson Viper, so I'm going to put out the feelers and see if somebody bites, with 4 clubs that are interested. Also picking up this Spanish winger from Villarreal. He's not amazing, but he's literally cost me less than £1 million. And that's honestly all of our budget spent now, and there's a bid from Sociedad from Medina, but there's no way I'm selling him. First game of the season is here already, and Turin has an injury, so Viper keeps his starting position for now, and there's no new faces in the starting 11. And for once, we were not playing Sevilla in the first game, and instead an away trip to Bilbao, which can be tricky. Not today, mind. We played like we were a league or two above the Basque side, scoring 5 goals in total and having 15 shots on target with nearly 60% possession. An unbelievable way to start the season, with both Krupi and Viper scoring a brace, and Bayern's getting off the mark too. Man of the match though went to the left back Cesar Torres for his 3 assists and his 10 out of 10 rating. What a player. Hilariously, to the schedule makers of La Liga, we played Sevilla in the second game of the season. And David Medina picks up a torn muscle and is out for 3 months. Brilliant. Nothing that our backup goalie can do, and your defense lets just players run through right after you scored. And we drew the game 2-2. And then our backup goalkeeper got injured as well, which means our only goalkeeper not injured right now is Kenji Sakamoto. However, he still counts as a non-EU player, so to register him we have to remove another, as we already have 3 out of 3, and that means Takata will be moved for a short period of time. Viper keeps complaining about the lack of squad depth for goalkeepers, and that's annoyed me, so I just dropped him. But that didn't affect our performance, and Turin even scored during this emphatic win. It is annoying though, 2 big injuries, so I'm playing a third choice goalkeeper, and that's hardly showing a lack of squad depth in that position. But anyway, we won 6-2 away to Levante. More injuries followed though, with Krupi this time out for months. And then Prestiani, who was injured during a fall at training. What? As the transfer window closed, we faced Osasuna, and I fully rotated the team because of the injuries. Miguel Pons had a fantastic time, scoring 2 goals and a 4-0 home win. And it's Real Madrid up next. But still, with a backup goalkeeper and 2 of our key players in Krupi and Prestiani missing from injury, the task of beating Real Madrid was way too difficult, and we fell 2 goals behind quite early on. Miguel Pons did make it 2-1 and gave us help, but Bellingham restored Madrid's 2-goal advantage and then made it 4-1 from the penalty spot. We had a penalty of our own though, scored by Turin for 4-2. But that set a precedent on how bad this month is going to be, with 2 poor draws and a loss to Barcelona, with the win over Juventus being the only good result, seeing our good start to the season end. Thankfully, our form improved immediately, and we started October with 2 emphatic 3-0 victories, with the first being at home to Getafe, and the second was an even better away win to Real Betis, with the goals being spread out, as well as a lot coming down that right hand side, where Kawasaki got man of the match, picking up a lot of key passes and 1 assist. Carrying that momentum into the Champions League against Liverpool, as we defeated them 1-0 at home, with the goals being scored by Prestiani. And with Junior Krupi coming back into the lineup when we took on Atletico Madrid, we shocked them, as well as completely dominating the game, scoring 2 goals from Nelson Viper and winning 2-0. Just a month that we needed after our bad start and getting us back on track. I took a chance against Girona at the start of November by fielding a couple of our squad players who needed some first team football, and they came in clutch, with Turin scoring the first goal and the second being placed by Nelson Viper on a plate for the ongoing path of Stambuzi. It was great to have Junior Krupi back, and he was well on form and deadly against Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League, scoring both of our goals in a 2-0 away win from home. And then 2-0 became our favourite result, and it was so satisfying to see in the clean sheets. With this 3-0 Champions League victory ending a run of 5 games winning 2-0 in a row. Not that I was complaining, we were playing outstanding right now. But we are still suffering because of that earlier month of bad form. That run was also incredible because it was without Yannick Behrens, who broke his ankle and has been out for the last 3 months and is soon to return. I took a chance and risked playing him earlier on because of suspensions elsewhere, and it paid off with him scoring on his first game back. Tight game though against Valencia, finishing 3-2. And we finally dropped points for the first time in months, losing 3-2 to Valladolid. Lucky that seemed to just be a minor hiccup on our season, and we got back to winning ways almost immediately with this 3-0 victory, with 2 goals being scored by Prestiani and Yannick Behrens. Behrens cannot stop scoring, and he scored in the next game against Young Boys in the Champions League too. Nelson Viper scored 4 goals in the final game of the year against Celta Vigo, a fantastic victory, and finally we can see our league form puts us back into 3rd position, and in the Champions League we're actually top of the league phase right now. But it's January and a couple of transfer bids have come in already, and Liverpool tried to sign Frank Jensen for an embarrassing amount, and the Nelson Viper deal did have me curious, but I wanted a lot more money up front, so I rejected both. I also think selling a player in January on this great run of form could be costly for our season, because every player is chipping in with goals and top performances. And hiccups like this draw to Sevilla from a 94th minute goal are becoming far less frequent now. And we finally lost the game in the Champions League 2 to Bayern Munich, before stomping Salzburg in the final league phase game 5-1, which is our best performance in the competition yet. Just 1 loss and 1 draw in our 8 games sees us finishing 2nd place, just behind Inter Milan. Our last game in the month of January in La Liga was against Athletic Bilbao, and the previous time we played against them we beat them, and this time was no different. Nelson Viper scored the first 2 goals, and our Danish centre-back Parup scored the 3rd and a 3-0 win, which does see us close the gap to 2nd place Real Madrid just to a point. We are still some way off, 9 points behind Barcelona, who are still yet to lose a game. Our success so far is probably down to Nelson Viper. He scored so many goals so far this season, 18 in the last 19 league appearances. Bringing in Turin could have actually been a stroke of genius, because although he hasn't replaced Viper, it's made him really step up his game even more. However, Turin did disappoint in the Copa del Rey 4th round, missing a penalty in the penalty shootout, leading to us being knocked out by Deportivo La Coruña, who are in the league below us. As great as it would have been to retain the cup, our focus was firmly on the league and Real Madrid, who we faced in the next match, and they took the lead through Vinicius Jr. on the 74th minute. However, we fought back almost immediately through great teamwork, and again we did control quite well. Yannick Behrens scored an equaliser on the 83rd minute, and there was still time for a little piece of magic. That came from Yannick Behrens once again with that through ball to Krupi, which won the game 2-1 in the 93rd minute. The defeat in the cup was the only game in February we didn't actually win, and that now sees us overtake Real Madrid in the league and go above them by 4 points into 2nd place, just 3 points behind Barcelona, although they do have a game in hand. In the Champions League though, we've been drawn against Real Sociedad in the round of 16. And in the first leg, we just simply couldn't break them down, and the game finished 0-0, and the man of the match was their goalkeeper, Ramiro. They really come at us in the 2nd leg though, and they finally opened the scoring with a really scrappy goal from a corner. We scored a very well worked corner of ourselves though. In fact, Nelson Viper taking the game into extra time, where unfortunately Real Sociedad won another penalty and knocked us out of the Champions League. That result really did affect us though, and Atletico Madrid took advantage of us, beating us 2-0 in the following fixture. The other 3 games this month, we ended up scoring 4 goals and ended the month with a 5-1 victory, which still sees us sat in 2nd place, but Real Madrid have a game in hand on us which will put them a point behind. With Barcelona being a fixture that we had in January, I wasn't anticipating Real Sociedad being the fixture we really struggled in, and we lost 4-3. We looked like the team that was unbeaten all season though when Barcelona came to town. They were terrible, and we defeated them 2-0 with 2 goals from Nelson Viper and Frank Jensen. But a draw in Valencia is not good news. With wins either side of that draw, it still unfortunately does see us drop down into 3rd place, with Real Madrid overtaking us and Barcelona losing 3 games during that 1 month after both Real Madrid and us defeated them in April. However, fixtures are a lot more favourable than what Real Madrid's are, with 4 very winnable games. Whereas they have the Madrid derby as well as the Real Sociedad team that has defeated us 3 times in the last year. But while we were winning 3-0 against Rayo Vallecano, Real Madrid were also putting on a great performance with 2 goals from their right winger, Giovanni. I didn't really know much about this Brazilian, but he seems like a very good, talented, right-sided winger, and I've only just moved to Real Madrid for £23 million and has scored 7 goals and got 11 assists in his first campaign in Spain. All we can do, though, is just keep winning our games, and that's exactly what we did against Celta Vigo, defeating them 2-0, and hope that Real Madrid dropped some points in the Madrid derby. But annoyingly, they won 3-1. Barcelona also continue to win, and they are just 1 victory away from winning the league title back from Real Madrid, which they managed to do, defeating Atletico Madrid, who seem to be in the back of a lot of losses lately. But anyway, they did it, 2-0 win, and they're title winners. Meanwhile, we have fallen 1-0 behind away to Granada in just the 3rd minute, which obviously isn't great for our 2nd place push, but thankfully Prestiani pulled one back on the half-hour mark before Yannick Bayern scored in the 69th minute to make it 2-1, and we held on for our win. Unfortunately for Real Madrid, though, they had the opposite thing happen to them and went 1-0 up, only to lose 2-1 at home to Real Sociedad, helping us reclaim 2nd place by 2 points with just 1 game to go. All we had to do was defeat Espanyol, who had nothing to play for down in 15th place, but we found ourselves 1-0 down after just 6 minutes, and panic stations started to come in because then they were 2-0 up with just 12 minutes gone on the clock from the penalty. Nelson Viper did pull one back 5 minutes later, but in the second half, that's when we really started to cook, and he scored a penalty in the 70th minute to equalise, and then the hat-trick hero got himself his 3rd in the 77th minute, securing 2nd place for Mallorca. And we finally split the 2 dominant forces in Spain, with Nelson Viper scoring 34 goals and claiming the Golden Boot. And I'm actually quite proud of the fact that we managed to get 91 points this season. But the next step is to win the league. Quite a worrying thing happened in that Espanyol game, though, is that Yannick Bayern broke his ankle again. Now, thankfully, of course, that's the last game of the season, but is that going to be an ongoing problem? Because he is a world-class player. And if he has a recurrent injury, that's going to be so disappointing. Look how good he is, though. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. He keeps developing despite obviously missing so many games this season because of different injuries. 3 major injuries, broken foot and 2 broken ankles. What? He missed 3 months, and then another 3 months coming. He's going to miss 9 months in the space of a year. That's absolutely devastating for such a quality player. Anyway, back onto the development dive. We got Frank Jensen, also now a 5-star player. Another world-class centre attacking midfielder or left winger that we've got in. Hasn't had the best of seasons, just 12 goals, 9 assists. A very good average rating though, so still putting in the fantastic performances is our number 10. From Denmark. I think I've been a little bit too harsh. I just expect so much. Kind of out of nowhere, though, Kanika Masarika is unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. 20 years of age. What a centre-back that we've picked up here. From the FC Nordsjælland Youth Academy for just £4.6 million. This season, he's developed into a monster. 6'3", got great pace, unbelievable stuff. Really like how he is progressing. He's asking for new contracts as well. I'm going to have to go through and give a lot of these players new contracts. Cesar Torres, we highlighted during the episode. Unbelievable. He's developed even more since we looked at that. His mental attributes are fantastic. A lot of 18s and 19s in there, so really underrated if you just look at it at a glance. Junior Krupi just seemed to come in clutch so much this season. Another world-class by description, but I don't think he's quite as good attribute-wise as some of the other players that we have seen so far. But performance on the pitch, you cannot deny, has been exceptional for us. 17 goals and 11 assists this season. Saved us when we had a lot of bad form. He came in quite clutch quite a few times. Nelson Viper, I'm so unsure with. Like, he's scoring so many goals, but he just doesn't look like he's as good as what he actually is on the pitch. 34 league goals this season, 10 more than last season when I said I wanted to sell him. I don't know what I'm going to do with him. Prestiani's still around. He is now wanted. I could look at selling Prestiani, although he looks like he's actually got better again. Like, the development seems to halt last season and the season before, but he seems to have got better. On the pitch, he hasn't. Maybe it is time to cash in on Prestiani. I mean, he's worth like £70 million because we kind of do need the money. We haven't got a lot of money to spend. Our actual transfer budget, by the way, is only £24 million. We're losing a few players, which will help, that I just decided we'll never get any money for. Leandro Morgala, again, phenomenal stuff. He's done absolutely incredible. The player I want to highlight the most, because if you go on here, the 15 assists, only behind Jeremy Pino. He probably played a lot more games. He also got the most yellow cards. It's Lucien Toma. He's played so many games off the bench. Well, actually, no, it's only 3 appearances off the bench. 31 appearances only starting. 15 assists for a centre midfielder, because Yannick Behrens, he played a lot more because of Yannick Behrens' injury, because sometimes Yannick Behrens drops into that centre midfield spot, so I can give other people game time, and Lucien Toma sometimes misses out. I mean, it's helped him. It's definitely helped him. I dare the centre-back pour up. We got a really good centre-back partnership now, and I don't want to change that at all. They're quite young still. I think they're both 20 and 21, so two of the world's best centre-backs, and they're both playing for me, and they're both 21 or under. Satoshi Kawasaki as well has had some really good games this season, and he's actually developed really well. You can see a lot of green attributes going up there, which is fantastic. And then you've also got the likes of Matteo Torrin, who came into the side and pushed Viper to all those goals, and yet he looks better than Viper. This is what I mean. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do next season. Takata, I think we might have to cash in on early, because he is so disappointed all the time with the lack of game time he's getting. He's also torn his knee ligaments and he's been out for a couple of weeks. He will be out for another 3 months, so I won't be able to sell him immediately, but only 6 starts and 15 appearances off the bench. He got 3 assists and he kept on coming to me and being annoyed, so I don't know what I'm going to do with that. Delgado played a few games there, but I'm pretty sure I put him up for I did put him up for non-competitive, I think, but he hasn't played any games in the youth academy there. Ferenczi has played quite a few games more than what I thought he would, coming off the bench quite often, but starting 8 games as well, 21 appearances there, so still lacking a bit of development. I would hope by 20 years of age he'd have been a bit better than that, but I can't even loan him out. Like, nobody wants to come in for loan. David Medina, the goalkeeper that just keeps on giving back. Obviously, that big injury at the start, we suffered, definitely. There is a couple of clubs who are always interested, Udinese being one of them, but I'm never going to sell him, and if they come in for 70, then maybe, but I'm never going to sell him for the price of what they were trying to get him last season. Stan Bazzi, I feel like he's going to need Rafael Luiz to leave if we're going to play Stan Bazzi and see him what he can do to his full potential. He's also wanted as well. We could cash in £27 million, but right now, like, Rafael Luiz, nobody wants him, and he's only 25, but he's so good. So it's going to be a time where I'm going to have to sell Rafael Luiz, and I need somebody who is going to be just as good, if not better. And Stan Bazzi, I'm unsure whether he can give me that. When he plays, he's still good. 6.97 average rating, but he played less than what he did last season, and last season was his first season in the league. I don't really know. Dimitru actually played quite a few games, which I'm surprised with, Romanian. I put him up for the under 21s or under 19s, and then I realised I need to actually use him quite a lot for rotational purposes, and he did quite well, to be fair. But outside of that, in the development centre, we've got some players who are developing quite nicely that we can see here. A lot of green arrows on Victor Arce. We got Bruno Vukic, who's actually done really well. The Bosnian centre-back, and developed into an insane player that I might actually have to use next year, because he's only 18. Looks really good. Drajan, I'm trying to loan him out, but last season nobody wanted him. I think people are going to want him this year, because look how good he actually looks. Same as Nicolas Jimenez, development-wise, growing quite nicely in the youth academy there, so all's going quite well in the youth academy. There's another guy there, Ndai, who I've picked up, who has really good dribbling, finishing, and first touch ability from Senegal, only 150k. I mean, these prices that I'm picking up these players for are absolutely incredible. The one that I'm like, right, I think this could be the guy that will take over everybody is Rene Pedersen, if we can get his pace up, and his pace has increased, because when he signed he was only 17 and he had some unbelievable mental attributes, but I think it was a professional or fairly professional personality, but it's gone to a driven one now because his determination being so high. If we can get his pace up to like a 15, I think he could be a monster. I really do, because my scouts rate him so highly. He's both-footed. I want him to learn, because his technique was high as well. That's the one thing I looked. I thought, great finishing, great technique. This guy looks like an absolute monster. So we'll see how that goes anyway. But there's a lot of players in my youth academy right now that I'm like, right, it's either time for them to step up or time for them to go. I don't really know what's going to happen, but now that we're second in the league, I don't really want to lose that momentum. I want to at least stay in the top 3, and we got to make a push for that title, because, hey, we're only 4 points behind Barcelona this season. We didn't win a cup, and we were out very early in the Champions League, unfortunately. That league title, That league title could be ours within the next couple of years. We really need to make a push for it. Unfortunately, Spurs are stealing 2 players who wouldn't renew their contracts with us. But we do have £24 million to replace them going into season number 8. And I've been working on my backroom staff and now have 19 different scouts to find amazing players for me. And I have so many ongoing recruitment focuses, sending them all around the world. Bruno Vukic is a man I'm definitely bumping into the first team, but I will be looking to loan out for first team football. Rumours are circulating around Prestiani, who I may look to offload. However, his agent confirms no formal bids will be coming in just yet. Same for Nelson Viper, who is not considered to be a priority target right now. I'm still unsure what to do with Okachukwu. He's been on loan at Nottingham Forest and he's not done very well. Because I have more future strikers like Cordero here from Costa Rica, who's joining soon, who is just turning 18 in August for less than £2 million. Nelson is out of contract next year though, and I'm really stuck in 2 minds now. I just had to offer him a new contract as nobody wanted to buy him and I didn't really want to lose him. Annoyingly, my number 1 target is also a striker, and what a beast too. And Spanish and almost 20 years old, so I've got to get him fast. Eventually, getting a deal done for him for £19 million up front with some add-ons. He joins my only other signing right now, who is a Czech goalkeeper who I picked up for £5 million. With these new striker signings, I'm thinking of going with more strikers up front and give them more of a chance because I simply have way too many attacking options. We have a lot of injuries when it came to the first game of the season, but still a good enough team to try out this new tactic. Still, it didn't seem like we were put under any immediate pressure and scored via an own goal within 15 minutes. It wasn't until late in the second half to seal the win with another 2 goals from the second from Frank Jensen and the last being put away beautifully by Junior Krupi. I am purposely trying to start players like Turin more this season and he repaid me back straight away with 2 goals and a 6-1 win over Espanyol. Poacher's finish type of goals as well, just what I wanted. It took it to the 3rd game, but Gonzalez finally managed to get himself off the mark for the season with 2 goals in 2 minutes against Granada in a 4-0 win. Even though at half-time it was 0-0. We haven't played anyone super challenging yet, but what a start to the league campaign. A bid came in for Stambazi, and although looking at him he hasn't developed how I would hope, we would still be making a profit, and I'm going to reject it simply because I think with a season, a bit more game time, we can easily get more for him. Transfer window now closed and we keep up our good run with a 5-0 win. We did fall behind early in the next match, however, against Almeria, but just 2 minutes later and Gonzalez is leveling things up. Even before half-time, Turin is putting us ahead. Eventually, we won 5-2, but this is where our run stops. Because in the Champions League, we were appalling, and Roma has the easiest game they could ever ask for. Even to the point where Masarica passed Porto Nketiah with an open goal to make it 2-0. Frustratingly, Barcelona followed that match and they scored 2 late goals to pinch all 3 points. Masarica put us on our way back to winning games against PAOK in the Champions League, but we're still not exactly convincing after this. Because we then drew 1-1 to Valencia in the league, still only 3 points behind Real Madrid in first place though. And that's thanks to the hard work of someone who's really impressed me lately in Lucien Toma. We started the next month a lot better, beating Real Sociedad with 2 goals from Behrens and Viper. Toma's development recently has been insane from when he first joined, and the Romanian has become a staple in this team so far this season. He scored a well-deserved goal in a win against Atletico Madrid, which was a beautiful team goal to watch. In the Champions League, we headed to Celtic Park where a goalkeeper mistake led to Peter Musa scoring the opening goal within the 3rd minute. Thankfully, it didn't take long before Gonzalez equaled the scoring thanks to Viper's assist, but a deflected free kick from Celtic put them back into the lead just before half-time. Viper took it upon himself just after half-time to score another equaliser to make the game 2-2, and within just 5 minutes left on the clock, a ball was hopefully played in by Masarica and headed into the net by Gonzalez for a 3-2 win. And we ended the month with another win in the league and a first goal for Vukic. But 4 wins from 4, a fantastic win for us, and we claim 2nd place for now, just 3 points behind Madrid still. Good start to November, but it's Manchester City in the Champions League next. Possibly the contender for the game of the season, as a deflected Erling Haaland shot opened up the scoring for Manchester City. But a smart piece of play from Mallorca and a wonderful cutback for Frank Jensen makes it 1-1. On the half-hour mark though, the visitors Manchester City broke down our defence and Foden makes it 2-1. And yet still before half-time we created another chance and Gonzalez stuck the ball in the back of the net and it's 2-2 at half-time. The second half wasn't as eventful one as the first, but there were still 3 more goals to be scored, with the first coming as an own goal on the 87th minute giving Mallorca the lead. But with some really good pressing, we forced a mistake out of Manchester City and Gonzalez scored his 2nd of the game to make it 4-2. There was still enough time though for Man City to create one more opportunity, and Phil Foden got his second goal, but we took all 3 points in the Champions League. And that win made us believe that we could beat anybody, and we comfortably took 6 points from Villarreal and Sevilla in the league. Continuing our good run of form, battering Salzburg in the Champions League. And a win against Girona takes us to 10 wins on the bounce, and yet still 3 points behind Real Madrid in both the league and the Champions League. That's who we play next. And there is a reason why they are both top of Spain and in the Champions League. They have a far superior team and held 2/3 of the possession in the game, taking the lead in the 7th minute. We still have a bit about us though, and just on the stroke of half time, Luis manages to pick up a surprise equaliser. But in the second half, there wasn't much that we could do to the defence of Real Madrid, and eventually they broke us down and Kolo Muani scored the winner. Just a small blip though, because we were back on the winning run right after an away match in the league with 2 very questionable lucky goals. A lot of rebound shots coming off the bar, shots being saved by the keeper, but some fantastic finishes to eventually find the net. And our record speaks for itself. The only loss since September, and right now Real Madrid are unbeaten and destroying every and all teams in their way. January though, and bids are coming in for Prestiani, who hasn't played much at all since we lost that winger spot in our tactic, and after negotiating for £20 million up front, is accepted by Porto. The board have also given me a sizable transfer budget too to start making some more signings. And on my shortlist is Mehmet Kaya, who has only just signed a new contract in the summer, so wasn't interested in the move back then, but is definitely interested now. We get a deal done for the young Danish midfielder. Takata has made his decision to leave at the end of next season on a free transfer, so I'm going to try and cash in on him right now, but he's really suffered thanks to the development of Toma and watched from the bench for most of the season. Not what I was expecting to come through in January, but a huge offer landed on my desk for Nelson Viper from Manchester City. And I think it's time to sell and try and develop my own strikers. Because if we remove Viper, we've got a lot of options. Gonzalez has been fantastic. Krupi can also play there if needed. Turin just needs a little bit more game time, I think, and we still have Cordero and Rene Pedersen to start bedding in. Not to mention the B players on our side like Drejan, who has been banging in goals. So I dropped Viper for the first match of the year against Levante, and we still created a lot of chances, and we were as clinical as usual. I think we'll be okay without him. Another injury for Behrens though, which is very worrying. And we say goodbye to Nelson Viper, who has served us well, and that contract in the summer was a good move. As well as Prestiani, 2 incredible players who have taken us so far in this youth to gold journey. More injuries followed though and became a bit of a problem for us, however. And at the end of the month, Krupi also picked up a minor injury too. So I needed to start bringing in some recruits, and that's exactly what I did on deadline day. 2 players who can come right into the matchday squad without demanding starting positions. January on the pitch went really well, with the only loss being a Super Cup match and the only draw being away to Bayern Munich in the Champions League, which qualifies us in the top 8. In the league though, we continue to rotate our side because of the injuries, but still managed to pick up a lot of wins that maybe in seasons past we would have dropped points in. We were eliminated from the Copa del Rey, however, in the quarter-final after failing to score past Sevilla. But of course, with the amount of absences, it was a bad time to face Barcelona, even though we have been ahead for them for the majority of the season in the league, and they punished our mistakes to go 2 goals up. Behrens did pull one back to put up a bit of a fight against the Catalan Giants, but João Pedro's goal sealed our fate. And our response against Valencia was fantastic though, as was the rest of the month, with a 3-0 win and a 6-1 win, but it's Liverpool next in the Champions League round of 16. And the first leg was played at Anfield, and we surprisingly handled the occasion very well, considering we conceded from Ryan Gravenberch's goal just after 6 minutes, patiently waiting until early in the second half before Thomas scored, and we take a 1-1 draw to the home leg. And this might have been the performance of the season so far, as we completely dominated Liverpool, scoring 3 goals without giving them a sniff as we progress through to the quarterfinals against the French champions PSG. Before then though, we are still pushing Real Madrid to the very end in the league, holding on to our second place spot and beating their Madrid rivals Atletico 3-0 at home, with 2 goals from Mateo Torrin, who's really stepped up since Viper's departure. 2 more wins followed, and we have Villarreal to face before PSG, and unfortunately Real Madrid continued their good run of form as well, holding us off from that top spot by 4 points and remaining unbeaten. But we don't lose hope, and we batter Villarreal 3-0. First leg in Paris, and PSG think that they caught us out and take the lead into half time on the 46th minute from a corner, but we went right down the other end. cross the ball in and the Danish midfielder Frank Jensen finds the net. And we once again take a 1-1 draw in the away first leg of the Champions League to our home leg. Before the second leg though, we were rocked and lost 3-2 to Sevilla. However, Mbappe chopped down Kawasaki early in the second leg of the Champions League in their visit to Mallorca, and he's seen a straight red, and rightly so. And we took full advantage of the extra man despite giving PSG 60% possession across the match. Rafael Luis scored within the first 5 minutes of the red card, and in the second half, the overloads across the pitch were utilised down the left brilliantly, with Victor Arce finding space to score a second. Just like Liverpool before them, PSG came to Mallorca with a 1-1, and they left on a 4-1 loss on aggregate defeat as we sail into the semi-finals. A couple of wins and a couple of clean sheets against Real Madrid and Girona, and we now face the unbeaten leaders, Real Madrid. As a new hero emerged in a red shirt, the young Costa Rican striker Diego Cordero, who opened the scoring just after 2 minutes. And he continued to be in the right place at the right time and scored 2 more goals to claim the match ball and the man of the match after his bump into the first team, following the 15 goals he scored for the Mallorca B team this year, helping Real Madrid to their first loss of the league campaign at the Bernabeu. We played Manchester United in the first leg of the Champions League semi-final at home, which was a change for us this season. But one thing that didn't change was the result. For the third tie in a row, the home fixture in the Champions League knockout stage was won by Mallorca 3-0. We are on fire in this competition. Not only are we in the driving seat to make it to the Champions League final, but we have now also overtaken Real Madrid, who lost again last month and fall into second due to the results between teams being in our favour. However, tragic news struck as Junior Krupi damaged his cruciate ligaments against Manchester United and is expected to be out for up to 8 months. Absolutely devastating news for the lad who has been so amazing for us in the last few seasons. And the cracks beginning to show following this, with a loss at home without scoring a goal in La Liga and gifting Real Madrid to that top spot back. The threat of coming so close and throwing it all the way in the Champions League as well was squashed when Jensen scored within 3 minutes at Old Trafford. They did put up a fight though after scoring right after halftime through Garnacho, but a 94th minute winner sent us through to the Champions League final, where we will either face Napoli or Manchester City. Back to La Liga matches though, and what should have been a comfortable game for us at the top of the table against Osasuna turned into a nightmare for our title hopes, conceding the first goal. We pulled it back to 1-1, and as the time ticked down for the break, Gonzalez then smashed the ball home to make it 2-1. Just after the hour mark, it was a young Costa Rican Cordero who found the net to give us what we thought would be all 3 points. But that was until Amenda scored for Osasuna in the final minutes of the game. And that 2-2 draw cost us top spot as Real Madrid lost another match at home to Sevilla. A much more comfortable victory for us against Celta Vigo followed, once again going behind first in the match though. But with both Real Madrid and Barcelona winning, the title decider goes down to the final day with just 2 points between us as we travel away to Levante. And yet again, we were the fault of our own downfall as we conceded within 10 minutes of the match. We were missing key players such as Behrens, Frank Jensen and of course Krupi, but Torren was on a mission to make sure we stayed with hope, and he scored an equaliser. Real Madrid had the fairly easy task, however, of beating Huesca at home, who gifted their top scorer Muani the opening goal in the 35th minute. Back to the Levante match, and after a goalkeeping howler, Turin scored a second to give us the lead. But just before half-time, Levante scored a penalty, and we had nothing left. We couldn't break them down, and Kolo Muani scored a second late goal to seal the La Liga title for Real Madrid. Even with Barcelona ready to pounce, we wouldn't have won the title with a 6-1 win. Anyway, I guess it's hope for the Champions League final. So with that disappointing end to La Liga season, hopefully we can win the Champions League against Manchester City. But before that, let's have a quick development dive into the team. And I mean quick, let's breeze over it. With, of course, the selling of Viper and Prestiani, we needed people to step up, and that's what this man has done. Gonzalez, 28 goals this season, probably not as many as what Viper would have got, but of course Viper was playing for half of the season as the main striker. This guy now, when he beats the offside trap, he learns how to do that. He's both-footed, very fast. Just need really his composure and finishing to come up, but he's only 20. Let's give him a bit of time. I'm gutted for Krupi. I really hope he recovers from that because that's a big, big injury. Matteo Torren, we need him to step up as well. That natural fitness is the one thing that really worries me. And I cannot grasp what he's good at. Because yes, he's very good at finishing, but his composure and off the ball and his pace is not fantastic. So I don't know what type of striker to really bring him into, or whether we need to actually develop a different striker. Frank Jensen, of course, is one of our best players. He's absolutely phenomenal. He continues to be amazing. Same as Yannick Behrens. What a season he has had as well. Absolutely clinical for us, and that hopefully he's avoided the amount of injuries that he got last season, and he continues to do that. He was out for 2 months with a torn hamstring this year, but that's his only injury this year. That's not as bad as what it was the previous season, which of course was really bad one, to be fair. Lucien Thoma is the guy that I really want to highlight, though, because his development has been absolutely outstanding for us in the last couple of seasons alone. But since we actually got him, if you can look at that, a lot of 4s coming up there, a lot of 2s, and a lot of 3s. Everything about Lucien Thoma's game has been fantastic, and that's the reason why Takata's actually wanting to leave, unfortunately, who is down here, because he's only played 14 starts, and he is going to be... He's refusing to sign any contracts, and that's absolutely fine. Morgala might be one that I actually look to sell at the end of the season. He's 26 now. It could be time to move him on. He's been phenomenal for us, but we do have players who are ready to step up, like Bruno Vukic, who I've integrated into the first team, but he hasn't played as many games as what maybe he would have hoped, but 12 starts, 11 appearances off the bench. He's played a big part still, really. Masarika is phenomenal. What a pickup that is for a 21-year-old. £4.6 million. Absolutely insane. Power up, I'm concerned with, because he's not developing as much as what I thought he would, considering how quick he got, well, how quick he developed when we first brought him and Frank Jensen into the team. That's what I'm really concerned with. Same as Rene Pedersen, the Danish 19-year-old now. I don't know whether we're going to be using this guy going forward. I might give him a loan period of first team football and see if that bumps him up. I don't know, though. But we've got a lot of Danes in the side, because Mehmet Kai has now joined, and he looks great as well. Only 18. I think maybe a loan deal. I mean, he's been playing for the under-19s quite a lot, so he's got 14 games for them. He only joined in January anyway, so I really hope that he can progress and turn into something special as that midfielder who plays with both feet, and I really like that. He plays at loads of different positions, really. But yes, there's a lot of options that we've got coming through, and I do think if we look at the development centre and the loans, people have been asking about Okechukwu. He is still here. He's just not scoring a lot of goals when he goes out on loan. 5 goals there on loan at Wolfsburg, 3 on loan at Nottingham Forest. They might be playing him on the right-hand side. I might give him some first-team football this season instead of Turin. I might loan out Turin, and I might play Joseph Okechukwu and see how he does in the first team, because he looks a lot better, the better type of player that I like to use anyway. So Kenji Sakamoto, obviously we signed him ages ago. He's now starting to finally develop, 23 years of age. Of course, he's a goalkeeper, so we can wait for him, because goalkeeper-wise, I think we've actually struggled, really, to find a really good replacement that will actually finally replace, of course, David Medina, who isn't amazing. Like, we've got an average goalkeeper, if you ask me. So that might be something that we look for going forward in the next couple of years. But in our development, we can see there's a lot of players who's going to be bedding into the first team in the next couple of years. Cordero's played a big part this year, the Costa Rican already, and scored quite a few quite crucial goals, if I'm honest. Drajan is, again, another player that maybe needs a loan move away, because there's a lot of strikers now in the youth academy, so they're going to be like fighting against each other, because again, there's another one in Dye and Nicolas Jimenez. So many strikers. We need to give them game time. But I guess, hey, it's Champions League final time. That's something to get excited with.
Champions League final time, and it's against Manchester City, who, remember, we had a great time against already this season, beating them 4-3 at home in the league phase. And of course, it's where our old friend Nelson Viper was sold to for £86 million. Our lineup, despite the loss of Nelson Viper and injuries to Krupi, is still a good one, with Jensen and Behrens being the 2 danger men for this Mallorca side, and Torres always causing trouble from the left-back position. Thomas Tuchel is the man in charge at Manchester City, and they look to be without some key players such as Erling Haaland and of course Nelson Viper, but it's still a strong team. But the lineups are in, and the final of the Champions League in 2031 is about to be underway. The first highlight of the game was a Mallorca corner, and not a good one either, but the ball was played back out to Behrens and brought down in the box. After checking with VAR, the referee eventually awarded us a penalty just 3 minutes into the match, and the young Italian striker Turin stepped up and smashed it in to gift us the lead. Just minutes later though, and Manchester City are smashing our crossbar with a long-range effort. But we kept Manchester City quiet for a while, held on to the ball to frustrate them and draw them out, and that's when Kawasaki found Behrens on the run, who smashed in a second for us, and now we lead 2-0 in the Champions League final. But an act of madness as our left back Cesar Torres receives a second yellow card, followed by the red, and we are down to 10 men just before half-time. So I made a safe move and I brought Torrent off the pitch and pulled one of the strikers back into the left back role and brought on Victor Arce instead. But it made the game very interesting, I guess, and even still we held on to our own, but a calamity of misfortunes led to Phil Foden having an open goal to pinch one back for the City. And it's game on. And it wasn't long, just 2 minutes later, in fact, that City started to control the game, and that's when Archie Gray found Ansu Fati's run, and his first time shot flew in off the crossbar, and our 2-goal advantage disappeared. But set pieces was always going to be our friend, and then another Mallorca player was brought down, and the referee awarded us a second penalty in the match, and after it was checked by VAR, they confirmed that it was the correct decision, and the Andorran left back, who has just come on as a substitute, Victor Arce, steps up and smashes the ball home to put us back in front with 20 minutes remaining. A wayward pass, and Manchester City are on the attack trying to exploit the tired legs of our 10 men, and the run by Ansu Fati is found and he slots it home to equalise. However, the linesman is convinced it's offside, and once again VAR confirm, and we are saved by the flag, and it's still 3-2. City didn't dominate the whole match though, and we still created chances and even struck the post from Takata's shot in the 85th minute. But one last free kick and City brought their goalkeeper up, but it was cleared, and we simply hold on to the ball and run the clock down, and as the second ticks away, closer and closer to us becoming European champions, until finally the referee blows the final whistle. And for the first time in Mallorca's history, we not only won a European trophy, but the Champions League, 8 seasons after taking over using the youth to gold method. Now, I did have a feeling the Champions League would be easier for us to win than La Liga, because as we mentioned right at the beginning, the plan is to win the 3 major trophies, and we still gotta do that. It's also great to see the reputation grow for the club into a 5-star worldwide club now. So let's get to work on some transfer business, starting with accepting this offer for Takata, who wants to leave anyway. And that money will go on top of our £108 million transfer budget already this summer, which could be even more because players such as Rafael Luiz also wants to leave the club, so we speak to the agent and then hire an intermediary to see if we can get a deal done. £52 million was offered, and although he's worth more, I'll settle for 60 to make sure the deal is done. And that's because I already have his replacement lined up and ready with a bid accepted. And what was once our midfield of Rafael Luiz and Takata both depart on the same day from the youth to gold journey. But there were many talents to potentially bring in to replace them if I was willing to spend big. Like, imagine bagging this Spanish defender from Inter Milan and turning him into a monster CDM. Outside of his 8 for natural fitness, unfortunately. Which then become even more tempting because I sold Morgala to Real Madrid. And now, outside of Junior Krupi, who has that serious injury, we basically have a full new-gen team right now. But our first league game of the season is a European Super Cup against Spurs, who managed to win Europa League. And we have so many first-team players out injured, which is very frustrating. So we have a starting lineup that includes a new player Johnson in the DM with Vukic and Masarika at the back, and Kadir in the shadow striker role with Okachukwu starting in the advanced forward position. But either Spurs are awful or our new players are just incredible. And Okachukwu was on fire. Maybe the previous long spells were bad because he was playing from the right-hand side, because he is perfect as a striker, and he scored a hat-trick. That settled it for me. He is my starting striker this season. I'm finally able to train to beat the offside trap without him then going on loan and it cancelling. Plus, actually training him in the striker role instead of the right winger role. First La Liga game of the season is away to Villarreal, and Yannick Behrens continues to surprise people with the first time effort. Old Dane Johnson tucked away an amazing penalty next, and I know what you're thinking. Noel Okachukwu goal? Yes, actually, he scored the third, scoring 2 more goals in a 5-0 win at home to Real Betis. And then he has concerns about playing time. What is going on? They literally just started the last 3 games. He also wins Player of the Month for August too, with his 6 goals in 3 games. I have also signed a Portuguese centre-back from Vitória, who is good with both feet,
and has a great spread of attributes, but we did spend nearly £40 million for him. But on the same day as Real Madrid were dropping points, we lose to Celta Vigo. That's annoying. The transfer window is now closed though, and we sit in 3rd place. And in the last year, we've sold £229 million and only brought in £146 million in transfers, which is very interesting. Thankfully, after that loss, though, we recouped and beat Elche 3-0. We play Man City next, again. And within the 5th minute, Manchester City were out for revenge as Haaland sets up Archie Gray to give City the lead. But straight from kickoff, an attack down the right-hand side, and the ball falls to Lucien Toma, who sets the scores back to even. We flipped the score around, and it was the new CDM, O'Dane Johnson, who smashed in a worldie to give Mallorca the lead. But Rodri is still knocking around for City, and he pulls it back to 2-2. However, that's when it all goes downhill for Manchester City as we decided to stop messing around and tore them apart and show why we are European champions, scoring 6 goals in total without allowing them back in our net at all, sending the fans happy with a huge win. And we continued a good form, and although we couldn't keep a clean sheet, we won every single game comfortably with Real Madrid up next. It was a very tight game, and in the 87th minute, Real Madrid won a penalty. Jude Bellingham stepped up, but Medina made a huge save. But they still scored in the 94th minute anyway, and we lost. And we decided to take out our frustrations on the next 3 opponents. Somehow as well, in the 7-0 home win, our other CDM, Stan Bazzi, scored 5 goals. 2 of them were penalties, but I still found that quite fascinating. In November, we continued winning games until we faced Valencia away from home. And despite taking the lead, they scored when Luis Suarez lobbed Medina with a header off of a free kick, which took us into a crazy fixture against Barcelona, where the scoreline continued to ping-pong between both teams. We took the lead just before half-time. They equalised just a minute later, and after half-time, they took the lead through Lamine Yamal, who scored 2 goals, but Frank Jensen equalised just minutes after they scored. A bit of a break between goals, but then Barcelona scored a 3rd to put them 3-2 up through João Pedro, and within 4 minutes left, we had a corner whipped in, and Turin managed to pick up the 3rd. It's a 3-3 war. That little blip though, although there was no losses, did see us drop from 2nd to 5th place. And it's incredibly tight at the top with the amount of teams overachieving so far. Okachukwu, speaking of overachieving, has been lethal with 18 goals in all competitions. Fantastic news though as Junior Krupi is back into the lineup and better than ever. He made a couple of substitute appearances, but he started against Atletico Madrid for the first time, and what a return, scoring 3 goals, winning man of the match in a 6-1 away win, and some of the goals he scored too. Absolutely outrageous. December in the Champions League, and we took on the other Manchester team, Manchester United, at Old Trafford as well, and made them look silly. We scored 5 goals with the halftime score being 4-0, and even after halftime they showed nothing, and we continued our onslaught, scoring our 5th, topped off with a Junior Krupi penalty. Just Real Sociedad to play in the final fixture of the year, but the other 2 league wins has us fired back into the 2nd spot, point behind Barcelona. We continue to defeat the country's 2 best teams by lifting the Super Cup in January too, but dropped 2 points in the league by drawing to Villarreal at home. Keeping the title race very interesting as Real Madrid now jump above us into 2nd spot. Okachukwu and Behrens kept us chugging along though in the next match with a 3-0 away win to Girona, with the supporting cast all getting involved in the goals too, and putting up a serious threat. That was also proven in the Champions League with a controlled win against Lazio, at home with a 2-0 win, and our league phase complete. Finishing in the top spot without losing any games and giving teams a hammering along the way. Other than a couple of loans on the outs, no January transfers were made. Our run in the Copa del Rey though was stopped when Real Madrid battered us 3-0 in the quarterfinals. In the following match, Okachukwu scored an audacious overhead kick in a 6-0 league win. And the cup exit was the only downside to once again a phenomenal month. Lots of comfortable wins, and most importantly, we jumped into the driving seat in La Liga, 3 points ahead of Barcelona and 8 ahead of Real Madrid. We then breezed past Stuttgart in the Champions League with 2 2-1 wins. But let's go back to the league, because we continue to pick up crucial wins against Levante, with 2 goals being scored by Okachukwu, who's really snatched that striker position from Turin and outscoring Nelson Viper now. But when he was rested in the following match, we had Gonzalez to thank for 2 very early goals, picking up both goals before the 10th minute. And we thought the game would be over, but then our opponent scored an absolute cracker off the back of a corner. But still, going into the second half, you'd like to think we'd take control and maybe score a couple of more. No, Real Valladolid actually went on to score another, which really set the cat amongst the pigeons before finding our fantastic winner to give us a shock defeat. And we were rumbled in the next match too, drawing 0-0 as well to Celta Vigo. Okachukwu was back scoring a hat-trick in the following match as we picked up back-to-back 4-0 wins, but we were very lucky Barcelona also dropped points, and if they win their game in hand, that puts us a point behind us. Krupi scored 2 goals alongside Okachukwu's opener as we defeated Valencia 3-1 at the start of April, but it was time to face Inter Milan in the Champions League quarterfinals, where Junior Krupi scored another 2 goals, again in a 3-1 win. But what a set of following fixtures we have: Barcelona, Inter Milan, and then both Madrid sides. So, Barcelona at the Camp Nou, and Yannick Behrens slides us into the lead. Despite Barcelona getting Araujo sent off though, they equalised in the second half through Darvic. But a substitute Chilean striker Jimenez came off the bench to steal a winner for us in this top of the table clash. He hasn't featured much, but he's a hero right now. But then we somehow got eliminated from the Champions League after Inter Milan beat us 6-3 at the Giuseppe Meazza. Or from a Lautaro Martinez wonder goal after Junior Krupi took it to extra time by scoring in the 96th minute. And we followed that match losing to Atletico Madrid 3-2 at home. So we needed a big performance at the Bernabeu, and we started so well when Okachukwu scored in the 2nd minute. Real Madrid have some fantastic players though, and Arda Güler went on to an unbelievable run and somehow squeezed in an equaliser. But just before half-time, the last goal of the match came when a cutback was met by Yannick Behrens, and we were back winning games. And that win makes it very interesting at the top, as we now go ahead of Real Madrid on head-to-head only, with Barcelona just a point behind us, with only 4 games remaining in the league. Strap yourself in for a very tense end-of-season title race. While we were defeating Sevilla, Barcelona won El Clasico 1-0, but Real Madrid have bounced back since, beating their Madrid rivals, but it's our chance to put some distance between us. And on a beautiful evening in Mallorca, we kept our title hopes going with a comfortable 5-0 win against Granada, scoring 3 goals in the first 25 minutes. But wait till you see the goals in the second half. Because Okachukwu scored a wonderful curling effort for the 4th, and then Yannick Behrens nestled in a free kick into the top corner from 25 yards. And that was just as Barcelona dropped 2 points in Levante. But that's exactly what we do, giving up a 2-goal lead by half-time and having Behrens rescue a draw for us against Real Sociedad. And just like that, the boat starts to rock as both Barcelona and Real Madrid win and are snapping at our heels with just 1 point behind us on the final day of the season. Not to mention our opponents on the final day is Tenerife, who need a win to avoid relegation. But on the day we were absolutely relentless, and we really tortured the Tenerife defence with our high pressing, fast paced passing action, with every player on the pitch in a red shirt putting on the best game of their life. And they will forever remember this day as the day that Mallorca were crowned Spanish champions. We scored 7 goals from all positions on the pitch, unfortunately relegating our opponents Tenerife. But from our point of view, we are crowned La Liga champions for the very first time, topped off finally with a Junior Krupi penalty. Barcelona dropped off on the final day losing, but Real Madrid took us all the way to the very end, staying 1 point behind us as Mallorca finally lift the league title. All done through the youth to gold method. And what a journey it has been. I think we need to have a look and kind of thank some of the players that helped us get there along the way. Nelson Viper being one of them. Of course, now he's at Manchester City. He lost to us in the Champions League final, but he played an integral part in getting us to this point. And unfortunately, we sold him just before we won the Champions League. £110 million doesn't seem worth it for Manchester City, but it was definitely worth us selling him for that amount, because he was crucial for us. He was unbelievable for us for many seasons. That season there, 34 and 36 in 36 games, was insane. Considering we weren't at the time in the top 2 of the league, that's amazing numbers. Then, of course, the other mention down here of the most league goals by a player, because Nelson Viper now holds that record of 168, by the way. Junior Krupi's 101. Now, considering for the most of the time he's playing centre attacking midfield, and he had that huge injury. What a time Junior Krupi has had in a Mallorca shirt, and still ongoing. Of course, that massive injury at the end of last season, I thought maybe we would look to have sold him in that summer, being that the fact that he is the only real player in the game that we have left in Mallorca, outside of a couple of reserve players who
every now and then feature. What a season he had in the comeback. 17 goals in 22 appearances, only 19 starts, with 4 assists and 5 player of the matches. When he came back from his injury, he was better than when he actually got injured. And he has been absolutely insane for us. So looking at this season, if we go by the star rating, we've got 3 5-star players right now in Masarika, Behrens and Frank Jensen. And to be honest, I can't argue with that. Masarika, for 22 years of age, is the best centre-back, I think, in the game right now. He is absolutely incredible. Left-sided as well. He plays on the left-hand side at left-back every now and then as a natural position. Yannick Behrens, I was worried when he kept breaking his ankle. Didn't need to be worried. He's the best player in the world. I genuinely think he is. I don't think there's a player that I've seen that is better than Yannick Behrens right now. I think he's the best player in the world. As a centre attacking midfielder, he's been so crucial for us. He doesn't get the huge numbers that you see from other potential shadow strikers, but look at the average ratings of 7.3, 7.4. Since he joined us, it's always been above a 7, which is absolutely incredible, really. £40 million, £40 million well spent. Usually in youth to gold, you spend a lot less than that. But when players like Yannick Behrens comes around, he's one of the reasons why we won the league and won the Champions League. Absolutely. Got no doubt about that whatsoever. And then Frank Jensen, I mean, you talk about bargains. Frank Jensen cost us 6.7 million. Absolutely unbelievable. Training to beat the offside trap definitely worked. He started chipping in with a lot of goals after that. Every single time we played him, he was absolutely incredible for us. And Okachukwu, the last season wonder really, because he's been out on loan, not really doing much, and then all of a sudden comes back into contention in the starting lineup for Mallorca and gets 25 goals and 32 appearances. Yeah, can't argue with that. 300k we bought him for from Nigeria. So, I mean, the loan deals look terrible. Attribute-wise, he looks incredible. Beating the offside trap definitely helped. Sticking him up front definitely helped. And he even played a part a few times in that shadow striker role, which definitely helped as well. Kawasaki, finally got my hands on Kawasaki, and he came up trumps. £3.8 million. He had some really good seasons for us in the end, and the last season was arguably his best one. He's really come into his own now. Once we sold Morgala and Morgala moved on, Kawasaki nailed down that right back spot pretty much every single game he was fit for. The Japanese Gary Neville with a bit of pace is what I'm going to say. That's basically what he is. So well done, Kawasaki. I'm really happy with that. And the same on the left-hand side. Cesar Torres, unbelievable player for us since he came in. Again, £1.6 million. Look how good he is for £1.6 million. There are a lot of flops. Everybody always goes, how did you find all of these amazing players? There's a lot of flops that maybe I don't showcase that just never develop. Point is me showing you them, but these are the ones highlighted that have done very well. Lucien Toma as well, as I mentioned maybe at the start, come into a really good last couple of seasons there in that centre midfield role, and exceptional stuff. Now, the rest of the players in here, there are some absolute beauts, of course, that we're going to miss out, and development-wise, we've still got, like, Sakamoto. He's been in it seems like he's been around for so long now. £2.1 million. We signed him for in 2025, 2026. He's never really played that many games, just a couple of appearances for the first team and got 1 clean sheet there. There's so many unbelievable talents that we've got. And if you want to take over this youth to gold side, you can. The save game file is going to go up on Patreon and on the channel members. However, I will also put in the tactic, but I'm going to retire this manager. Bang. We're going to retire. So, let me know what your thoughts are. Hope you really enjoyed this Youth to Gold series, as we always do. But my eyes now are fully set on the versus episodes we're going to be doing with Dad. Because we're going to tackle Glory Hunter versus each other. And that's a lot of fun. So make sure you're subscribed, because you do not want to miss that. Normally I only do Glory Hunter by myself, but no. We're tackling it against each other. I'll put episode 1 of the Wrexham versus Notts County save up on the screen right now for you. Make sure you check that out, because it's pretty much exactly the same as the versus rebuild. We go one-on-one, season by season. Check it out right now.
Thank you.
Today, my dad takes on a new challenge for 10 seasons. And it's an old favourite of the channel, it's the Youth to Gold. A concept in which you're only allowed to buy players 19 years old or younger. And after Season 2, you're also not allowed to play players who are 30 years or above. With the concept hopefully going to make your club filthy rich with cash. And also win a lot of major trophies in the process. And my dad has decided to do this with one of my favourite clubs, Eintracht Frankfurt. Right, Dad, Youth to Gold time.
Yep.
You're finally taking on the challenge, and of course, you're doing it with my favourite German club, Frankfurt.
Might as well. And I do it with one of the teams that we both like, so...
Exactly. So we've established what the rules of the Youth to Gold is. As always, this is Dad's first time taking on this challenge, so it's going to be interesting to see how he does, because usually you're not really one to focus on youth.
No, I'm not. No. So this is a bit of a challenge for me. So.
Yeah, you're usually I'm just buying for the here and now. Yeah. So the challenge is obviously set. What can you do within the 10 seasons with Youth to Gold? Let's have a look. So transfer. In the first season, you have signed a couple of players. Obviously, Frankfurt do have a bit of a budget at the start because they sell Kolo Muani for 77 million and don't really replace him with a lot of like costly transfers. So you've brought in two really smart deals, actually, especially Coyote.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's going to be a good right back. Only 19, so this is for the...
He could literally last you for the 10 years.
Definitely, yeah.
Because obviously the premise of the Youth to Gold is when they get to around about 28, 29, 30 is when you look to cash in and have somebody to replace. It's not a necessity, but it just works really well in that system when you're buying all these young players coming through. So bringing in Coyote straight off the bat for 12 million is a great signing. And then Maxim Decker, a centre-back.
Only 19 again, so...
Yeah, Dutch.
Two good signings, I feel.
There we go.
Yeah.
Right, so tactically in the first season then, you're setting up in a standard 4-3-3. Nice and easy, nothing too complicated. And picking best 11, you can see the players going in here. Now, one thing I do think we need to note in this side is there are going to be players right now who are too old in the team. But as we remember, it's not until the second season where you really have to worry about that, and you're not allowed to use those players. First season, we're all good.
Yeah.
And you've got some big first team players, as you can see. The goalkeeper,
I wasn't looking
left
forward
back.
to this at all.
No. That's going to be your hardest challenge of season number 2.
Yeah.
All right, then. Let's have a look at the schedule so far, then. You've had a good start, though. 4-0 against 1816 München. We've got 5-0 against Darmstadt, the first game of the league. Ammonia winning in both legs, which means you do go into the Europa Conference League, and Mainz a 4-2 win in the Bundesliga. So
great start.
Yeah, nobody, obviously, that's like, okay, that's a good win.
Yeah.
They're all teams that you should be beating.
That's right, yeah.
But it's a promising start. So let's simulate season number 1 with Dad's Youth to Gold and see how he gets on. Okay, so first season down in 9th place.
I was disappointed with that, really.
Yeah, that's lower than what they usually are.
Such a good start. So, yeah, I was disappointed. I wanted to be in the top 7 at least to carry on with European football because you need the money.
Yeah, it's very close in the gap between like yourself and 6th, really. Only 4 points between you, really. So one win, you would have been back up to 7th place, and you kind of consider that to be a good season.
I had a poor finish at the end of the season as well, so
yeah,
it didn't help neither.
The shock teams in there for me are Hoffenheim and Augsburg. Usually they're down the bottom half of the table, so that's done you no favours, really. But we also can't see any Frankfurt players in the goals or highest average rating. We've got Nauf, who's in the player of the matches, but that's kind of it, really.
Yeah.
So that needs to change going forward, but as we know, when you go into stage 2 of Youth to Gold, you have to start selling the players.
I'm losing a lot of players now. So, yeah.
It gets a lot harder. So let's have a look at the players that you got to begin with. Now, goals-wise, you got Sasha Kaladzic, who's only a lone player. Hugo Ekitike is only a lone player too, as is Donny van der Beek, as is Robin Koch, but Robin Koch is joining on a permanent. Marmouche, who's actually your player, is the guy with 13 goals, 10 assists. So that's quite good. He's only 25, so whether you decide to cash in on him now or keep him around. But Nauf, only 22 years of age, getting a good amount of assists. 11 assists just in the league alone. That's not bad at all.
No.
So far you've got some good players in there that, hey, if you give them game time, they could turn into quality players. But now, as we mentioned, season number 2, you cannot use players 30 or above. which means really from Shqiri onwards, because Shqiri's going to turn 30 during this season.
And both my keepers as well. Look.
Both keepers are in there. Mario Götze is in there. Philip Max is in there. You're starting left back, who's very good, by the way. This is where the youth to go can sting you. But in the long run, you might be benefiting from it.
Yeah.
So, first off, getting rid of them is always a trouble, but then it's replacing them.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And you've got £13 million to do so, which is not a lot.
No.
So it's going to be a tricky summer, really.
Definitely, yeah.
Of course, you're in the DFB Pokal. Let's see how far you got in that competition. Oh, I forgot that you were also in Europe. Quarter-final of the DFB Pokal. Let's take a look at that first. So Leipzig in the quarter-final. Third round, you knocked out St. Pauli. But runners-up in the Europa Conference League. Aston Villa. I mean, obviously, we knew you hadn't won it because you would have had qualification.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
But we just didn't know how close you got. But Aston Villa on pens is a hard one to take.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Because their team's very good. Knocked out Lille on along the way. It always seems to be these 4 clubs that are in this competition at the end in that first season. Quarter-final, knocking out AZ Alkmaar. Round of 16, PAOK 8-1 on aggregate as well. Did you play in the knockout playoff round? You didn't, which means in the group stage, you got through nice and easy. 6 games from 6 that you managed to win. So, comfortable.
The teams that say, I should have went through as well, shouldn't I?
Yeah. But yeah, that's a tough one to take, losing out on penalties in the final. Oh, well, okay. There's bigger and better trophies to be won later on in the Youth to Gold. Let's see what you do in the summer. Okay, so season number 2, you raised £34 million worth of players. If we can have a look at this, like Shqiri's left, as we mentioned, one of the players that would have to go. Jakic, Rafael Santos Borre, Mario Götze. No keepers in there, had to stick them down in the reserves.
That was my orders. I just couldn't. I was getting good deals in from them, but they just didn't want to go. They wanted to stay.
Yeah.
I said, no, you can't.
They're expecting to play as well. So instead, you brought in Dennis Seaman. Now, this is a smart move.
I was pleased with this signing, I must admit. I had 18 as well. He's not a bad keeper for 18.
He's good for 18.
Yeah.
And the trouble is, in Youth to Gold, goalkeepers are the hardest position to pick up. So picking one up early and being from the country that you're in is golden. You've done well there. Hopefully he's got a good potential and you can grow into being a quality player. So let's look at the rest of the signings that you've got. So we've got a 19-year-old left winger here, Kielman, who's kind of like a centre defence midfielder or a box-to-box type of midfielder. That's good for $5 million. Robin Koch was obviously the deal that was already done previously, so you can't judge down on that one. But Nelson Viper, I love that signing of Nelson Viper.
Good sign, that's.
What you're doing quite smart is, in the early stages, is signing players who can just get into first-team football.
Yeah.
Because there's no good signing the 16-year-olds now, because if they're nowhere near good enough yet, it's going to take them 3 years to be good enough. You're signing players who are like 19 or very late 18 so that they are ready to play first team football within a season. They're as good as what you already had.
Yeah. Well, they're not just quite good enough to get in my team. I was sending them out on loan then.
Yes.
With the they must play.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. You've got a lot of loan players down here who players who've gone out, probably getting first team football, so that's great. one of the ones that you signed there yourself, Maxim Decker. But yeah, I really like the Nelson Viper deal. That's a really good signing in my opinion. We've got the backup goalkeeper coming in as well, 19 years old. Nathan Zeze, who I really like as a signing, to be fair. He is quality, a good French centre-back on the game. Always check up Nathan Zeze because he's got good potential on it. You just never know. And then we've got Buonanni, who I absolutely love as kind of the talisman signing for you this summer. Just 19 years of age, but for 19 million, that's actually a bargain.
You know he's just going to get better and better than you.
He is very good on this game as the Algerian. So some fantastic signings. So far, you're really impressing me because you're not used to signing players like this. Tactically then, we've changed slightly. Obviously, we needed to after the season that you had in the league. And we can see if we do best pick 11, surprisingly, Buonanni doesn't go into the lineup, but Nauf was so good last season.
Yeah.
And Coyote is obviously going to play. So you've got good rotation there. Marmouche on the left is fantastic. Gnankam coming in is a bit of a beast. He's really strong and powerful and quick, so that's good. So him and Viper up front could be quite interesting up there. Interestingly, your best ball-in midfielders out on loan, but you've got enough players in there who can fit in and do the job, I think. This one's going to be intriguing to see how you get on this season, because it could all go tits up, but you've got the players in that I think can give you a chance. So schedule-wise, it's a good start, and you've actually beaten somebody decent.
Yeah.
Now with the 1 goal in 1 minute, which is all that was needed, just for the win over Leipzig. So fantastic stuff.
Start off with the cup game 7-0. You think like at least their morale's good as well. Then to go into the first league game. So I was pleased with the 3 league games I've played.
Yeah, defensively looks quite good. You got a few difficult games coming up now, but no European football to distract you, which could be a good thing.
For the youngsters, definitely, I think so.
Give them game time. Let's see what happens. You got Mainz in the second round of the DFB Pokal. Hopefully, you can overcome them. Let's simulate the second season and see how you do. Oh, hello! A Bundesliga win.
I don't know how I've done it. What a team I got, eh?
The youngsters coming in
Here
clutch from out of nowhere.
Mate, I just couldn't believe it when they went through.
That's unbelievable. I mean, you were up there the whole period,
Yeah.
but, you know, dropping down a third at one point, down a second, but you rescued it. Won the league by 2 points.
Get in.
I mean, Bayern Munich have had a bit of a stinker.
That's the thing. When they
that's
do
what
have a
you need
stinker,
to.
you've got to jump in then, haven't you?
Yeah.
Because they don't have a stinker very often, do they?
No.
So,
And Leverkusen has done well to get 69 points because they were down in 7th place last season, but you jumped from 9th place to 1st. Now, the 7 losses you did pick up, you can see only one of them was Bayern Munich. 2 of them were at home. The rest were all away fixtures. 5 draws. So you didn't actually beat Bayern Munich.
No.
You didn't need to.
no.
You went on and won 22 games out of your 34 and got the job done. So this tactic has definitely, the tactical change definitely worked. But those 2 up front, I mean, 29 goals between them.
It's good for this league, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Can't ask much more with that. Marmouche with the most player of the matches as well, so that's fantastic. And Dennis Seaman getting 12 clean sheets, which is actually the second highest in the league, behind Neuer's 15. Solid performance.
Good start for him being a youngster keeper as well, so yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Very solid performance that you've got there. I'm interested to see. So you got the 3rd highest most goals. Fewest conceded was the 3rd as well. So yeah, consistent. That's what we like to see. But what about the DFB Pokal? Can you make it a nice little domestic double? Oh, it's very close. Very close.
Yeah.
Bayern Munich.
Again. There's 2 finals I've lost in already, innit?
Yeah. But I mean, still,
They had to
so
beat me
far so
eventually,
good.
didn't
Yeah, so far so good. It's been all right for you. Now, 21 goals from Nankam. Nelson Viper was 17, but already Nelson Viper's development is looking great.
He's finished in 16 already, look ideal.
Yeah, that's just what you want. That first season under his belt where he does well and he still gets the development. But we can see it from elsewhere as well. Nauf is having a lovely time on that right-hand side. He's got 15 assists there. Buonani didn't play as much as possibly what you needed. He's maybe a little bit upset about that. But it's hard to argue with the team when they went on and won the league and go, look, well, to be honest, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
So, transfer budget for next season. These early years are when you need the transfer budget. Later on in the years, you're never going to touch it. I promise you that. When you start the youth to gold system, you might find this out yourself, Dad. We'll see. But you've got £36 million right now, which is a good amount to get, 2 possibly first team youngsters and then maybe a little gamble in there. That's, the 10 million type of player. But yeah, we'll have to see. Let's have a look to see what you do in the summer of season number 3. Well, you got the most of your extra transfer budget because of the selling of Robin Koch. £25 million there. You lost your cock down. So move on, I guess. He's gone to Saudi Arabia, but it's an extra £25 million in the bank, as well as another £5 million there from Smolcic. And there's a few signings going out for bits of money. But what I'm impressed with, Dad, is the loan deals. I'm enjoying the fact that you're loaning them out for money as well.
Yeah.
Which means they're more likely to play them as well because they're having to pay for them. So the chances are they're not just going to be sat on the bench all the time, which is good. Give them game time. What I also like to see is the signings coming in. £71 million, and what we got 11 players there.
Yeah.
So yeah, 11 people there. That's not bad, is it? Nice little guess off the top of my head. Dijkstra, who I did see is already out on loans. That's good. Fullback, plays both sides. This is a good signing.
I do, isn't it?
Yeah, good Bundesliga 2 play. He's gone to Dresden. Guess where they are? Bundesliga 2. So, obviously, Dresden Stadium's beautiful.
Oh, lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful. Almost as nice as Frankfurt's. But yeah, Dijkstra, that's a good signing for them. 19 years old. This one, though, Rooney Bargi.
If you catch this guy young as well, he's going to get good, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Nice. Although you do now have 3 right midfielders.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But, I could sell one for a bit of profit, make a bit more money on 1 or 2 of them, and.
He's learning the youth to go. You see? Ian Subare, who is a River Plate player, plays on the right-hand side or the left-hand side naturally.
18-year-old and he's quick, he's fast and all that.
Yeah,
so.
already loaned out to Darmstadt for first-team football. That's what we like to see, so that's good. Then we've got Madi Monome, £3 million. Another guy coming in, 19. Good option there. Kanuzan, I've noticed him a few times. He's really good. Centre attacking midfielder. That's good. Then we've got Grachawas. I don't know how to say his name. I do apologise. But again, these are a lot of signings that I've never seen before. But it's gambles, but it's also players that you could potentially be making a bit of money on. John Melberg, I'm guessing his dad's Olaf Melberg. Did it say that? Olaf Melberg, yeah, that's his father. Yeah, the one who used to play for Aston Villa.
Yeah.
So that's a good signing as well. Hopefully he turns out like his dad, because he was a monster, wasn't he? Kelson from AC Milan, another centre-back. A lot of centre-backs coming in.
Well, I found the defence was quite hard to buy.
Yeah. You either have to go big and get the likes of, your Diamondes or Costas.
Any chance I've seen one that was young,
and
cheap, I just sort of got them and then whack them out on loan and try and sort of develop them then.
Yeah, take a gamble on them. Bogende is a good striker option there, 19. Fode Sila from Lens, good centre mid, French. There's a lot of a French connection in the Bundesliga, and there's loads of players. He's already out on loan, and then finally we got this guy for £3 million into the youth academy. So yeah, so far not bad at all. Okay, so tactically, we're sticking the same.
Yeah.
Obviously, we just won the league. It'd be very silly, and you'd have a lot of people talking and calling you the Tinker Man if you decided to change tactic. Which, by the way, shirt and mugs are coming soon. Best 11 pick, though, we can see a lot of those new players coming in. But, of course, the players that you've been developing the last few seasons are nailing into those positions already off their own back, which is great to see. Okay. Schedule-wise, then, we've dropped points against Werder Bremen, but there's nothing to be panicked about. You did win the Super Cup on penalties against Bayern Munich, so that's always nice to get a trophy over them. And you are through to the next round after a 5-0 win of the DFB Pokal. Good 2 wins in the Bundesliga, scoring 3 goals. Doesn't look like you've had a summer where all of a sudden your tactic doesn't work, which sometimes does happen in Football Manager, and it's absolutely infuriating. Let's have a look, your fixtures for the Champions League, because this is the ultimate goal of winning the Champions League. You've got some players or some clubs that I absolutely love and adore in there, and some clubs that I absolutely despise, including Rennes, or somebody told me it's actually pronounced Ren, and I was like, I don't care. I hate them anyway. Some
a couple
good
of hard
fixtures
games
in
in there already, so yeah.
Yeah. Do you reckon you'll qualify, though?
I wouldn't expect so with such a young side, but I'd like to think that I get into the knockout stages.
There's 4 games in there you should win.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one, isn't it? So
yeah.
I'd like to think I could.
Okay. Right, season number 3 then. Developing players, which is great. Already won the league title, which is a big shock and surprise, but can you follow that up? Let's have a look and simulate the season. Oh, it's a drop down into 5th place.
Bayern weren't going to have a second bad season, were they?
No, and they've really come back firing with 79 points. You didn't drop off too much in terms of points, I don't think, because you think this season was 66, last season you won it with 71, so you're only 5 points behind, which isn't bad. That 71 would keep you 2nd place from last season. But yeah, 66 points is still not bad. You're in the Europa League next year, which probably means you haven't won the Champions League.
Yeah,
but
well, definitely,
yeah.
I think that's a better thing for me to be in that one.
Definitely, for now, absolutely. At this point in Eintracht Frankfurt's players' career and stuff, 8 losses that we can see there. Didn't lose to Bayern Munich. Drew against them both times there. So, but 20 wins out of 34 is nothing to be sad about. Marmouche with the top scorer. Nelson Viper with 14 as well. So they both did really well this season. And Kunku at the back there managed to get 5 player of the matches. He is your left back that you signed. Well, actually, you didn't sign, but he was there anyway. Dennis Seaman.
17 clean sheets. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah. Can't be too displeased with that. That's really
he must be
fantastic
really good now.
for a 20-year-old. Yeah. Already starting to develop.
Yeah.
The joys of youth to gold when you see the development happening. Oh, it's no better feeling than Football Manager, I'll tell you that. So, other competitions then. Let's see how far you got in the Champions League and if you won the DFB Pokal. Oh, it's a runner-up again.
I can't win the cups, mate, can I?
Cologne. I had suspicions that they won it
Yeah,
because
I
they
see.
qualified,
I've seen it in the league table there.
but it's just
Yeah.
so annoying to get runners up and a 1-0 loss there. Unfortunate. Manchester United knocked you out of the knockout playoff round, so you had to play them in the group and then play them in the knockout playoff round. 8-6. Jesus.
Couple of good games there.
Wow. Okay, so let's see. So we finished down in 19th place. You lost 3. Bayern Munich,
3 big
Man
teams.
United, Barcelona.
Yeah.
You drew 2. Copenhagen, Besiktas. That's 2 winnable games as well.
Definitely, yeah.
But at least you beat Rennes. And that's all we care about on this channel. People keep going, why'd you hate Rennes so much? Why'd you like them so much? Just a note save. A note save where they were the bearer of bad news for everything that went wrong in every season I did. Okay, it's not a bad season.
To be honest, I'm quite happy with that. 5th place and got into the cup final.
Yeah.
So I'm quite happy with that. And done better than I thought I was going to do in the Champions League. So, yeah.
You're betting players in still.
Yeah, that's right,
You're
yeah.
going to have this
Yeah.
period. There's always a low point in season 2, 3, 4 in Youth to Gold where
Yeah.
you're just waiting for the players that you signed to be better than the players that you've got rid of.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Because then after that, the transitions, they're a little bit more fluid because you're deciding when to get rid of a player and you've already got somebody lined up.
Yeah.
And it's not as too much of a drastic drop-off as it is in the very early stages. Nelson Viper, though, with 31 goals, is absolutely outstanding. 21 there from Marmouche is good. Rooney Baji played
He's
48
improved a lot
games.
as well already.
Yeah, it's 16 goals. The growth on him already is lovely. He's
One
looking
season.
like a fantastic right midfielder, straight off the back. So some good campaigns there.
Yep.
Really good campaigns. Transfer budget, 96 million. And that
Definitely
is why we love playing the Bundesliga.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
The money is always there in the Bundesliga. Now, in terms of players that you might have to get rid of, we are still okay
All
for
right
now.
a minute, yeah.
Marmouche is your oldest player at 27, which means you got at least 2 seasons with
Yeah.
him. But it is that 27. I usually say 26 to 30 is when I'm like, if I've got a player ready to jump into their position and there's people who are, clubs that are interested, I'll actively try and sell them.
Yeah.
Because that's when you're going to get your prime cost for them. It means your player underneath them can then jump in that position, develop as early as possible, and you never know, maybe become better players. So might be time to start thinking about that Marmouche one and maybe
Yeah,
even Tutu as well.
He scored 21 goals, so that's probably the best time I could get rid of him, really.
Yeah, maybe as you go into the summer, there might be a little bit of interest in him.
Yeah.
We'll have to find out. Let's have a look at what you do in season number 4 summer transfer window. Well, Dad, he's gone.
Yep.
The right time.
I listened to the instructions you gave me about different ages and means you had to look at start selling them. I was never going to get a better time to sell them after scoring 21 goals, I don't think. So,
No.
yeah, adios. Thank you very much.
I mean, £18 million is not a lot of money, but I don't think you ever were going to get that much. He's not that
No, he's
good
not-
of a
he's not
player.
brilliant, is he? But
No. He did very well in the, overperformed really
Yeah.
in the 2 seasons that you had him. So getting £18 million is £18 million that you can then put towards a couple of youngsters, and you've definitely done that. Now, there's other players who have left the club as well. You've actually sold a couple of the youngsters you've already bought. But that's what happens. You either decide they're never going to be good enough, there's never going to be a route for them.
Yeah, I was looking at them when they come back from being out loan or something like that, and they hadn't improved and all that, and I was just thinking, well, it's a bit of extra money, and I was making a profit on them. And
Yeah.
I think that's all you got to look for, really.
Exactly. It's not called youth to no go. A lot of loan signings going out because this is also how you make your money back as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones here where you're loaning them out for like 2.7, 2.3 million pound. If you're signing, I mean, this one here, I think I'd say singing John Melberg, you signed him, you loaned him out there for 2.3 million pound. You signed him last year for 3.5. That's already like 75%, if not more, of his transfer budget paid off with just a 1-season loan.
Yeah.
It's smart moves to make, and this is how you keep making money in the Youth to Gold system. However, you did splash a huge amount
Yeah, I did, yeah.
on a player, and everybody's going to be going, I have never heard of him before. We're already in New Gen season, in season number 4, and look how good he is. Fantastic. 18 years old.
I know he's 15 million, but when an 18-year-old comes up as good as this, you got to jump on it, really, haven't you?
Yeah, because you... Well, careful with your words. We're going to get ourselves cancelled. When you see an 18-year-old that
You see
good,
an 18-year-old that
you got to
good.
jump on him.
You got to take advantage of that.
No, that's even worse. You're making it worse. You've got to buy them. No, hold on. That's still bad in some countries too. Right, in football. But anyway, you purchased
This guy's
the
good.
transfer and signed this guy to a footballing contract.
Yeah.
Dominique Hervoit, £50 million. Got a goal already in his 3 appearances for Eintracht Frankfurt in the Bundesliga. It's a lot of money, but it could pay off. And that could be either the best striker in the world for you or somebody you sell for 70 to 80 million pound and you make a profit.
Yeah.
All good thinking. Right. That's fine as long as you don't do too many of them, which, just one every now and then. And especially when you're making a good amount of money on the transfers out, then you're all good. You're never going to be over the money. And I did notice you still got money in your budget left with a good amount of wage budget. So already the youth to goal is kicking in. We got too much more. We got too much money to know what to do with.
Well,
That's
I
a
hate
good sign.
leaving money in the budget, don't I?
Yeah, it's
And for me,
it's almost like
million there.
It's almost like a crime to you. You're like, I got 4 million. Who can get with that? It's just like you don't have to spend it.
I can guarantee you, I spent another half an hour looking for more players to spend that 35
Of course you did. Thiago Freitas for £14 million from Benfica. Good centre midfielder. He's now 20, but you signed him when he was 18 or 19, sorry. £10 million to up to 12 in Kriveld there. 19 years old. He's got good as well. 20 now. Ila Kahena is another good player that I've seen. And again, he's born in August, so Dad signed him early enough when he was 19. Cracking sign and really good, another striker that you've got to add to your arsenal. And then Montoro, another youngster, again, fantastic player from the off. Look at that. Looks really good. Developed early. Alvaro Montoro from Velez just for £10 million. How do they fit into your team? Now, you're going to nail in Hervoit into that left-sided position. Yeah, I think that's smart. Definitely. If we do best pick without restriction, he does go in there, but it still just guarantees that he actually plays. Nice to see Buonanni now is in on that right-hand side, but I hazard a guess that him and Rooney Bargi are going to be in and out of the squad together and both play, which, hey...
That's a good thing when you've got
Not
two
bad at
players
all.
that good fighting for one spot. You just think, well, just let them fight it between them, didn't you?
Absolutely. So some subtle changes to the tactic there to allow some players to be nailed in. Let's have a look at the schedule. And it's 4 wins from 4.
Yeah.
And it's some good wins too. Dortmund 2-1.
That's a good win.
Yeah, cracking win there. And they even scored only in the 94th minute anyway. We're through to the next round of the Cup. It's all looking good. Now, first season in the Europa League. Of course, you've played in the other 2 so far already. Definitely should be qualifying from this.
100%.
I'd say the only team that you might struggle against is Sporting at this point. So, actually, you got to face Lorient. You just paid £50 million for probably their best prospect. Yeah. So, we're interested to see what they've managed to do with that. Let's have a look and simulate season number 4 of Youth to Goal. Right, we're back up into the top of the table, but we are still some way off.
Yeah.
19 points behind Leipzig, who only lost 1 game all season.
You can't argue with that, though, can you?
No, they're going to be hard to beat if they're managing to have a defensive record like that.
I mean, I'm still disappointed because I only got 64 points. So I expected to get more points than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? Eight losses in total. Some definitely winnable games in there that you can see. The draws as well. There's a lot of draws against the bigger clubs, but still, there's a couple that you could have probably avoided. Profile, then you got Nelson Viper getting 15. The new guy... Dominique getting 14. Now, some Viper also up there with one of the highest average ratings, but it just seems like Leipzig's Benjamin Sesko has really taken the Bundesliga by storm, getting 26 goals this season. That's unbelievable, really. So, okay, that's not too bad, but we need to be up there after winning the league. It's if you haven't won the league yet, you're like, oh, third place, that's really good. I know. The trouble is you won the league in the second season, and everybody now thinks it's a failure.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at competitions, though. Did you manage to win a trophy either way? You did! And it's a Europa League trophy
Against Liverpool.
In the final. I like that a lot, Dad. Very good. 89th minute winner from Nauf. Lovely stuff, beating Liverpool in the final in a game that you pretty much dominated as well, by the looks of it. A lot of clear-cut chances in there for you. Let's have a deep dive into this. Semi-final, you knocked out Rangers, who you actually played in the league phase too. Quarter-final, knocking out Brentford, so they've done well to get into that. Round of 16, Real Sociedad. You haven't had any easy games yet.
No.
Some difficult games in there. Knockout player Frank, you didn't play in, and that's because the league phase, that's what we wanted.
Didn't lose a game,
That's what we want to see.
I was above Liverpool there as well, so I deserved to win it, really.
I agree. Now, the draw was against Rangers, the 7 wins. As you can see, the one game where I said you might struggle against Sporting,
4-0.
you slapped them 4-0.
The advantage of playing at home. You've got to win your own games, as I always say.
Exactly, yeah. So that's really good. Fantastic stuff. Got to be happy with that. The cup we can ignore because that was so good. But if you didn't win that, we'd be like...
Especially second round.
Well, yeah, that's very poor. So there's another trophy to add to the trophy cabinet in the 4th season. Nelson Viper with 28 goals. He's already wanted, I can see there, by a couple of clubs in Germany. But let's see if his development, like we can see again, slight bits of development as we go through. Dominique getting better and better. They need the game time. They're getting it. Loaning out Buonani is a good idea, actually. He managed to get 12 goals in 32 appearances with 2 assists. He is requesting a transfer. This is obviously whether you want to just play him next season and see what happens, really. 14 assists from Rooney Bargi, though. Lovely stuff. He's done well. Nice. Well, actually, he's dropped off a little bit in some of these attributes, which is quite weird. Montoro, who you just brought in last season, seems to be playing quite a lot off the left. He's done quite well, too. So, some good signs. Some very good signs. Coyote, obviously your first signing, getting 17 assists at right back. Looks absolutely phenomenal now.
It's good now, really.
Really good start. Let's have a look. Trans budget, £75 million to spend in the summer. Again, whether you manage to is a different story. Age-wise, 27 years old is Tutor, so you wouldn't even have to sell anybody if you didn't want to, but if I know you, there'll be some casualties. All right. Let's have a look then. Who leaves the club and who joins it in season number 5 summer? On the outset, season number 5, we've got Nauf leaving the club for 20 million. We've got a couple of players there going out for 4 million. Again, we got a lot of youngsters going out on loan for some cash, including a couple that we've signed this summer too. One of them being Van Boxtel, who I can see there, who joined the club for £26 million. That's a good goalkeeper. We mentioned earlier, goalkeepers are very hard to get. Now, what I will say is obviously his date of birth is in June. Of course, the transfer doesn't go through till July, but when you sign them, as long as you're confirming the deal before they turn 20, then it's absolutely fine. So obviously with the transfer window not open, or you can't sign a player and they don't join until the 1st of July, that's absolutely gravy. That's fine. Then we've got Radicic from Anderlecht, who joins, who's a Serbian left back who can play all the way up the left-hand side. He's got some good physicals. He's got some good physicals, and his technicals are getting a little bit better as well. But, I mean, a 4-star leading Bundesliga player, according to your coaches, at 18. Yeah,
I like
huge.
It. Yeah.
You've also given him the number 1 shirt, which is going to trigger a lot of people in the comments, and I love it. Some people are like, oh, no, my OCD. That's going to really... if you suffer from OCD where you need players to be in the correct numbers, let me know down in the comments section. And by the way, if you are enjoying this video, make sure you smash the subscribe button. We are en route to 150k now.
Gotta get there.
We need you to join us on this journey and help us get there. So, Van Nam, who's a cracking name for an English player.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I was expecting him to be Dutch. Never mind. From Arsenal, though, plays on the right. Very similar to the last one, where he plays all the way up. The right hand side instead of the left. £36 million there. Good utility player, or squad player, as you like to call them. Casqueras, £5 million, a little bit cheaper. But these are the deals that are gambles, but you can make so much money out of them if they turn out to be good.
Players as well. You get them a little bit cheaper, don't you?
Yeah. So plays naturally as a centre back, can also play centre midfield if you need him to. So it'll be interesting to see how he develops. And Dubsky as well from Bayer Leverkusen, who is a German CDM. I like that. He's a good signing as well, I actually think. 6'3", good with both feet. Good passing. Yeah, he's a good player. In the under-19s for now, but of course, you don't know where he's going to end up. Now, okay, tactically, have we changed? We have.
Yeah.
We've got Freitas in that midfield middle there, with 21 years old, trying to give him a little bit of game time to see what happens. And we've got Kelson at centre-back there. Very good, actually. He looks quite good, doesn't he?
Yeah.
But going for the 4-1-5 kind of attackers there, which I do enjoy playing every now and then. It's very attacking, but it just seems to work.
Like I say, I'm trying to play more attacking football to try and have a go at it again now.
Yeah. Try and get that league title back. The best 11 pick, we've got Viper and Hervoit up
Never
front.
any doubt there, is there?
No. God, look how good he's already getting. Rooney Bargi on the right, Montoro on the left. Some interesting players. Obviously, you've put in the right centre-back in there because of the likes of Tutor, who, yeah, as we mentioned, we don't need to give Tutor game time.
No.
We're happy for him to just sit on the bench.
Sell him next season.
Exactly. Your time is up.
Yeah.
numbered. Get ready to leave. Schedule then. Let's have a look. We got one loss in the UEFA Super Cup, but
I'll take
against
that.
PSG.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. Draw to Dortmund. Again, that's fine.
Away from home.
3-0 against Wolfsburg.
Rooney
and
Badgie's
Bochum.
banging him in for me, though.
He is. He's got a goal in every game there in the Bundesliga so far. Happy days. Right. Champions League fixtures. We're back in the Champions League. That's good. Money's going to be there then. We've got Real Madrid, Newcastle. Some difficult ones. PSG again.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Roma, Sevilla,
it's one of them, innit?
Olympiacos, possibly even Ajax and Anderlecht.
If I can win my own games, I stand a good chance.
Yeah. But even then.
Those 5 games in the middle, 4 games in the middle, I've got to do it, haven't I?
Yeah, I like your chances down here, to be honest. We'll have to see. All right, season number 5 then. Things, again, very interesting now in the youth to go. We're seeing a lot of new gens come through the door. Let's see how they do. There we go. Down in 5th place. 65 points.
Bit disappointed again, still in the 60s. I want to get into the 70s now.
Yeah.
High 70s, really.
Leipzig getting back-to-back as well in the league. We got 7 losses, Dad. We got Bayern Munich in there twice, Leverkusen, Leipzig twice as well. Those are results that you need to turn around, and that will help you get back up the league table.
Should have won as well, the draw game.
Yeah, the 8 draws.
Yeah.
That's poor. Let's see, though. Let's see. We've got Nelson Viper, 25 goals.
He's done the business for me.
Yeah, he's doing his job.
Yeah.
There's maybe elsewhere that isn't. I mean, Leipzig's players are dominated here. We've got
it's a
4
problem.
just in the average rating alone.
I mean, my keeper's there as well for clean sheets. Third
highest.
Well, the keeper doing it, the striker doing it.
Just
not
the
getting the
in-between.
results, yeah.
Okay. Competitions, though. Maybe there's a cup win that we can celebrate this season after a couple of runners-up in that cup. No. Early exit to Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
And a quarter-final exit of the Champions League to Manchester City, which...
2 big teams done me.
Yeah, that's... You don't have to be worried about that, really,
No.
do you? The third round against Bayern Munich, it's annoying to get them that early on in the competition.
Yeah.
It's just typical, isn't
At
it,
their
really?
ground as well, losing 2-1.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
They went on and won it.
Yeah.
Quarter-final against Manchester City, though. 5-3 on aggregate. But we got there, that's the main thing. In the round of 16, knocking out Arsenal on penalties.
Get in.
Yeah, I mean, you're a big Arsenal fan, aren't you? So it's nice when you knock out your own club. Benfica, another club you actually love.
I do like Benfica.
Yeah, to be fair. So 5-3 in the knockout playoff round, which meant in the league phase,
We
22nd position.
Yeah, just scrape through, don't I?
5 losses. Real Madrid's in there again. You got PSG, loss,
The only
Newcastle,
game I would say I'm
Ajax.
disappointed with there really is probably the Ajax game.
Yeah, getting stuff 2-0.
Yeah.
The 3 wins, though. Anderlecht Olympiacos 6-0, by the way. And then Sevilla 1-0. That's good. Very, very nice stuff. Players, then. Let's see. I want to see a bit of development going on now. So we've got Nelson Viper with 32 goals.
We know
really
he's
good
getting
development.
better.
We know he's getting good, yeah, as you say. 18 here from Dominique. He's definitely getting there.
Yeah.
I don't know why he's not scoring as many as Nelson Viper.
That's what I just couldn't understand, because you can see he's good enough and he's getting there.
He's a better player.
Yeah.
And he's playing in the exact same player role. So we're not sure what's happening there, why he's not scoring the extra, 14 goals that Nelson Viper is. Thiago Freitas, you nailed him into the position.
Yeah, he
right
helped,
thing to do.
Yeah.
Look at the growth and development on that, and it just goes to show how good game time really is. George, he didn't play that much last season. He did this season. And he's got a good amount of return with 10 goals and 5 assists from only 16 starts. Rooney Badgie dropped off a little bit, isn't he?
Bit concerning that was.
Dropped off a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, he played 44 games, so you can't say it wasn't because I wasn't playing him.
Yeah. Alvaro Montoro, still done well as well. Buonanni, who was back in the club, developed. He's actually transfer listed because he wants to leave. I would be thinking, can I keep him?
Yeah.
Can I keep him and give him more game time and see if he can be better than Badgie next season? Or there's another right midfielder that you signed recently as well, wasn't there? So that could be an option. Kielsen, after his season, nailed into that right centre-back position. Not a lot of development there.
No.
Also didn't play that well either. But the left-back that you signed, good enough.
Good, yeah.
Good enough. You got 6 assists. Hopefully you can get more next season. Give him a bit of a chance, but there we go. And Dennis Seaman's the other one I wanted to check. Look at that.
Still getting good, isn't he?
That's why you get the goalkeeper early
Yeah.
when you play him, because he's 22 and he's a fantastic keeper now. So that's good to see. Okay, the transfer budget for next season, £96 million. That Champions League money, the Bundesliga money, all helping out there. But I don't know if you're going to be able to spend all of it, because there's probably going to be some players leaving. We've got how many players getting close to 30? Tuturn and Kunku there who are close.
There's a lot of money involved in them as well.
And there's
And they
clubs
want it as
wanting
well.
them.
Yeah.
Probably it's time to say goodbye. We'll have to see. All right, let's see what you do at the start of season number 6. Well, we have well and truly gone into stage 3 of Youth to Gold now, and this is when you basically got your first team in place. A lot of them are all youngsters that you bought in stage 1 and 2. And now you're just kind of filling your youth squad.
Yeah.
And you can see that because out of the £83 million you spent, the highest cost was just £24 million. And that tends to happen. You tend to really only buy one superstar and a lot of gambles, I always say, but sometimes you know they're not going to be a gamble because you're definitely going to make your profit back. But on the outs, £18 million, Buonanni has left the club. It's a loss on him.
Yeah.
That's a shame because I think if you did give him the game time and maybe didn't buy Rooney Bargi, then you're looking at a much better player. But that's sometimes how it works out. You sign him for £20 million. It's not too much of a loss. We're all good. We're fine. Cut your losses there. So let's look at the players that you've brought in then, or at least the most expensive one. This guy was a lot of money, Dad. £24 million. What's the reason why you spent that much on him?
I think it was because he could play in 3 good positions, really. And I was looking at him thinking, well, his physicals are quite good and his mentals are good as well. So he just needed to be technically. So I thought, get him in and then get him out on loan or something like that, or even put him into the youth side and try and work on him, really.
Okay, so Nicholas Brongs comes in, £24 million. Then we got Alex Flater, who is a centre-back. Looks some good mentals in there as well. Same as that guy on the left side. So kind of you want to have at least 2 or 3 for each position to begin with, and then just build your youth squad from there.
Yeah.
Looks quite good as well. Some good players coming in here for very cheap costs that hopefully you can flip for more money going forward. So, all right, we'll see how many of these actually make it into the first team. Now, tactically, we have changed it. I like this tactic. A nice little 3 across the midfield, 4-3-3, but with wide positions there. Let's have a look at the best 11 pick of it. So Freitas now drops into that centre mid. Rooney Bargi is still available on that right-hand side. Radicic actually goes to the winger role. So you've got a good left-back and a good left
Radicic
midfielder.
is better as a winger, so as he was than a left-back. So I just brought Brown back into the team and let Radicic do what he wants to do.
Yeah. Flater comes into the lineup as a starting centre-back.
Yeah.
So that's good. Now Nelson Vipers up there with obviously the guy that was with him previously, Dominique. But then we've also got Ilenik Hainer. George.
3 good strikers, though, isn't it?
3 good strikers in there. Do you have backups? Yeah, you got a couple of backups, to be fair.
Yeah.
That should be all right. So, interesting. One thing I am sad to see is this guy didn't get any more game time. I was interested and intrigued because I've never signed him before, but a couple of times I've seen how good he can get.
Yeah.
But the trouble is he's a left-footed centre-back and you've got Pacho, who's only just 26 in season 6, and he's just so good. So he's never going to get in, unfortunately.
No.
So that's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, for Zeze, but there we go. Now, good tactic, in my opinion. Looks all right. How has it been faring? Not bad at all.
No.
8-2 to kick things off. 2-1 against Mainz. 4-0 against Hoffenheim.
I haven't played anybody, though, have I?
No, that's the trouble.
You can't test it, really, can you?
Back in Europa League.
Yes.
Let's have a look. So we've got Milan and Young Boys, Fiorentina, Maccabi Haifa, Strada. Where's Strada from? I don't recognise them. Slovakia. Then we got Lille, Göteborg, and PAOK at the end there.
Should qualify.
Definitely should. Okay, let's find out. Season number 6. See what happens. Oh, yes, we're back. Winning league titles.
To the 80s, that's better, isn't it?
Yeah, back where Frankfurt deserved to be.
Only lost 2 games.
That's an unbelievable season. 80 points, losing 2 games. Dino Dresden being one of them.
None of the big teams.
No, Freiburg being the other. That was your biggest weakness last, and even in that, only 2 of them were the big teams.
Yeah.
That was your biggest weakness in previous seasons.
Yeah,
you
beating
weren't
the
taking
top
enough
teams.
points off of the top teams.
Yeah.
This tactic seems to have done the job for you there.
I do like playing for it front, though, don't I? So
Yeah, you were the joint top scorers of the league with Leipzig, but you conceded 3 less than them. How weird that there's only 3 goals between it, but there's 10 points between it. So it's game management, I guess, in the end of the day. But let's see. You got Sesko up there with 25, Openda. None of your boys are in there, though. But
Then I
they
played
are.
3 strikers,
You
so
did,
shared it
yeah.
out.
Spread it out a little bit. If we go and have a look at this, you can see they're down in 7th, 10th, and 11th there, getting in their teams, each of them. So that's not too bad at all. Seaman getting 11 clean sheets as well. You got a couple of them in the player of the matches. Great season.
Yeah.
The second time Eintracht Frankfurt are Bundesliga champions so far under the Youth to Go regime, but was it a phenomenal season? Let's find out. Yes, finally we have a domestic double and hands on the DFB Pokal, emphatically too, 4-0. Great win. 1-0 against Leverkusen. Quarter-final knocking out Schalke. That is a great campaign, Dad. Domestically dominant. Quarter-final against Manchester United.
Yeah, so you come up against one of the big guns, so
yeah,
it goes one way or the other, doesn't it? I mean, looking at that, I wouldn't be surprised if Man United went on and won it then.
Yeah, they did. They went on and they beat Ajax in the final 3-0. Probably because they signed all their players.
Yeah.
Which I'm not being grumbled about. I'm big fans. So round of 16 then, you knocked out Bodo Glimt 6-1 on aggregate. Knockout player for round you didn't play in, and that's because the league phase, you finished down in 7th place. Losing 1 against Fiorentina, drawing 2, Lille and AC Milan. That's
away games.
Not bad. Yeah. The 5 wins you did win were solid.
As well, don't I?
Only conceding 1 goal. Yeah. Can't be mad. Cannot be mad at all. So squad-wise then, goals all came from Nelson Viper with 33 there. So development-wise, I feel like he's hitting his peak, you know.
Yeah.
It looks like it. We haven't seen development in the last couple of seasons, but he's still scoring all the goals. And yet Dominique...
He's just getting better and better. He's finishing 18 now. Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, now that he's 21, I can say it. I'm feeling horny looking at him. Look at that. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
A phenomenal player, but only getting 21 goals.
Yes.
Where's all the goals coming from? He is wanted as well. You're going to have to start batting away some of the big boys.
Teams that won him as well. That's the worst thing about it, isn't it?
Yeah. George has done well. 20 goals and 11 assists.
I was pleased with him.
He needed some game time. You give it to him. He repaid you. Rooney Baju, 20 assists. Finally, we're seeing a good season there. Growth-wise, maybe not so much, but hey, there we go. Thiago Freitas in that midfield by himself.
Had a good season.
Solid.
Yes.
Solid. Look how good those physicals are as well. Beautiful to see. So some good signings that were coming in, and you're making the use out of them, I think. Even like off the bench, like this guy's playing a lot of games off the bench and done you quite proud, really. 8 goals, 8 assists. Like that's decent as well, and it's actually started 22 games as well. So yeah, I mean, some good performances, some good amount of growth that's going on here, and potential is still there for a lot of these players to get better and better, which is going to be interesting to see who starts to shine in this part of Youth to Gold, who starts showing you, no, I need to be playing football.
I mean, Rajdik had 17 assists and 7 goals as well. So.
Yeah, on that left-hand side. I mean, he cemented his spot ages ago, didn't he?
Moving him forward, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, I questioned the £25 million to begin with. I was like, well, that was a bit risky, but now it's paid off. Like, that is huge, really. Okay, and he gets the #1 shirt for a reason.
Yeah.
Transfer budget next season, £60 million. Not as much, but again, as we established, the further you go in, the less money you actually probably need, and the more money you start to make.
I'm still not using all the money, am I? So.
No, because there might be some players who are about to leave the club. We've got a couple of 28-year-olds. William Pacho, who we mentioned, is 27. Might be time to think about it if you've got a replacement or you're already lining up that replacement. That's the beauty of Youth to Go. So let's see, season number 7, who comes through the door. Well, it was inevitable it was going to happen. Dominique has left the club.
I'm not turning that type of money down.
No. Left the club for £102 million, or double what you paid for him.
Yeah.
Again, that's where this system really works. I mean,
I didn't want to.
Gripped and held on to him, then he could be the best striker on the planet, but
100 million, isn't it?
Doubled your cash. For a player that not necessarily was lighting the world up.
No, he wasn't.
If he's scoring 35 goals, I'm going, I'm bored, probably wouldn't have done that,
not
especially when he's that age.
Yeah, because I could have kept him for the next 10 years, really, couldn't I? So.
Yeah, but cash in early, £102 million, I can respect that, I can understand it. Now, bringing players in, you spent £203 million, because there was another £47 million that left the club, including a couple of players that we've been giving game time to, and then cashing in early, which I don't mind either. Mateo Lovren being another one there that's gone out for £11 million. So some of these players that have come in must have cost a lot of money. And we've got this man here, £66 million, a great centre-back. Lacks a bit of pace, maybe a little bit of composure, but he's only 19. It's hard to get players away from Athletic Bilbao. So £66 million might seem a bit of an overprice for now, but hey, we'll see how much he develops at 19. You can play naturally in centre-back, but also play across the back three. Lewis Herbert for £49 million is another centre-back.
Yeah.
£100 million on centre-backs here, Dad. 18 years old, youngster.
2 good youngsters, though, weren't they, really?
Mustafa Sila, £27 million. Now, is this a replacement for the striker?
Yeah.
There
He's
we go.
already good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's good.
19.
He's not as good as, obviously,
we're not
Dominic.
going to get
but
that good, are we?
No, you're going
But
to struggle to find somebody that
He could be
good.
just as good as when he started.
Exactly, yeah. He's 3-star now, 5-star potential. There's potential for him to be good.
2
got
goals
10 goals
already.
last season. Got 2 goals for you. Okay. You've got Thomas Lebreton, £11 million. I've missed a couple here, I know. Centre-back, there's one that I've missed. From Shakhtar. Plays centre-attacking midfielder. I quite like him as well, actually. He needs a bit game time, though. I think with game time, he would be class. But yeah, he needs a little bit of game time. Gregory Girard coming in. Again, probably game time to determine what position he was. Centre mid, that definitely looks like a centre mid to me. But development-wise, they all need a bit. They all need a bit of game time. They all need a bit of love. And see where they come out after a season or two.
I think when you get that type of money, though, you just got to take a chance on them.
Got to take the gambles.
Yeah.
That's it. When you're spending like 6.5 or I always say like less than £15 million to me when you're at this point of Football Manager is I'm absolutely fine with that. So when I'm going a bit above that, I'm like, okay, do I think he's going to be good? What's telling me he's good? Is it going to be a risk? And then obviously when you're spending like the likes of 66 million, you've got to be thinking, no, that is going to be a good player.
Yeah.
Okay. So, tactically, we are keeping exactly as we was last season.
Just won the league, and I
Had to. You pick the best 11, you can see a lot of the players are staying the same. There's a couple of changes in there. Well, actually, just a striker change, really. Yeah. George has gone left, and then Sealer's come into there. The rest of the team was exactly the same as last season. So you like to think they could still win the league this year too.
Yeah.
Good start to the season, though. Super Cup was a loss against Bayern Munich, but that's fine. 11-1 win in the Cup. 2-1 against Dortmund and a 6-0 against Hamburg's decent. 1-1 against Leipzig.
that's a good result at their place as well, though.
Yeah. Champions League. Manchester United's in there again. You keep facing them recently. You've got Juve, Milan, a couple of difficult ones there. Brighton's in the Champions League, so they've done well.
But looking at that, I feel
Should
confident
go
to go
through.
for it.
Should go through.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that's an easy group to be in, actually.
Well, you've lost your best player in terms of ability. He might not have been scoring all of the goals, but will he still be a loss? Let's find out. Well, I don't think he was too much of a loss because that's not much of a drop-off. It's just an unlucky season.
And lost by a point and
He lost the last game of the season to Dortmund by the looks of it.
Yeah, you come third.
But that is tough.
So disappointed.
That is tough. Statistically, you had the most goals that season by a lot. If you had conceded was probably where you went wrong. You had conceded double or over double the amount of Bayern Munich, which, I mean, them when you conceded 20 goals is pretty special anyway. There's 3 clubs there that's conceded less of games than they actually played, which you don't see very often. But yeah, I mean, Nelson Viper getting the second highest amount of goals. Gil is actually up there with 13. He is.
Yeah.
Juan Pablo Gil. Not bad. I'm guessing a lot of those appearances were off the bench as well. 19 starts, 11 off the bench, getting 13 goals. So that's interesting. He was a £4 million signing. Nelson Viper and George up there with the highest average rating, but we're not seeing Dennis Seaman there.
No, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he is such a good keeper as well.
Competitions then. Let's see. Was there any other silverware this season up for grabs? Did you win it? Oh! Boom! All the way and won the champ. I don't care that he didn't win the league this season.
I do, because it was a hell of a treble that would have been.
That would have been a treble, to be fair, yeah.
Almighty.
But on penalties against Bayern Munich themselves.
Yes, they've done me in the league, so I've done them in the Champions League.
That's an early Champions League win. Very early Champions League win.
Coming against the German side as well. So,
7 seasons in. Lovely stuff. Let's focus on the DFB Pokal for now. So we knocked out, we beat Leverkusen in the final after extra time. Leipzig in the semi-final, deserved to win it, quarter-final against Schalke. So that's back-to-back in the DFB Pokal. Now, let's have a look at this. So the league phase didn't even finish in the top 8. Yeah, lost 3 games. Those 3 difficult ones we mentioned. 1-5, battered Brighton 5-0. Went into the knockout playoff round, eliminating Dinamo Zagreb. Round of 16 was Inter Milan. So you're beating those clubs now. Quarter-final, knocking out Dortmund.
German side again.
So all the German sides are not looking forward to facing you. Semi-final, beating PSG. And then into the final, Bayern Munich on penalties in that final as well. So they actually, did you equalise late? No, you went 3-2 up Musiala equalised in the 86th minute. It then went to penalties. Rooney Bargi missed one, but Oscar Glucensano missed for Bayern Munich. And Eintracht Frankfurt are your Champions League winners. Fantastic stuff in the youth to gold. Well, that's lovely. Now, 40 goals for Nelson Viper.
He's just banging him for fun, isn't he?
You can't, I can't believe that player is scoring that amount of goals. It's just weird to me. Sila's having a good time as well. That's a good amount of development in one season, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that he's 20, George is doing well as well. Yeah, the 4 strikers there are really shining through. You've even got Giancomo Nicoletti, who's doing all right. And he's got 14 goals in 25 starts.
Certainly shared it around, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Radicic's looking better and better each season. So, performance-wise, we're getting some good names in here now. Even a couple of these youngsters that you just signed recently, they're only picking up a small amount of game time, but they are getting better. And that's the most important thing. So, be interesting to see how this happens. And remember, you can get the Save Game file if you go on to Patreon or channel members page on the £5 tier. We'll be giving out the Save Game file after the 10 seasons. We still got a few seasons left yet, despite Dad already winning the Champions League. Now, transfer budget-wise, £87 million. Good transfer budget. Let's see what happens in the summer. What a transfer window we had, Dad.
Well,
£224 million out.
I looked at it. I thought, I've just won the league again. I've won the Champions League. I want to sell a lot of my good players and then do another rebuild and see how I get on again and try it again. So that's what I've done.
I respect it. Now, a lot of players going out that you've only just signed as well. Even Dennis Seaman going.
Yeah. Well, I'd already got a good goalkeeper in.
Yeah.
Reserve keeper, so getting good money for that one.
Now, this is basically stage 4.
Yeah.
Where you then get rid of those players again and you start building a second side. Basically what Sir Alex Ferguson used to do every sort of like 7 or 8 years, wasn't it? He started building a new team.
I've got 224 million in and I'm only spending 76 million.
Yeah, because the transfer budget you still got is 218 million or 200 million with a good wage budget. Huge.
It killed me.
Yeah. So there was one guy that came in here, Tada, who I think we missed off from last season, but he looks really good and already a high value considering he only came in for £5 million. The guys that you brought in, the most expensive one was £22 million. Yeah. Again, a good right back, but nothing special. We got Jude Singleton from Liverpool. Good striker there, £20 million from Northern Ireland. You got Reynaud, £15 million. Good striker that you've loaned out straight away to Hertha for some first team football. Monterrey, signing from Monterrey, Rodriguez, £8 million. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Really good player already, straight off the bat. He's got 2 and 2 for you. He's got 11 goals last season for Monterrey. River Plate, always good one for picking up the nice cheap ones under £10 million. An £8 million signing, a good centre midfielder. And then we've got Juan Riquelme from Cerro Porteño, £2.9 million. Good left winger.
Yeah.
I like that because that's the position that you have been playing recently. Yeah. Unless you've decided to change tactic after winning the Champions League.
Look at his value already, look.
His value is huge. From Paraguay, you picked him up for £2 million.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why I love this style of play in Football Manager. So let's see then, tactically, you're sticking with it.
Yeah, I actually don't
know. But
really.
A little bit of a change in the midfield there. You got a player called Herbert who you've nailed into that left-sided centre-back position, trying to give him some game time, which I do appreciate. And then best 11 pick we can see. So Gil is now up front, as we mentioned him last season with Viper. Bargi is in there, Freitas, Riquelme. So it's a change of tactic from what it was last season, which won the Champions League. But with the players going out, you know, you can't guarantee the players to come in.
Still a good team though, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So schedule then. We've got Newcastle loss in the Super Cup, Bayern Munich loss in the Super Cup, but in the competitive league where it matters, we've got 4 wins from 4 so far. Solid start.
Yeah.
Champions League then. As the defender of the Champions League, you've got Real Madrid and Sporting in the first couple of games. PSG and Juve's in there as well.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be disappointed if I don't qualify still.
Yeah. Do you reckon I think quarter-final, semi-final?
Yeah, I'd like to think so, yeah. Definitely quarters, yeah.
All right. Well, let's see what happens then. As we've already won the Champions League, season number 8. Can we do it again? Well, we haven't won the league, and I'm concerned with the points.
Worst points I've had in it so far. But like I said, it was a rebuild. Starting again. I mean, I had a poor finish as well, but
still
finishing 3rd.
Yeah.
Keeps me in the Champions League, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah. definitely. I mean, Munich had a great season. They've
Yeah.
only lost 1 and drew 3. That's the highest points tally that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
That's usually what the points tally is like for a good Premier League side who play 4 more games than Bayern Munich.
Yeah.
So for them to get that in just 34 games is astonishing, really. I don't think even if you had a good season, you would have won the league.
No.
But it is a drop-off. And we have to acknowledge that you're quite lucky to still finish in the top 4. Nelson Viper with 20 goals. Then it's looking quite vacant around the other statistics outside of Nelson Viper. But there we go. The man just keeps on doing it for you. Competitions. Did you manage to pick up another trophy? It's a no. It's a runners-up, though, in the DFB Pokal. You did get to the final.
Yeah.
But that Bayern Munich side with a domestic double.
They were just too good this
Yeah.
season.
Quarter-final of the Champions League by Liverpool, which
not
is where Bayern Munich was eliminated, so they
Yeah.
didn't win the treble.
I'm not disappointed with that. So
No.
got where I thought I deserved to get to.
Round of 16, knocking out Real Sociedad. Knockout playoff round, you knocked out Juventus, which meant in the league phase, you finished in the top 24, 13th place, losing 3 to Real Madrid, PSG, and Real Sociedad. 1 draw against Lyon, 4 wins against Celtic, Juve, Prague, and Sporting. So goals then. Where's this? I mean, we got a new player there, which I hasn't been in the first team. He's kind of come into his own and turned into actually your best player now.
Yeah.
So again, that's the one that you spent £66 million on. So it's justified. You just needed the game time.
Yeah.
Juan Riquelme. Look at that. From left midfield. The development already. Over £100 million from 2.9 million. And he only played 25 games, maybe because of injury or suspension and whatever. Ta-da! Managed to get a nice little bit of growth in there too. That was a bit of a surprise for everybody, pun intended. But goals-wise, Nelson Viper is still up there.
Yeah.
28, and he's still not looking great, but he is transfer listed.
I think it's becoming the time to sort of like look to see if
Move him
anybody's
on.
interested in him.
I mean, he's 26. It is prime time to cash in and get the money for him. So we will have to see. But yeah, so a lot of development this season, which is good to see. And the players that obviously you had to get rid of, you needed players to step up into the roles. Maybe it's all about next season.
I was pleased with Radic as well because he played 40 games and I put him in left back.
Yeah.
To allow the other players. So for him to stay where he was, I was quite pleased with
He is transfer listed, though. Are you trying to cash in?
100 million, mate. 100 million.
All right, so let's see now. You need next season then for a lot of these players to step up and help these lot who have had the good growth to get back to where you were. But that is what rebuilds happen inside of a rebuild or inside of Youth to Gold. You will have drop-off seasons unless you just have an unbelievable squad, which is very hard to build. So transfer budget. £226 million. I don't think you'll struggle for money this summer.
No.
Let's see who you bring in. Well, the first signing of Youth to Gold has finally been sold.
Yeah.
£24 million. So you didn't get a profit out of it. Well, you did actually. 12 million to 24. So you actually doubled your money. But I expected a lot more from Coyote.
7 good seasons out of him though as well.
7 good seasons, absolutely. It was the right age to sell. There's players already coming through that you could put in that position. Kilson as well for £20 million. You sold after signing him for, where was it, £9 million there. So another good amount of money coming in that you've managed to get out of them. But £85 million coming in. Let's have a look at it then. So we got Fidel coming in at centre back there. Ranieri, who seems to be a good centre midfielder, quite all round there, 18 years old. Ceballos, another left back coming in. And then 3 players from Bayern Munich. So we've got a right back there, Michael Thompson, who is a striker, Michael Frenger, who is a centre midfield. So no standouts, I would say, but you didn't splash the cash on any of them there, really. Tactically, you've gone back to the 3 up front, gone back to what you were last season.
Yeah. I mean, I like playing 3 up front, more attacking, have a go at them. And if you score the amount of goals that I know my strikers can, you got a chance of winning.
Okay, you got the Spanish guy nailed in at left, but I don't think you had to worry about that too much.
No, I think
surely you would have
kept his
played.
place, I think.
You would have just switched to the right and Zeze would have come in, but hey, yeah, I can't complain with that. Team's looking quite good, though. How have they been performing? Well, it's been a good start to the season. Beating Leipzig 4-0.
That's a hell of a result, isn't it?
14-1 in the first game there. It's a close one. Jose Luis Rodriguez scoring a lot of goals from the Mexican player that we've seen. Didn't get a lot of game time last season, but in the Cups he's been performing. 2-1 and a 7-1. So, Champions League. After that start, who have we got? We got Newcastle, Barcelona, and Manchester City in your first 3.
get them 3 out of the way, I'm quite confident of winning the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sort of
Possibly.
Really.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see if it happens. Can you get back to winning ways in cup competitions? Find out. Well, we're not back to winning the league, but we're a lot closer.
Yeah.
5 points this time behind Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich, who only lost 3 and scored 100 goals and only conceded 31. I think your trouble in this is Bayern Munich have had a bit of a renaissance.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And come back flying.
still
4
pleased
losses. Yeah, I mean, the loss to them obviously would have won you the league.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing you really need to be concerned about. Can we beat them when we play them? That's the most important thing, really. Most goals, they did get the most goals, but you were only 1 behind them.
So it's good, yeah.
Yeah, fewest conceded down in joint 4th. Profile of the league, though, you have 2 top scorers in Nelson Viper and Gil. Gil has started developing again a little bit more. Nelson Viper looks exactly the same as what he did when you bought him. Still on the transfer list, still banging in 27 goals. Unbelievable. But Van Boxtel, of course, who we replaced Dennis Seaman with in goal, is
Starting to
looking
get better
great.
now, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's up there with 11 clean sheets this season. Got to be happy with that. Can we win a cup competition? We know league title in the last couple of years. We've done it again. And against Bayern Munich in the final again. Both times? No. Cologne in the DFB Pokal. Did you knock him out along the way? You knocked him out in the semi-final instead. What? How are you doing this, by the way? So Nelson Viper, that's how it is.
Yeah.
Nelson
It's gotta be
Viper,
my
yeah.
of the challenge, isn't it?
I mean, the guy who scored against you is the player that you just sold to him.
Yeah.
From the Senegalese player that you got a lot of money for. So, I mean, that's quite funny how you sold him and then, he's scoring against you in the Champions League final to equalise and you're like, ugh. But then Nelson's like, don't worry, boss. I've got this.
Get in.
Boss, if I win this, will you take me off the transfer list?
Yeah.
No. All right. Fair enough. But there we go. Let's have a look at the Champions League campaign then. And see how you got there, because that's 2 Champions Leagues in 3 years. It was a 14th place finish in the league phase, so you lost 2 games to Monaco and Newcastle, drew 2 to Milan and Man City, won 4, beating Barcelona at home. Then we went into the knockout playoff round, beating Dynamo Kiev, round of 16 Red Bull Salzburg. Quarter-final stage was when you got Arsenal, so that's when the game started being a little bit more tricky, your favourite club, and then semi-final, knocking out Real Madrid.
7-5 on aggregate.
Yeah, huge
What a result
victory that one
yeah.
is. Very good. Nelson Viper was also the top scorer of the Champions League.
What a lad that boy is.
Guy just keeps breaking records, and yet he can't get himself off the transfer list. Juan Riquelme is now the best player at your club.
Yeah.
Holy reminder of everybody, it's £2 million he costs. He only played 20 games. Has he got like a bad injury or something like that? He's picking up a fair amount, but not too bad. But what a talent. Nelson Viper got 46 goals in 53 appearances. 29 was Juan Pablo Gil. Reynaud also got 20. So has he developed a little bit as well? Oh, yes, he has.
Dear.
Really good. And he's been playing in the seconds as well. Thiago Freitas, still developing well. Still really good. There's Juan Riquelme. Van Nam is getting better as well on that right-hand side. Lewis Herbert is getting better as well. Look at all the growth that we're seeing here. A lot of players now turning into absolute phenomenons. And that's good to see. But we've got 1 season left and £198 million in the bank. Let's see what Dad does in the final season of Youth to Go. Well, Dad, you sold a player to Arsenal.
Yeah.
Radicic's gone.
I'm quite happy with that 85 million. It must be a good profit on him. I can't remember what I bought him for now.
You bought him for 25, so
Yes,
definitely £60 million
profit. So you've got to be happy with that. I mean, he is good as well.
2 Champions Leagues win, 2 Bundesliga wins. Yeah, he's a good player. Sad to see him go, but what age is he now? 23? Get the money when you can, I guess. Montoro also left for 27 million, but what I will say is probably the reason why you're selling them, you got good replacements already there, sitting, waiting, wanting game time. So let's see who else you brought in. We've got Danish Kumar, who's come in as a good centre-back option there. Calabresi for £17 million, good option up front. Aymar Diaz comes in, a backup goalkeeper. Zhao comes in as well, centre-attack midfielder. Keller, who is a centre-back. So a lot of options coming in through the door that we can see. There's another left-back. Esparza from Club America, another left-back, and one there from ASEC.
A lot of
Minimas.
good youngsters there. probably won't get into my first team now, but setting them up for a few years' time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
For you guys who are taking it over, who take the save game file over, have a look. Right, we've got to change the tactic, Dad.
Yes.
Why? Just won the Champions League.
I know, with the players that I've sold, though, I felt that I had to change it again, so get the players in that I wanted to be actually playing in certain positions. So, I mean, my left back, you can understand why I've sold my left back. Look at this left back, he's quite good.
Yeah, Ramirez we've seen come into the side recently. He's
19,
good.
So, yeah.
Raquelme, of course, that left
I've pushed him
midfielder.
forward up to the wing now.
Yeah, he is phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's your best player. All right, I wouldn't have changed it.
I mean, my top two are good as well, so...
Because that's twice that tactic has won you the Champions League, by
Yeah.
the way. Because you changed it the season after and you didn't win the Champions League.
I know.
So the Tinkerman strikes again. But we'll see. All right, okay, so how have it been doing?
Only Bayern
Lost
Munich,
to
wasn't
Bayern Munich. Yeah, but that cost you last season.
it? Yeah.
That did cost you last season.
Lost them twice.
Super
In the
Cup
Super
as
Cup
well.
And in the league game.
Okay, yeah. Chelsea popping up for the first time in this.
Yeah.
Obviously, playing the Super Cup. Now you've got to face them in the Champions League phase, as you do Inter and Inter's rivals Milan as well.
Yeah.
Manchester City. So
Still should go through.
a lot of 4 tricky clubs at the start there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Benfica and Villarreal.
You only need those first 4 games, get 1 win out of it, I think, and then the last 4 games, win them, you're through, and so
All right.
that's what I'm hoping for.
Well, it's the final season, year number 10 of Youth to Gold with Frankfurt. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's not a league title win.
Yeah, Dortmund done me again.
Bayern.
Bayern Munich done me again, yeah.
Lost 2 games.
Only lost 2, that's a problem, isn't it, you know?
Yeah, but you lost them twice.
Yeah.
And that's the
That's what's
difference.
cost me the league.
Yeah. Because those are the 6 points that you would have gained, 6 points you would have that they would have lost.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't think you would have. No, you wouldn't have still won the league. You would have been 1 point behind them, but it would have been still a lot closer. They only conceded 19 goals though
That's it.
in 34
Can't argue
games.
with that, can you?
Disgusting,
I mean,
really.
the season before, when they one season it was 20, didn't they?
Yeah. So there we go. Nelson Viper only getting 18 goals. He isn't scoring as many. Maybe he's getting sick of being on the transfer list. Or the system keep changing. He's like... Well, there we go. So Gill's also up there in the highest average rating. Nice bit of development there. Van Boxtel in goal is definitely a good number 1 goalkeeper for you guys to
Really
keep
good.
hold of. Other competitions, though. Do we go out with a bang in season number 10? No. Semi-final of the DFB Pokal against Bayern Munich.
Lost to
And
Bayern.
knockout playoff in the round of 16 against PSG in the Champions League. Cannot defend that title.
All the big guns done me in the end, didn't they?
Yeah. So I think the target for the Patreon members or the channel members is quite clear. I think we need to load through that 4-3-3, give you that save game file back so you've got that tactic, build your side and build it around that tactic with these new players coming through that Dad's built. And maybe keep to the Youth to Gold system with that £252 million. Can you dominate European football for a few seasons? Have a crack at it yourself. But
Good
what
luck,
did you
let us
learn
know.
from the Youth to Gold?
Definitely looking for younger players.
Yeah.
Definitely, and how to find them, and you're always telling me not for doing this. Persevere with them, give them game time.
Yeah.
If you think they're good enough to almost get in the first team, take the player away, get him in there, lock him in there, and it will pay off big stuff.
Feel like a proud father.
Yeah, yeah,
I have been telling you about this for so long.
yeah.
And it took for you to do a Youth to Gold to realise, actually, it's the best way of playing it.
It was honestly, you if you've never tried it, have a go at it. It's so good to learn things.
Yeah.
I mean, I played all this at home without you helping me, didn't I?
Yeah.
This is the first time you've actually seen all my results and everything, and it was just so good. I was struggling at times, looking at it thinking, wow, look how good he is, and then looking at it thinking, I've got to sell him now. And
Yeah.
And one of the hardest problems I had was the first season, like you said. The first season, you can play those players that are older than what you're allowed to, but then getting rid of them. Because what did I have? Four first team players, and they didn't want to go.
No. Keepers
the
as well.
Goalkeepers especially didn't want to go, and I had to put him in the reserve side and then lock him into the reserve side. That he did, because what was happening, he could have easily
Just jumped the keeper.
jumped
Yeah,
the
so
keeper.
you had to
So I had
lock
to make
Dennis
sure I
Seaman
locked him
in. Yeah.
So yeah, it was so hard that first season. I got over that, and then it was just like working the season, and it's so rewarding when you buy a player like that player there for $2 million, and then sold
Yeah.
it for 100 million.
I mean, we've got to appreciate him one last time, I think. Juan Riquelme from Paraguay. What a player. And the development from just £2.9 million.
Yeah.
So, phenomenal stuff. I mean, the player that you actually sold a couple of seasons ago, I think it's worth checking him out and having a look to see how good he actually is now. Where is he? Is he on the next page?
But you went to did he go to PSG?
There he is, Dominique. So let's have appreciate of how good he is now. I mean, that is world-class striker right there. And he is banging in the goals. He's got 20 goals there a season, almost or about. Yeah, then when you're finding those players at the very early stages of their career and you develop them into absolute monsters like this, there's nothing better on Football Manager, in my opinion. So give it a crack with the youth to go. Pick a team that doesn't have that many players that are close to 30. Maybe their club vision is to sign young players. That way, you know you're doing the right thing. You have the right youth facilities, etc. Give it a crack. Only sign teenagers. Do not play players 30 or above. Promise you enjoy your saves if you're looking for something a little bit more different before FM25 comes out. But thank you very much for watching. Really do appreciate it. Leave all your comments down below of your suggestions of what else you want to see, whether it's Dad doing another one, type of this or whatever. And of course, make sure you are subscribed because we are en route to 150k subscribers. We need your help to get there. So we really appreciate it if you come along for the journey. And check out this video right here because West Ham have made some unbelievable signings this summer. And then they got rid of Lopetegui because I wanted a job instead. They took me over with one challenge to qualify for European football in the first season. I'll click, see how I got on.